How's it going, everybody?
How are y'all doing?
Once, I think at 10, Trump's supposed to do, like, a speech or some shit, so I'll pull it up when that comes on. I have the, autism overlay set up on this, computer now. So. You're scared? Why?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Over? Bro. Trump bombed the fucking Iranians in his first term and nothing happened. It's okay. The Russians have already pulled their support for Iran. The Chinese already pulled out. It's joke.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
There's no point in freaking out over nothing. Yeah, once it starts, I have
comes after more than a week of strikes by Israel.
There's like a Fox News feed,
to systematically eradicate
so I have it pulled up. But
and
I'll swap to the autism display when it's time, so it'll be up. But yeah, it's at 10 p.m., so like another 30 minutes or so. Yeah, it's just overhyped, bro. All the Islamicists on Twitter are upset, though. So, I don't really give a shit, personally. I don't really think it's that big a deal. Let's see. So Trent Lamar with the 5. It was nice knowing you, Griffin. The recruiters are going to drag all the young people out of their houses for the draft. Can I get an RIP in the chat? I don't think we're ever going to have another draft, honestly. Conventional warfare is dead. I don't think we're ever going to have another situation where it's like, you know, forced conscription and shit like that, because, you know, a fleet of drones is much more capable than a fleet of fucking, you know, planes, or whatever the hell it would be called. I guess a fleet of planes.
I can't afford this shit!
And JE5150 with the 5. Trump, did I say 2 weeks? I meant 2 days. Well, he said up to 2 weeks, so obviously he didn't like the answer he was getting from the Iranians. Apparently Vance was sent on some diplomatic trip and the Iranians didn't fucking show. So I think that's what it was. I don't know. I heard something about that where it was like, apparently, you know, they had sent like diplomats or something to meet with the Iranians in Qatar or one of those countries. And the Iranians refused to show up, so. I don't know, bro. It costs us nothing to drop a few bombs in the grand scheme of things, so. I don't really think it's that big a deal.
I can't afford this shit!
Austin Ball with the 2. I wonder how Iran likes the Freedom Dorito. I don't think very much, man. I don't think they're the biggest fans. But yeah, he just struck the nuclear facilities, so, you know. It was a very intentional strike. It wasn't like, you know, bombing a city or something.
Throwing fragmentation grenade.
Dude, money is nothing. The sooner you accept that, the better off you'll be. Our money is nothing. It's literally a figment of your imagination, conjured up by the Federal Reserve, regardless of how much the national debt is or isn't. If they can't control us through debt, they'll control us by taking away the power of our money. So this is what you don't realize, is it doesn't matter how much debt the US has. None of the money is real in the first place. It's numbers on a spreadsheet that, you know, McSheckelstein, Goldstein, Berg gets to, you know, decide how much is worth tomorrow. It doesn't matter. It's not real. You know, the Rothschilds and co., who own the majority of these central banks, have the real authority over that. You gotta remember, the Federal Reserve is not owned by the US government. And because of that, the US government has zero authority over the actions that the Federal Reserve takes. They could literally choke us out with interest rates, even if we got rid of all of our national debt. So, Woodrow Wilson sold out our country, you know, a century or so ago. So, obsessing over arbitrary numbers that don't actually fucking exist is stupid. Because once you solve that problem, they'll invent another way to fucking enslave the country financially.
I am not so easily slain.
Yeah, if we would cut the welfare state, most of our shit would go away. But good luck with that. We don't need them votes. Shit. But yeah. Gotta pay for the 13% guaranteed Democrat turnout.
I can't afford this shit! Such more blood.
You're playing a game like this with lo-fi music and talk about politics. What is wrong with you? What do you mean? What do you want me to be doing? Have like a fucking crotch camera and I jerk off at the same time? Like, what's the issue?
He was weak, so he died.
That's my suggestion, weirdo. I mean, you're the one who's acting like there's an issue with me playing a video game with music on in the background talking about different topics. So, I want to know, what is the great issue you take with that, and I want a solution. Give me a fucking solution that's better, dipshit. Just maybe enjoy the game. What do you think I'm doing? I'm not playing this because I dislike it. And not having gay music like this in the background. This is extremely neutral music. It's not loud, it's not obnoxious. It's good for just ambient noise in the background. So again, I don't know what the issue is. It's actually chill music. Yeah, exactly. I mean, what? Should I put on fucking Screamo or something? I don't know what the fuck you want. It has to be copyright free. It has to not be overbearing. And this is just piss easy to put on, so I don't know. It's never been an issue until you showed up tonight, so forgive me for not really giving a fuck. Yeah, I guess it doesn't have enough fucking jungle beats, bro. There's no mention of, you know, drugs and fucking gangs and baby mamas. I don't know. Basketball.
I can't afford this
Diamonds. Gold. I mean, would you rather me put on something like this?
So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain. Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? She wanna fuck with Japan, I put the chrome on the Benz. Nigga, how Hitler? She reaching down in my pants, she got the world in her hands. Nigga, how Hitler? How Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? All my niggas Nazis, nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler?
Meine Arbeit für richtig Geld. Ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich gearbeitet habe, dass ich mich in diesen Jahren für dich eingesetzt habe, dass ich anständig meine Zeit verwendet habe im Dienste meines Volkes. Gib du jetzt deine Stimme. Wenn ja, dann tritt für mich ein, so wie ich es bin. Wenn ja.
Was that better? Did that stimulate your TikTok brain? I hope so. There you go. Now play the whole album. I don't think that's on an album. Sorry. Let's see. Opinionated junkie with the 2. What about Iranian sleeper agents? Well, hopefully they're all deployed in blue cities so that the Democrats can experience all the cultural enrichment they could ever desire. You know, it'd be a real shame if New York, DC, Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle, Chicago, Boston, all of these wonderful places got a taste of all the cultural enrichment they could ever desire. So all I said was the music doesn't fit the gameplay. That's not what you said, but alright. You can believe that. El Rosario Soul with the 2. We bombed Iran. Oh no. I know, man. Literally shaking. Pissing and shitting coming at the same time. That's what I said? It's not what you said. You said, you're playing a video game, listening to this music, and talking about politics at the same time. What is wrong with you? That is exactly what you said, so nice try. If you want to be a disingenuous half-wit, then have at it, but whatever. I bet you don't even hear that ceiling bird chirping above your head right now. And Genocide King revived with the 2. How did I get out of Iraq? I ran. And Maximum with the 2, Slipknot, Korn, etc. Yeah, wrist slitting music. Dude, I still remember when that fucking hat. Shit, I almost said, you know.
Skip it a button, faggot.
Yeah, this half-witted Fanuc, in my, I think, yeah, it was senior year when we were sitting at a fucking school assembly or something, and I made a joke about slitting wrists or something during a talent show, and he, like, freaked the fuck out and, like, jumped up screaming about how to not joke about suicide and shit, and that one of his friends, like, supposedly tried to kill themselves and all this other shit, and I was like, oh, that's too bad. I wish it would have worked out for him. And dude, he fucking lost his shit. But yeah. He was the one who was dating the middle schooler as a senior, so yeah, we used to talk shit about him saying, you going to pick up your girlfriend from kindergarten today? You going to drive over to the other side of the school to carpool? So yeah, we used to shit on him hard. Fucking weirdo. And Fancy Leo with the 15. Lord help me, it's 4:50 a.m. and no sleep. What was that post you made about daycare? Curious about that thought process. Also, Iran, you better run. Basically what it is, you know, there are all these jobs that exist that aren't really jobs. They're basically just like adult daycare. Like, you need to show up from this hour and you get to leave at this hour. You're basically supervised. It's not like an actual job where you do anything that actually contributes anything to society. You're like what's mostly known as like a product manager, where basically you act like you're busy and pretend to direct the people who do the actual work. So you're not like an actual manager, you're a product manager. So your entire job is basically just to pester people who are doing real work. And there's like this whole class, particularly of women, at these major corporations that have this job. And the reason why they have that job is because it was part of a concerted effort to get women into the workforce so that, you know, it would essentially drive down wages. Because if there's double the amount of people now looking for a job, well, guess what you can pay for jobs now? Half the price. But guess what also happens? The cost of housing goes up dramatically because now you have an entire group of single working class men and women who are both working, who have an income, who are paying taxes, which is another aspect, who now need places to live because people aren't getting married because the husband works and the wife stays at home with the kids. Now everybody's single, everybody works, doesn't have any kids, so now there's a need for double the apartments, double the houses,
Don't you fucking tell me
and you
to
can
my face
raise
to
the
shut
price
the
that you
fuck up.
charge for that. Also now, too, because people aren't getting together, they can't save as much money anymore because of that. Which means that now the general person is completely out of the asset-owning class, so they'll most likely never own a home, they'll lease a car, or buy like a really shitty pre-owned one. But all of that to say is we've created an economy that operates as basically an adult daycare for women in particular to keep them out of the house, not having kids, and keeps the cost of living high, essentially. That was the general premise of the post. To sum it up quickly.
I can't afford this shit!
And basically, the whole part with like the AI that, like, I guess pulls into that is that AI is automating a lot of these daycare type roles of like making a status report or making a PowerPoint with a timeline on it to present to your development team so they know how to stay on schedule or what, like just the bullshit type roles. Or making a pretty little graph to show off the progress and stuff, like the stuff that you can drop into AI and have it spit out in half a second, basically. Whereas some woman would work for like 2 hours on it. So that's what I'm more so talking about. if that makes sense. So, like, with this AI stuff, people are starting to realize how piss easy a lot of this stuff really is that they're paying whole-ass employees, you know, 8 hours a day to do, when that job didn't even need to exist in the first place. But now, even though it does, it can be done by, like, someone operating an AI in, you know, a 1/1000th of the time. Like, a software engineer could easily put into AI, like, hey, generate me a graphic showing a progress report, blah, 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 blah. And the AI will spit it out in, like, a minute. Whereas it would take, like, somebody, like, 2 hours to put it together by hand. If that makes sense. And 88 Krager with the 2 hottest WNBA player. The tall blonde chick, I don't know her name. Was it like Carmen or something? I don't remember who it is, but yeah, a tall blonde chick. Take your pick. Oh, Cameron Brink, that's it.
You shut the fuck up.
That's the only,
Tell me
I'm
to my
gonna be
face to
honest,
shut
I
the
only know
fuck
like
up.
3 WNBA players, and that's probably being generous. Actually, no, 2. I know the Caitlin Clark girl, and then... Oh, never mind, I do know 3. I guess the Cameron Brink chick, and then that nasty-looking Angel Reese bitch. The fucking white-hating slag. Who will be a single mom by 32. And probably broke.
Victory is within our grasp.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Alright, we got 5 minutes until Trump comes on, but I don't see any movement on that yet. They're just still showing a picture of the White House. I don't think there's any money in actually playing in the WNBA. All the money comes from the sponsorships. So... Raymond with the 2... yeah, we can see. And Donald Herb with the 20. This whole time, people have been blowing this whole Iran thing out of proportion. Iran has no way of truly hurting the U.S. China won't care. Yeah, they already backed out. And Russia has Ukraine to deal with. Hell, most Middle Easterners hate them. Yeah, the entire Middle East hates Iran, pretty much. Because they're a different sect of Islam, so... It's the Sunnis versus the Shias. They don't fucking like each other. E-Man with the 2, I work for security, easy money. There you go. Nothing wrong with that, man. And Fancy Leo with the 15, oh, so like they can use your time to study the human mind, integrate into AI. Not even that complex, man. It's just most tasks people do are piss easy and can be easily automated. And then mind chips like, say, Neuralink in order to, say, control people. I mean, that might come at some point, but that's not really what I was referring to. It's more so just taking super mundane, repetitive tasks that would otherwise be time-consuming and basically automate them to make them take, you know, a fraction of that time. And Lil Nuts with the 10 fire streams so far. Big ups, G. Appreciate it, man.
This shit.
Big ups to you as well. Alright, I'm just gonna back out of this for now. Let me see. I'm gonna pull this up just in case something happens. We'll see.
I can't afford
Trump is
this
usually
shit.
fashionably late, so I'd be surprised if he walked out right at 10.
I can't afford this shit.
In Maximum with the 5, I got a summer job working in a warehouse, so basically at the ripe old age of 17, I contribute more to society than DSP, RTU, Boogie, iDubbbz, etc. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You're not a part of the parasite class of full-time content
I
creators.
can't afford this shit.
And Drew Bayou at the 2. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. Creators Freedom with the 2. The next Call of Duty will be in, can you guess? Iran? Maybe? I have no clue. And Nick with the 2, DSP takes on Mario Kart are trash. I'm loving Switch 2. Dude, he's so bad at it. Like, genuinely bad. It's actually kind of wild. Like, my favorite clip so far is the one where he's like, I didn't even get my item, and it's like you can clearly see him using it. Fluffle Nugget with the 2, false equivalency to Baby Bush is crazy. Yeah, this isn't even comparable to Iraq at all. Trump does not want to go into Iran. He just wants to make a deal with the administration. Like, he doesn't even want a regime change. He just wants to make a deal so that they stop enriching uranium. That's it. That is quite literally it. So it's not about overthrowing the government. It's not about going in and taking it over to extract the oil. It's simply, as he's always said, he does not want them to have a nuclear bomb. So that's been pretty consistent. So taking out nuclear facilities is not even remotely the same.
I can't afford this shit.
Fluffle Nugget with the 2, Space Marine 2, while watching the Emperor speak. Yeah, exactly. As a proud member of his soon-to-be Legion, right? And Deadpool Rodriguez with the 2, Cameron looks like a giant next to Kevin Hart. Yeah. Bro, honestly, it would be kind of crazy to be with a chick that tall. Just the dynamic of it would be interesting at the very least. I don't know if it'd be better or worse than being with a chick that's shorter than you, but guess you don't know till you try. Why not just give Iran an alternative? Why is it not okay for them to have a nuclear technology? Because the more countries with nukes, the worse, like, the worse the world is altogether. So that's why. Nukes are a gift and a curse, but more so a curse. So the less countries that have nukes, the better. Generally speaking. Shower sex is better with a tall girl? What is the reasoning for that?
If he's gonna come out any second now, any minute now. But I'm gonna keep you on the line here, Hal, until we see President Trump walk out. Let's ask one more time, what exactly are you going to be looking to hear from the president? This is
What am I
the first time
drinking?
we've
Diet
heard him
Pepsi, dude.
on
Obviously.
camera since we heard about this. What we've heard from him on social media is that we have completed what he calls very successful attacks on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. That includes Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. Hal,
Oh, here we
looks
go.
like President Trump, Vice President Vance, and others. It looks like Secretary Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio here. Let's listen to the president after the strikes on Iran.
Short time ago, the
You
U.S.
shut the
military
fuck! Don't you
carried out
fucking tell me to my face to
massive
shut the
precision
fuck up!
strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater
Either
and a lot
subscribe,
easier.
donate, or get the fuck
For
out.
40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck
Most
out.
of them can be taken out in
either
a matter
subscribe,
of minutes.
donate, or get
There's
the
no
fuck out.
military in the world that could have done what we did
subscribe,
tonight.
donate, or get
Not
the fuck
even
out.
close. There has never been a military
either
that could do
subscribe,
what
donate, or
took
get the
place
fuck
just
out.
a little while ago.
Either
Tomorrow,
subscribe,
General
donate, or
Kane,
get the fuck out.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say, we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. President Trump and
All right, well, that was short and sweet. Yeah, the thing is about him saying that there's other things to strike is that's a threat to, like, come to the negotiating table. That's basically saying, like, you know, work out a deal now or else we'll hit other shit too. So, that's what that means. So, it's up to them. Either, you know, come to the negotiation table, give up the nukes, or we'll just keep hitting shit until you do. So... Because the thing is Iran has no actual way of countering U.S. airstrikes at fucking all. So, yeah. I mean, the thing is that happens is we'll just keep doing the exact same thing over and over and over again. And they have no way to counter it. It's like fishing in a barrel with dynamite. Literally. So... I'm glad haven't picked a side? What do you mean? No, Russia already said they're not going to aid Iran, and China doesn't get involved in anything militarily, so... Yeah, no, they're not going to do anything. Drew Bobby with the 10. When you think about it, Tears of the Kingdom was the first game with an increased MSRP, and people still bought it without question. Now they complain about an $80 game. People have no conviction. Yeah, and where's all the outrage for the fucking shitty Outer Worlds game from Microsoft being $80? Oh, wait, they don't care because nobody wants to buy it anyway. So... there you go. That's what it comes down to, is games people actually want to play, they get upset over the price increase. But when it's games nobody fucking cares about, then everybody's quiet. But yeah. Iran can retaliate, and they can rebuild a nuclear facility as well as raise a great military. Okay, and then we can just carpet bomb them again. What's your point? I don't think you fully grasp what happened. We had 6 stealth bombers fly into the deepest parts of Iran's military territories. Their 3 most guarded nuclear facilities in the entire nation. We flew in, bombed the ever-living shit out of them, completely fucking destroyed them, and flew out like nothing ever happened. That was 6 planes. 6 planes, bro. Do you really think the Iranians can raise a military when 6 fucking planes took out their main facilities? Like, their 3 crown jewels in, like, what, an hour? I don't know how long it was between the bombings, but I imagine it wasn't very long. So, I don't know. It just, that feels like major cope to me. I don't think most people truly grasp, like, how advanced the U.S. military is compared to the rest of the world. Like, we literally can send in 6 aircrafts and wipe out a small country overnight. So, I don't know what to say. Like, putting a bunch of people in a bunch of tents in one central location in Iran to raise an army would be fucking retarded, because it would just make an easy target for yet another bombing. So... isn't China and Russia also developing their own stealth bomb? They're trying to, but to limited success. The thing is, though, is because the U.S. has stealth bombers, we know how to detect stealth bombers. So even if they did, they wouldn't be effective against us. Not to mention what we just used today are not even our most advanced models, I'm sure. We probably have secretive military technology that's, you know, 10 years, 50 years, however many years advanced to whatever they could put out. So we didn't even use our crown jewels. These are old bombers. I think they're like 25 years old or something. So it's not even like they're the most up-to-date, you know, aircraft that the U.S. military has. Like, we have fucking railgun mounted fucking, you know, aircraft and ships as well that nobody really knows about. But yeah, it's like we have lasers on jets. Like, we got a lot of crazy shit. Let's just put it that way. We've got like literal fucking laser guns.
New rally point established.
Railgun, yeah. No, we have lasers. Have you never seen that? Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick.
Now is the time.
This was 9 years ago. And if they let us know about it 9 years ago, then it's already been developed for a long time.
To be the stuff of science fiction. Now, they're closer to getting real. The U.S. Air Force Research Laboratory told CNN it hopes to demonstrate a fighter jet laser as soon as 2020.
It really is a national tipping point where we see the technology evolving and maturing to the stage where it really can be used.
This year, the Air Force, the Pentagon research arm DARPA, and Lockheed Martin successfully tested a laser turret that would allow near supersonic planes to surround themselves with a 360-degree defensive laser shield. The Air Force Lab has already built working lasers that can destroy aircraft from the ground, like this laser shoot-down of an unmanned plane in 2009, which was a precision breakthrough. At sea, the U.S. Navy already has an operational laser weapon aboard the USS Ponce. But hitting moving targets from a fighter jet flying hundreds of miles an hour is a lot harder. A successful laser weapon can burn through strong materials remarkably fast with virtual...
But yeah, you get the point. We've had this shit. It's not anything new. So we've had it since 2009 that they demonstrated it. Who knows how long we had it before that? So that's what I mean, man. Like, the shit that the military has is like almost an entire, you know, century more advanced than what civilians have access to when it comes to technology. Well, the problem with that, PK, is if the mirror is, you know, taking sustained light, it's still going to burn it. So you would have to make the mirror out of a material that's completely heat resistant for prolonged periods of time. And not only that, but with concentrated energy, too. So that's a lot easier said than done. Dude, the Russians don't have the best nukes. We just don't advertise what we have. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is what the U.S. military has access to. We don't, like, throw it out there until it's already outdated. So, The type of shit that the U.S. military has, like, under lock and key, that's still, you know, unrevealed, is probably absolutely insane. Yeah, you don't advertise the best weapons you have. You keep it you keep it secret and close to the chest. It's like telling everybody your hand in a poker game. It's stupid. You don't do that. You keep your cards close to your chest.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Inky Squid with the 9 months. It's the Middle East sequel trilogy. Something like that. And Chronicle with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, man. It's very kind of you. Big ups. Saberran with the 2. Can't wait to see that speech is spun against him. Oh, dude, it's going to be the Nick Fuentes types who hate Trump, who pretend to actually like him and all this stuff. I don't fucking know, bro. It's going to be the same usual suspects. Dude, you always end with God bless America. You say God bless everybody else first, and you say the first one is the least important. So, the last one you say, and God bless, you know, in this case America, that's supposed to be the most important one. So, yeah, you said it correctly. And Fluffle Nugget with the 2. I've always wanted to play laser tag in the air. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun, man. And that boy with the 5 DK Bananza looks great. Switch 2 looks like it's going to have one of the strongest launch years for any console, despite the rage baiters say. Yeah, I heard even Soy Cuck guy is, you know, loving his Donkey Kong banana in his mouth. Yeah. Dreamcast guy could suck the skin off a banana in record time. So I've heard, at least. And Saber ran with the 2, so what you're saying is we have a Metal Gear? Maybe. Probably something close to it. I mean, the sad reality for the Iranians is basically we could send in an entire fleet of Predator drones and just fucking sit there and pick off every single military target we wanted to from the comfort of a fucking couch at a nearby Air Force base. So, the Iranians have to know they're not going to win this fight, so give up the nukes.
All right, awesome.
To keep
Thanks,
your little
nigga. All right.
shitty Islamic Republic, blah, 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 the end. Like, it's pretty simple what Trump wants. And it's been the same thing pretty much Since what, like 2011? So, yeah. Pretty easy shit. If they don't want to do it, that's on them. So they'll just get picked off like fish in a barrel, basically. Oh, whoops. I forgot to set the tips goal, dude. There we go. Daryl's known with the 5. Wish Mia Khalifa was our president right now. She would know what to do. Yeah, she would let every single Iranian male run train on her. And then we would have world peace. Griffin needs to be president? I don't want to be president. It's either dictator or nothing, so... Which, I mean, if I was... I shouldn't admit it, but yeah, if I ever was elected to president, I would declare myself dictator on day fucking 1. I'd cut a deal with all the army generals and such, take control over all the critical assets and drone fleets and everything, and yeah, we would actually get shit done. We would get shit done. I won't say what those things would be, but let's just say we'd need a lot of bullets. Approximately 100 million. I wouldn't need to repeal the 19th. Nobody would ever vote again. It wouldn't matter. Why would I bother repealing an amendment that no longer has any significance? Yeah, you could have a gun. I don't care about guns. You can own a tank, you can own whatever you want. Functioning, full auto, grenade launcher, RPG. Shit. That would be a good, you know, income generator for the government. No, dude, I think we're past the point of people who are non-boomers giving a shit about the term democracy. Democracy is so fucking gay, man. Every single guy under the age of 40, I'm like convinced, doesn't actually give a fuck about democracy anymore. What the fuck has democracy ever done for any of us? We now live in a country where the person who jumps the fucking border doesn't speak a single fucking word of English, has the same political capital as you, whose family has been here for generations and generations and has paid taxes, started businesses, fought in the military. Like, what type of fucking retarded ass system is that? At the very least, we should have qualified democracy. You should have to meet very strict criteria to be able to vote. Just this blanket right to vote is disgusting, man. It's wrong. We're literally allowing ourselves to be infiltrated by non-Americans who get to rewrite what it means to be American. It's disgusting. Why the fuck would anyone with a brain support a political system like that? It's stupid. But yeah, the whole, I don't know, man. I really don't think, once all the boomers are dead, this whole fucking, you know, current bullshit morality system we have surrounding government is not going to last, because it's not actual morality. It's basically just post-World War II brainwashing. So the Hollywood goy slop brainwashing is really only effective against boomers and maybe some, like all the way up through some millennials. Like the tail end of millennials maybe have like a little bit of that, like, you know, goy slop brainwashing left in them. But I would say pretty much most guys, especially under 40, are completely disenfranchised by the current political system. Entirely. Like, the current political system is advantageous to every single person except straight men. Like, straight men are literally the most marginalized group from the political spectrum. Hands fucking down. Like, straight men are actively discriminated against on every single front of life, whether it comes to divorce, whether it comes to getting into school, whether it comes to college, whether it comes to, like, you know, getting a job, taking out a business loan, everything. I mean, shit, you don't even get to have a choice in whether your wife kills your child or not before it's born. Like, every single fucking straight guy in this country is, like, actively being discriminated against. And it's even worse if you're white. So that's an entirely different thing. It's even worse if you happen to be a white guy. But en masse, I would say pretty much every straight dude is actively being discriminated against.
Don't you fucking tell me to my
So why the fuck would young men have any loyalty to this system of democracy when people are actively voting to oppress them? It's idiotic.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Like all these fucking fanooks on Twitter. It's up to the Constitution. It's up to Congress to do. It's like, fuck off, bitch. Nobody cares. Congress can lick my taint. When's the last time Congress ever did something that people wanted them to? When is the last time Congress has ever done a damn fucking thing for anyone other than themselves? Never. Why the fuck is it this, you know, holy body that needs to have absolute authority on everything? And the same thing goes with the fucking courts. You know, if they want to pass down a ruling that tells the president how he should govern, then they can get off their fucking bench and do something about it. Otherwise, sit the fuck down. You have no power here. So, you know, it's really my hope that we get to the point where Trump has the balls to cross that Rubicon, but I don't know at this point. Because if he doesn't, someone else will, and I want our guy to be the one who does it. Because the leftoids won't hesitate for a fucking second when they think they have the opportunity to do so. And it's coming. Whether you want it to or not, it's coming. So the left will do it if we do not. That is the simple reality. So it's coming.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
We have all the identifiers that the Roman Republic had when they had their Caesar and Sulla. So we are past the point of no return. We are no longer a homogenous society that shares similar values and morality and beliefs and goals and expectations. We are a group of strangers who share nothing in common with each other, that have been completely demographically destroyed, economically castrated, and have been actively replaced for generations. There is no American people anymore. It's a bunch of bumfuck groups of people who don't even fucking want anything to do with each other. And then you have the actual Americans who are completely, you know, basically pushed to the side. So, I don't know, man. I'm completely disenfranchised with this democracy bullshit. Because it doesn't matter who the fuck you vote for. None of these fucking retards ever do anything. So, it doesn't matter. It's the illusion of choice. It's the pure illusion of choice. So, why not just take the fucking blinders off at this point? Treat it like it actually is. A banger tweet from Trump. What did he put out? No, you can thank Reagan for this. Reagan is the domino that started this fucking catastrophe. So him, LBJ, Woodrow Wilson, Roosevelt, both of them. I'm trying to think. Bill Clinton with NAFTA. There's a lot of them, man. Yeah, Reagan gave mass amnesty to millions of illegal immigrants. California has never voted red ever since Roosevelt. Reagan gave amnesty to all of them. Reagan made California, which was once a 90% white state, into a 33% white state. Within, what, 50 years? 40 years? Yeah, he permanently turned his own state blue. So, unfortunately, the only way to save the Western world at this point is death. Just like the Spanish, man. The only way they took back their country is by killing off every single one of the Moors. So, we need a Inquisition level event to purge the state. Most Latinos are not Republican. You are a fool if you believe that. And it doesn't matter, bro, because the Republicans are a fucking bullshit. Like, this is the thing I don't think you understand. I don't fucking like the Republicans. The Republicans are just as complicit in all of this as anybody else. We were just talking about how Reagan sabotaged his own fucking country with the mass amnesty. So, being a Republican is not a fucking good thing, inherently. Yeah, Republicans are basically the slightly less extreme Democrats. That's it. The problem is, guys, is we literally signed a death contract for our country. When the Federal Reserve Act was signed, we basically agreed to back up all national debt with a promise to the central bank that the population of the United States would continuously grow at a certain rate in perpetuity. And therefore, if the population didn't grow naturally, we would have to mass import people in order to meet that quota. in order to ensure that the United States, aka the people, don't default on their debt. Because we don't own our currency. So, it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. You're part of the same fucking system. The system needs to be burned to the fucking ground and rebuilt. So... Andrew Jackson did kill the central bank of his time. He succeeded in it. In his last few months in office, the central bank closed down. It took him all 2 of his terms, but it worked. So he actually succeeded in it after many years of trying to do so. It finally collapsed. But that's not even remotely comparable to how ingrained the Federal Reserve is compared to the central bank of that time. So the Federal Reserve is an entirely different beast. And a fucking scary one at that.
Special deployment ready. He was weak, so he died. Death cannot claim what iron already owns.
Well, no, it's not even that one bank shouldn't be... The problem is the U.S. government has zero authority when it comes to its own currency. Congress can't decide how much money is printed. Congress can't decide what the interest rate is. Congress can't decide any of these massive decisions that, basically overwhelmingly influence the overall economy of the United States. I mean, let's say we do pay off our national debt. The Federal Reserve could literally just say, well, now there's a 30% interest rate, which would completely destroy the economy. Like, this is what I don't think people get, is we're not dealing with the American government here. These are a group of people who genuinely only fucking care about control and will do anything in their power to exert that control. Paying back the national debt is a fucking fool's errand. Because once you pay it back, they'll just find a different way to financially cripple the country. It's just one mechanism out of many in their arsenal. So, the country was sold out by Woodrow Wilson back in the day. And further sold out by Roosevelt in the 30s. So...
Special deployment ready. Dominate and defile.
Yeah, the Rothschilds. So, it's the Rothschilds, the Medici family, all sorts of them, it's, yeah, just look up your favorite old banking family of your choice and you'll find plenty of, examples, but yeah. Primarily the Rothschilds are the issue. Also, you have your Warren Buffetts, which own BlackRock. I mean, there's a lot of examples. Bill Gates has his tendrils and everything. Yeah, J.P. Morgan, but he was an agent of the Rothschilds, so... J.P. Morgan was backed by the Rothschilds of England. So he basically was the unofficial Rothschilds, I guess, representative in the United States. If you know anything about that, but yeah. Nah, Carnegie sold out to J.P. Morgan, so yeah, he was bought out. No, the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, J.P. Morgan, I guess you could say. I mean, there's a lot of them, bro. The problem is they all use holding companies and shit to hide where the money actually is. Yeah, the reason why the bank failed twice is the same reason why we had the Great Depression in the 30s, is because the bankers tank the economy purposefully. You know, it's just like communism. Let's keep trying it. Eventually it'll work, right? Eventually it'll work. No, it's the 13, then it's the 33, and then it's the 300. Russia already said they're not going to Iran's aid. No, but this all goes back to, like... So, it's not a coincidence that around the same time that the Federal Reserve Act was signed, we instituted an income tax. Because essentially the income tax was collateral for the Federal Reserve to give the United States government an infinite credit line. Because if the U.S. government has the authority to tax its population and the population is always increasing, then therefore the United States has access to unlimited credit from the Federal Reserve at their determined interest rate. But in return, the United States gives up its right to print its own money, which makes no fucking sense. So the United States gives up the authority to print its own currency and then agrees to pay an external entity a set interest rate determined by that entity for the privilege of getting their own money. It's just idiotic. There's no good excuse. Like, this would be like if you owned a home and then you gave it to an external company and then said, all right, well, now I'm going to rent my own house from you. There's no explanation of how that makes fucking sense. I'm gonna pay you to live in my own home that I gave you. There's zero logic to it at all. It was a pure fucking sellout of our country. We completely just threw away our autonomy. And for absolutely fucking nothing. I mean, the reason we had the Great Depression was in, you know, the 1920s after World War I, the Federal Reserve took in massive amounts of gold from Europe and refused to print more currency based off of that gold that the United States government gave it, which caused a run on the banks because the monetary supply was too low. Therefore, everybody started withdrawing all their money from the bank as quickly as possible, which then forced the banks to close because of fractional reserve lending, which then tanked the entire economy. So the Federal Reserve orchestrated the Great Depression to buy up the majority of the economy for pennies on the dollar going into World War II, which then got them massive government contracts to produce wartime goods on borrowed money, which then they earned a massive amount of interest on from the U.S. government in the form of T-bills. I mean, it's just, it's robbery, dude. It's pure fucking robbery. So, that's why people who obsess over the national debt, I'm just like, it doesn't fucking matter. The national debt is completely irrelevant. None of this money is real at the end of the day. It's all funny money, made up bullshit. Bro, alright, stop. Bitcoin is not worth anything. Who's in charge of the Federal Reserve? So the Federal Reserve is run by bankers. So what happened is at the offset of the Federal Reserve, they sold shares to the Federal Reserve for, I forgot how much it was to buy a singular share. They used that money in order to start the Federal Reserve, and basically whoever bought in originally is the owners of the Federal Reserve. So primarily it's banks. The big banks are the ones that bought in and got shares of the initial Federal Reserve Bank. So the banks that the Federal Reserve is supposed to regulate are the ones who own it. So essentially private corporations own a public service, quote unquote.
I can't afford this shit!
No, the United States has a small ownership stake in the Federal Reserve. I forget what it is, but it's not a controlling stake. And a fraction of the Federal Reserve's profits. How many government institutions do you know that make a profit? But yeah, the Federal Reserve's profits are split amongst the shareholders, and a portion of it goes into the Treasury. Again, it's just, dude, it's crazy. Absolutely fucking crazy. No, the Great Depression happened because there was a run on the banks, because the Federal Reserve did not print more money despite taking in gold, because we were on the gold standard back then. So therefore, people rushed to the bank in order to withdraw their money from the bank, because there was a currency shortage, and back then you had to use cash in order to buy shit. So what they did is they all went to the banks at the same time, but because fractional reserve lending is a thing, where for, let's say you have $100 million on deposit at your bank, you only have to keep $10 million on hand, and you can loan out the other $90 million. You know, because everybody went and tried to pull their money all out at once, they only had like a small percentage of what was actually deposited on hand, because most of it was loaned out. So therefore, the banks didn't have enough money to meet their obligations, so they were forced to shut down. They recalled all the loans, forcing people to pay them off immediately, which nobody had money to do so, which crashed the entire economy when everybody was fire selling everything just to get money. So, no, the Great Depression was a purely manufactured event. And the Federal Reserve, like, what is that guy's name? Alan Greenspan, I think, has even been on record saying that the Federal Reserve is the one that caused the Great Depression. So the fucking guy who was in charge of the Federal Reserve admits that the Federal Reserve is the one who caused the Great Depression. It was a completely avoidable scenario that was manufactured. So, completely manufactured. The entire idea of fractional reserve lending is fucking idiotic in the first place anyway. But yeah, if you know how to use debt to your advantage, it's a good thing. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Okay, my bad. It was Ben Bernanke. Okay, that's who it was. I knew it was one of the two. But yeah, he's the one who said it was. Which he was on the board. So, yeah. I always get the two of them confused. But yeah, no, the Federal Reserve is responsible for almost every single financial collapse we've had. Because it's a great opportunity to buy. So, that's the thing, man. That's the thing. When the economy collapses, you can buy up assets for pennies on the dollar, dude. Like, think about it. In 2008, $300,000 homes were being fire sold for $20,000. Do you know how? Like, imagine if you had $100 million in the bank, and you could buy assets for 1/15 of their actual price. Don't you think you would have financial motivation to crash the economy if you're just a psychopathic freak who doesn't fucking care about anyone else? Don't you think you'd be willing to do that? So, people are naive, man. Very, very naive if they have actual faith in government institutions, or in this case, non-government institutions. Oh shit, I'm way behind on super chats. My bad, guys. Let's see. So, Fluffle Nugget with the 2. First rule of order, no women in the games industry. Yeah. Dude, honestly, like, you know, the freedom of speech guys will be all upset, but there would be heavy morality restrictions on media if I was in charge. heavy. No more of this degenerate slop. I don't know, bro. There's a lot of work to be done.
Casualty reported.
Oh yeah, the LGBT propaganda's over. Day one if I was in charge. It's absolutely over. Day one. Without debate. Every single doctor that's ever performed a trans surgery on a child will be publicly hung. Every single trans activist hung. Every single counselor that has indoctrinated kids and, you know, tried to convince them that a boy is a girl, hung. Every single fucking one of them. Gone. Alright, if we want to get into it, marriage would no longer be a thing of the state at all. Personally. The only way you'd be able to get married is through, like, a religious institution of an approved list. But that I'd have to work out the finer details on. Marriage would serve as no legal status.
New rally point established.
Yeah, there would be no more divorce court or any of that type of stuff. That would be gone. So, divorce court would be completely gone. If you want to leave your husband, then you can provide for yourself. It's not his job to do such. The only type of court that would exist is for parental, like, you know, rights. That's it. On who gets to see the kid. But that would be very clear and, you know, straightforward. Yeah, exactly. Marriage should be through the church, not through the state. Yeah, that's the thing, is marriage would be a purely religious thing from here on out. The government would have no hand in it. Now, let's just say there would be certain restrictions in place. But, yeah, it would go back to basically the churches. What religions? You'd have to get on a list of approved ones. But even then, the government would not recognize marriage as like any significant legal status, so you wouldn't be granted tax benefits for being married or not married. You wouldn't have any specific rights or anything like that as like a, you know, side effect of being married. So there'd be no like additional legal anything surrounding marriage, so the need for the government to be involved in marriage would completely disappear. So a single person would pay just as much in tax as a married couple. Now, if you have children, that's a different thing, but this is where things get tricky, is I would have, you know, certain exemptions on taxes for people with kids, but you would have to prove cohabitation under extremely strict guidelines that you and the like mother, or I guess the mother and father live together, are engaged in a, you know, marital structure of some sort, and are both raising the child together in order to qualify. No more single mom bullshit. That would be gone. Single father, same thing. Same thing goes. Unless it was the result of a death. That's the only exemption. Like, if your wife or husband dies of, like, a disease or something, then that's, you know, obviously a special circumstance, but that's not the norm by any stretch of the imagination. It's less than 1%. So, yeah, single moms, single fathers, no benefits. Well, let's see. So, Squirrel Stamper with the 2, democracy should be heavily gate-kept. Fuck this shit. Yeah, I agree. A qualified democracy is what we need, at the very least. There needs to be strict restrictions on who can actually vote. This blanket democracy bullshit has been a disaster. And CIA with the 5, did you see the land whales get mad over Trump stopping them from buying junk food with food Yeah, I did. I can't buy no soda, no more candy. Shit, how am I supposed to feed them kids? With vegetables. Honestly, I'm of the mentality that we should get rid of food stamps and we should just give out beans and rice for people who truly need food, you know? If they're gonna starve without food stamps, then we'll give them a daily ration of beans and rice. And that way they won't fucking die. They'll have just enough food to live off of. That way they won't starve to death. But we should not be subsidizing people to eat fucking lobsters and steak and a bunch of junk food in order to, you know, just mooch off the government all day instead of actually working. So, yeah, we should just give them beans and rice. Give them actual food, not money. Yeah, MREs. Yeah, that would work. MREs would work. If you're truly starving and gonna die of hunger, then yeah, you're not gonna be picky. So many of our problems could easily be solved. But nobody wants to do it because it's not popular. Because of our wonderful democracy. AKA mob rule. Whoever throws the most bread in circuses at the masses wins. That's the unfortunate political state of affairs we found ourselves in.
Special deployment ready. New rally point established. Already moves. New rally point established.
Bro, the Republican Party has screwed over the American people just equally as much. Like, Trump is not a Republican, which most people don't fucking remember. He is literally a lifelong Democrat that became disillusioned with his party because they became too left-wing and genuinely started hating America. You know, for all of Trump's flaws, he genuinely loves the country. And I will take a flawed person who is acting in good faith to try and help his country over someone who is just genuinely sabotaging it from within. So that's the thing. Is say what you will about Trump, he genuinely likes the United States and he likes the people in this country. So no, George Bush is a fucking piece of shit who sold out the nation.
I can't afford
The
this
Bush
shit.
family is one of the most corrupt political families up there with the Clintons, man. There is nothing genuinely good about them. That entire family is corrupt as hell.
Resupply cache. Part of the plan. Special deployment ready.
Nah, I wouldn't have to outlaw race mixing because without the constant propaganda, nobody would do it naturally. In a completely isolated environment away from media propaganda, most races prefer to get with their own. Most people do not naturally want to race mix. The only reason race mixing is as prominent as it is because of the constant propaganda and advertising and movies and TV shows that are, you know, shoved in front of your eyes every fucking minute of every day. Like, how many commercials do you see of an all-white couple anymore? Like, when's the last time you've ever seen a commercial on TV with a white couple? So it's all, yeah, it's like the tranny propaganda. You know, it's just constant, you know, desensitization. So if you take away the constant propaganda stream, a lot of these issues people have vanish. Like, the whole fucking grooming of kids stuff goes away basically overnight if you restrict the ability for people to propagandize it. So you wouldn't even have to put a restriction on it. It would just naturally correct.
Now is the time.
Take away the propaganda and society will heal itself, I'm telling you. Like, everything will go back to sanity. We just live in an evil world filled with just, you know, genuinely vile human beings that have power who are actively trying to destroy humanity so that they can raise it up from its ashes and rule it in their image. So... Their kids don't have to interact with other kids. There's special schools for them. You know, as in that Kanye song, Carnival, he says, got my kids in the fake school. They ain't, insert word that starts with a J. Because that's a little known fact. You know, like in Europe, it's like basically illegal in certain countries to have religious-based schools. Well, it's illegal except for one religion. They can still have religious-based schools. So, yeah.
Terrorize our foes. Special deployment ready.
Am I gonna homeschool my kids? Probably not. I would just pay for them to go to like a nice private school.
Casualty reported.
I would pay for them to go to like a nice private school. You basically have to nowadays. You can't send your kids to public school. You're just setting them up for failure if you do. Public schools, you're not going to learn anything there anyway. It's basically just state-sponsored daycare. Damn, I can't see. No, the thing is I don't have a, like, this is the difference. I don't have a problem with, like, your average Jewish person. That's not the beef. The beef is, like, this fucking globalist tier Frankist Jew. You know, out of the Frankfurt School of Judaism. That is the issue. If you want to point to the elites, that's your label. Frankist Jews. Your average Jewish guy or girl is not actively out here, like, maniacally rubbing their hands together like, how can I destroy the white race? And it's like, no, it's a very small subsect of them. Just like there's fucking, you know, bad groups of Christians or whatever other race or religious group or whatever you want to point to. Just like your average Muslim person is not, like, actively, you know, plotting on how to destroy Western civilization. Like, the average person is just trying to live their fucking life. The problem is there's troublesome groups within them. So, at face value, yeah, your average Jewish person is not an issue. But if you dig deep and you find the particular ones, then yeah, there's some problems. Big problems. So, You know, Frankist Jews, Bolshevik Jews, those types are bad. But there's plenty of examples of shitty fucking Christians and Muslims and Buddhists or whatever you want to point to. So, I don't know. In theory, you know, Jewish people should have a similar morality system to Christians, but unfortunately the ones who have power are not acting in that way. You don't even like I've never liked Adam Sandler. I don't like that entire genre of movie. Like the, you know, pitiful male comedy trope. Like, oh, look how sad and pathetic this guy is. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's just really gay. Let's see. So Mike with the 10. Appreciate it, man. 2012, when I was in Afghanistan, I saw tanks we working on with digital paint camouflage. Yes, the paint was digital like an LCD screen that could camouflage to the environment. We got cooler shit now. Yeah, it's really neat what we have. The active camo, yeah. And again, if that's what's deployed, then God only knows what we have behind closed doors in a warehouse somewhere. So, we have so much cool shit that we don't even know about, unfortunately. But I guess it is good, because then our enemies don't know about it either. And though with the 2, Emperor Griffin, King Washington will be avenged. Yeah, exactly. You know, it is sad, man. Our founding fathers really did their best to try and ensure that we would have a persistent and strong country, but it's just been sabotaged so many fucking times from within. It's really sad. We had a great thing, and it's been ruined. Ryan Miller with the 5. Hey, Griffin, apparently AOC has called to impeach Trump. Oh my god. Maybe she took her top off. She'd be a little more convincing. Over the attack on Iran, she is absolutely pathetic, and it's an act of desperation. Yep. The president has every right to strike anything he wants with the military, so yeah. If she wants us to take her seriously, take her top off and oil up them titties, and then maybe you can have my attention. Saberam with the 5. Griff for president, show the world the power of gaming. Todd Howard is his Secretary of Defense. It just works. We need Griffin's cabinet pick. I don't even know who I would pick, man. I don't even know who I would pick. The thing is I would basically completely get rid of the bureaucracy. Pretty much every federal agency would close overnight if I had authority, so there's no need for most of it. The bureaucracy would be completely gutted. So I would just rehire as the need arises. But I would only put in loyalists, so I don't know. And Opinionated Junkie with the 2, central bank will use crypto to be central coin. Yeah, we're going to go to a digital currency, unfortunately. But, you know, that is the way it's looking to be. Run a dog with the 2. The events tonight couldn't wait until Last of Us 3. Rip. Well, I don't really... Well, maybe if Neil Cuckman's vacationing in Israel, maybe that would be the only thing that would slow down the production. But I'm not sure. We already have a digital currency in actuality, man, because most of the money we have isn't even printed. It's just literally numbers on a balance sheet, so most of the money's not even physically real. And Daryl Zone with the 2. Thanks for the gate pair, man. And Creators Freedom with the 2. Thanks for the 1-up, bro. Now when I kill myself, I can come back to life. So I'll have to do it all over again. Opinionated Junkie with the 5. Russia can't save Iran. They're busy with Ukraine. They already said that they're not going to help Iran, so yeah. They're already done with that. Look at Syria. That is one silver lining with the Ukraine war. Yeah, I don't think the Russians would actually... See, this is the problem with Russia, is they don't actually want to be allied with China or Iran or any of these other countries. We've just given them no other choice because, you know, boomers in our fucking government still act like Russia is the fucking Soviet Union, blah, 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 the enemy we must defeat, but in reality you're actively serving. But that's a whole nother can of worms. But yeah, Russia is the boogeyman for fucking neocon shit libs in the government, essentially. Russia should be our ally. We have more in common with Russia than most of Western Europe at this point, which is sad to say. But Russia is a closer reflection of Christian values than the majority of the Western world today. We should be working with Russia, not against them. And Soycast Guy with the 2, what's up with the King Charles Hercules Red? That's a real... Yeah, King Charles claims that he's a descendant of Hercules and can trace his family lineage through the ages all the way back to Hercules' ancient blood. Like, yeah. That's part of the whole 13 families discussion. If you, I don't know, if I'm not going to get into that because I'm not an expert on it, but yeah, essentially there are families in the world, which, you know, the Windsors, which are the current royal family of the British, you know, they can trace their lineage all the way back to ancient times. And according to King Charles, he claims that he is a direct descendant of Hercules. Yep, God blood, exactly. Yeah, the reason why, you know, the West globo-homo governments hate Russia is because Russia is a white, conservative, Christian country. And that is what they fear most. Them white people. The biggest threat to the world, man. They're not easily controlled, so therefore they must be eliminated. You're a descendant of the older Wakanda. So Atlantis? Hell yeah, man.
He was weak, So he died. Is within our grasp.
Russia's like 90% white, bro. And the rest of it's like mostly Asians, which, you know, are pretty much white people, but just, you know, a little different. But yeah, Russia's like 90% white, dude. Most of the Russian population is like literally in Western Europe, so. Like, the vast majority of the population of Russia is not in Asia. Like, the entire Siberian region is not even habitable. It's like how, the northern border of the United States, the majority of the population of Canada is below that. So, like, you know, the majority of Canadians live at a lower latitude than the border of North Dakota and Canada. That's a little fun factoid. So, it's the same case. Most of the population lives in a very, very, very small portion of Canada, just like a very small portion of Russia has the population living in it.
Terrorize our foes. Iron endures all.
If you want me to answer your question, give me money, bitch. Otherwise, sit the fuck down. I don't have time for you. You're barely even worth the air you breathe. The only way your life has any sort of meaning is if your labor directly benefits me. You are a subhuman, unfit to lick the bottom of my fucking shoe. Because the amount of time I would have to stop with my foot lifted in order for you to do so would be worth more than the entirety of your pitiful life could ever amount to. What plantation was Wakanda on? Candyland. Let's see. Flubble Nugget with the 2. Our money is just an artificial device. Yep, it's not real, so it's purely perceived value. Why do I care about your low self-esteem and self-worth? My guy, I was not even talking about you. But I don't know. Because I'm better than you? If you want me to be honest, I don't know. Oski Woski with the 5. Damned I am, and damned I'll be, but I fight for the truth. Alright, let's see. Oh, the Legion of the Damned book? I'm not familiar. I haven't read any of the Warhammer books. I probably should. They'd probably be entertaining. But Yeah, I haven't read any of them. I've been reading my historical books lately. So I reread my Julius Caesar book. I'm reading a book right now about Trajan. And then I have like a bunch of like I have a bunch of like old, like ancient, I guess, literature collections that I want to read through as well too. But yeah, I mainly like reading non-fiction stuff, but I probably should try some of the fiction stuff. And Warhammer would probably be good. Don't read the books, just listen to the audiobooks. Nah, it's good to know how to it's good to know how to read, man. It's very good to know how to actually read. You shouldn't just be reliant on listening to things. Mein Kampf. I've read like 10 pages of it. I never got past that. Like during high school, they had a copy of it at the school library, and everybody being lay edgy would check it out so they could write their name in the library card at the front of the book. So, yeah.
I can't afford this shit!
Recommend me some books. So the one I just finished reading, which is really good, if you're a fan of ancient Rome, let's see, I'll just pull the cover real quick. This book. This one's really good. It's a very easy read too. Like it reads like an actual storybook instead of like a history book. So it's a very easy read. Like time goes by quickly while reading it. But yeah, this is a really good one. You can get it on eBay for like $5. I had to get this for one of my college classes way back in the day, and I really ended up liking it, so I just reread it recently. I took a ancient world history class in college, and this is one of the books I had to read. But yeah, it's really good.
I can't afford this shit!
It goes through like so many different, you know, aspects of Caesar's life, like a lot of the smaller events that most people never even heard about, which is kind of cool to see how he like manipulated people early on in his career and everything. So
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't afford this shit!
but I love ancient world history. I think that's way more interesting than like modern history, personally. Like there's just something about like 100,000 people, you know, getting into hand-to-hand combat and like taking over entire continents and shit that's just really fucking cool. Like we don't get anything like that anymore. Age of I don't like those type of games, personally. I'm not big on strategy games. Dude, hand-to-hand combat's done. It's never coming back. So, it's done. We'll always have ballistic weaponry of some sort from now on. Yep, cracking a Pepsi, dude. Oh, shit. Super chat fed. V just fucking moved. All right, hold on. Give me a second. There we go. E-Man with the 2, thank God I was born in the U.S. Yeah, it's a 25% chance you're born in India, so be thankful. Imagine that, bro. There's a 1 in 4 chance that you end up being born in India. Truly nightmarish odds. And though with the 5, the amount of Fed posting is gonna get Griff on a list. I probably already am, bro. I bought a bad guy dagger from World War II off of eBay. I'm probably already on the list. XRP dishwasher with the 2. They're going to shut your stream down. Oy vey. Uh-oh. No, stop.
Our warband is halfway there.
Anything with that. And Squirrel Stamper with the 2. Mandatory military service plus land ownership equals... Well, yeah, I'd be... Honestly, I would be absolutely fine if only the military got to vote. You know what? Genuinely, I would not care. You have to do a minimum of 4 years of military service to vote. I would be all for that. I think that's fine. I honestly feel like we should have mandatory military service. I think it would do people a lot of good, especially young men, for like 2 years to go into the military, get that sense of like camaraderie and brotherhood, make friends, get physically fit, learn how to do stuff. Like, I feel like that would actually be very beneficial. Genuinely. Like, I'm not even like bullshit. I think pretty much every single person would benefit from that. I can't think of a negative aspect to that at all.
All right, awesome.
I don't think
Thanks,
there's a
nigga.
single
All right.
negative you can point to about that. I think that should be like your first 2 years of college. That, I think, would be perfect. You know, condense the college process, cut out all the filler classes and electives. Your first 2 years of college, which are usually the gen ed requirements that aren't really anything worthwhile, that should be like your mandatory military service. And then 2 years after that, you go into like your specialized field. Like if you want to become an accountant, if you want to learn finance, if you want to do pre-law, if you want to do like, you know, a science program, engineering, things like that. I think that would be the way to do it. Build in like the military service requirement into like the college process. I think that would actually be a good solution.
Dominate and defile.
It sure as shit would improve the mental health problem we have. That's for damn sure.
Shed more blood.
Do you get free college after? Only if you agree to a subsequent 5-year period of military service. That would be my thing for that.
New rally point established.
I have horrible mental health. I'm not on any SSRIs or fucking depression pills or go to therapy or any of that bullshit, so I'm good, bro. I don't have a mental illness. I would say for the most part, I'm pretty mentally stable. Can I imagine DS being, alright guys, we gotta hit this tip skull, so that way I can buy some more cigarettes at the store.
1 minute remains. Casualty reported.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Daryl Zone the 2, Griffin will be the next Jason Bourne. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I definitely have that secret agent level training and cheese. No, it's a joke about the military. Like, you know, it's a military stereotype that everybody in the military just smokes cigs and drinks monsters. Like, you know, you got, during your basic training and shit, you know, it's basically the military diet. You know, white monster and cigarettes. They just vape now? Whatever, it's the same difference. But they do it to stay awake.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
You have to be awake for a long time. So a lot of them chain smoke, yeah, Zens. They drink their Monster Energies or whatever, my Red Bull, it doesn't matter. But yeah, you get the point. That's why. Ripping cigs and all that type of shit, or, you know, packing fatties. Dude, I never got the fucking dip shit, bro. That's nasty. Fucking chewing tobacco, that's so gross. Like, I don't know. Yeah, let me just pack a fat lip real quick. Oh shit, Eagle Claw. Yeah, my, a bunch of people in my high school, they used to fucking dip. That shit's nasty, bro. Everybody used to have the can of tobacco in their back pocket. The wintergreen, or whatever the fuck it was called. Soycast guy with the 2, gotta hear the Jesus bloodline. Well, it's the opposite of the Jesus bloodline. So basically, as the theory states, the 13 families are all competing to breed the Antichrist, essentially, who will rule over the earth, as is foretold. So, it's actually the opposite of Christ. If you believe in the conspiracy, it's the 13 families are basically competing amongst each other in order to bring about the end of the world, in order to, you know, birth the Antichrist from their own bloodline, in order to basically inherit the earth. So, that's the, you know, underlying goal. Donald Herb with the 5. People are mad at Mr. Beast using AI thumbnails. Saw someone argue it's taking away jobs. Oy vey, not the art of thumbnails because they're... Not the art of thumbnails dying because of AI. Dude, if you have to... If your job is making thumbnails, you don't have a real job. Like, literally, it takes 10 minutes to make a fucking thumbnail. Like, unless you're making 1,000 thumbnails a week, that's not a real job. That is genuinely not a real job. At all. Well, if you believe in the Bible, the Antichrist will rule over the earth in Revelations and such. So basically, among the we don't need to get biblical, but yeah, basically, if you know the role of the Antichrist in Revelations, he's like the false ruler of the earth, essentially. You know, he pretends to be Christ and rules over all the nations of the world. Squirrel Stamper with the 2. I read through the OG version of Frankenstein. But nice, man. I've never actually read that book. That or Dracula. And Jesus with the 2, time for Iran to recognize true power. Yeah, I mean, the thing is all Trump wants is them to give up on the nuke. Like, if they just do that, this is over with. So, no regime change, things go back to normal, the sanctions will probably lift, and, you know, we'll be good.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Oski Woski with the 5. Thanks for the recommendation. Little bro and I are gonna head to the bookstore and find it. He's been really interested in all the shit I've been reading. Nice, man. Yeah, I mean, if you like history, then that's definitely a really good book to read, so. And 88 Cracker with the 2. Have you read the Turner Diaries? I have not. I'm not familiar with that. Donald Herb with the 5. Atlantis is real, Griffin, and it was built and ruled by the Kangs. They gave they then gave knowledge and democracy to the white peepo in Greece. Yeah, and then them evil whiteys sank they city. I guess they all died because they knew they couldn't swim. Bro, what game was it with the black? Oh, it was South of Midnight. She couldn't swim. And then, yeah. What was it? Assassin's Creed Shadows, where he couldn't jump. So, that one made no sense. Everybody knows white boy can't jump. Mike Estes with the 5. Albert Einstein.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
I
nigga.
know
All right.
not with what weapon World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think anything will ever get that bad, but who knows? It's possible. It is entirely possible, unfortunately. I mean, as shitty as it sounds, we are kind of due for another, you know, large-scale conflict. So, I don't know if it'll be economic or military or what, but things will not continue as they are right now. People literally aren't having children, which in every other historical time period is an indicator for massive political change, usually through warfare. When people don't reproduce, they're genuinely incredibly unhappy, and therefore is a catalyst for change. And Daniel with the 5, isn't it funny how the royalty cares so much about their own lineage, but do not care about polluting the lineage of their people? Hey, stop noticing, Goy. But yeah. You know, who cares about your, you know, bloodlines and whatever? But don't you fucking dare put that on me. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They've meticulously mapped out their family lineage, but why do you care if it's a white country or not? Yeah, it's the same fucking hypocritical fucking
All right, awesome.
bullshit
Thanks,
every
nigga. All right.
time. Their lineage gets to survive, but yours doesn't. Donald Hurt with the 20, maybe I'm dumb and not seeing beyond normalcy, but people saying it'll be World War III are overreacting like Iran has no strong allies. They are hated outside of Jew haters who want anything anti-Israel to succeed, even if it's Iran. Yeah, exactly. The Nick Fuenteses of the world have no actual clout or political capital with anyone. So... yeah, it's just a bunch of hot air in order to farm super shekels from their gullible audience. And Nick with the 5, hey Griffin, I'm out here in Yellowstone National Park and camping here in grizzly bear country. Oh, that's nice, man. I went to Yellowstone probably like 15 or so years ago. I went with my parents. It was pretty cool. I don't know what it's called, but you should look for this one beach. I don't remember what it is, but it's like an obsidian beach. It was really cool. I mean, I went in the winter time, so as the waves were coming up, the water was freezing. So it was like waves of ice crashing on the shore. But the entire beach was made of obsidian shards. I wish I remembered the name, but it was really cool. But yeah, obviously it's summertime, so you won't get the ice effect, but yeah, there's like an entire like beach area made of obsidian, and it's pretty cool. They tell you not to pick up any pieces or anything, but I remember I brought a big-ass bag home with... But yeah, I still have them somewhere, but it's a really cool thing to see. But yeah, I went... I think it was like 2008-ish I went. I don't remember exactly when, but it was a while back. But it's a really beautiful area. Unfortunately, I had really bad like elevation sickness or whatever, so for like the first 3 days I was like vomiting and stuff from being higher than I was typically used to, I guess. I don't know. Apparently it's a common thing if you're used to living at or around sea level. Just getting like altitude sickness or something. I don't know what it was, but yeah, I was like out of commission the first 3 days. I remember that. And Fail Pip with the 5, greetings from deployment. Glad it's not Iran. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna get that bad, man. Fingers crossed, but hopefully you're deployed somewhere nice. And Donald Herb with the 2, I agree with Socrates. Democracy is flawed. Yep. Democracy relies on people having a brain, and unfortunately, especially in the modern age, people do not. And Blue Senshi with the 5, I just hope all the motherfuckers waiting for GTA 6 get drafted so they can just shut the fuck up. Yeah, exactly. GTA 6 flops. What a shame. Draft Hassan, yeah. And then watch him go AWOL so we can execute him at a military tribunal. A win-win. He can't make shitty content and we get to watch public execution.
Fallen behind. Shed more blood. Casualty reported.
People saying the Trump assassination was staged yet again. Oh boy, I'm sure. I mean, that was a hell of a theatric performance, man, if so. Really outdid himself. Shit.
Iron endures all.
Dude, every time anybody mentions Russia now, I kind of just get a little sad. I'm not gonna lie. After watching that Moscow video, it fills me with sadness. I don't know. We could have had that. And more. We could have had all of that and so much more. That shit's genuinely blackpilling. We didn't send them any money. Yes, we did send the money. We absolutely did send Ukraine money. Where the fuck did my grenade go?
Death cannot claim what iron already owns.
Aaron, why do you have such a hatred for Russia? Are you like a 70-year-old boomer that believes in the fucking Red Scare still? The evil Russians are gonna rape your kids and fucking put you in chains? Like, what the fuck are you even talking about, bro? You gotta be like some fucking 50-plus-year-old boomer that actually thinks Russia is actually some serious threat now. You do gobble the cock of Russia a lot? Yeah, because Russia is a white Christian nation. We should be friends with them. We have more in common with them than a majority of our quote-unquote allies. We should be friendly with Russia. We should be working with
Thanks,
Russia.
nigga. All right.
Russia is literally our neighbor.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
The United States is closer to Russia than we are to fucking most of the South American countries. Russia should literally be our closest ally. Because they're quite literally the closest country to us, aside from Cuba, Mexico, and Canada.
Now is the time. Our warband is halfway there.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Yeah, they absolutely should be our greatest ally. If the United States and Russia work together to modernize, like, the mineral extraction in Siberia, it would generate so much wealth and access to rare earth minerals for both of our countries that it would probably launch both of us into a new golden age. The amount of money and resources just sitting untapped in Siberia is it's insane, man. If we worked with the Russians and, like, you know, had like a joint venture where we both decided to, like, work together to extract those rare earth minerals, we could completely cuck China financially forever. But instead, we forced the Russians into cooperating with the Chinese instead. Which is idiotic because they don't want to do that, but they have to. Why do I feel like that's a hot take Griff just gave? I don't feel like it's a hot take. Why shouldn't we be working with the Russians? We should be cooperating with the Russians. You can literally see Russia from fucking Alaska. They're our neighbors. We literally should have a good relationship with them. They're a white Christian nation. We should have good relationships with them. Saint Floyd did not take his last breath so you could act like this. That's right, man. Actually, Griffin, Russia's not a Christian country. They're actually a Catholic country. Actually, they're an Orthodox country. So, yeah, I'm gonna check your actually with my actually. Actually, you're wrong, dude. Also, you keep saying white Christian nation. What's up with that? What? What part of white Christian nation is not self-explanatory? They're a white Christian nation. Predominantly white, predominantly Christian, and they're a country. What's, like, mysterious about that? Don't really think there's much room for interpretation there. It means Griffin doesn't want me in his country? No, you're fine, Rent-A-Dog. You're not ghetto, so... The only black people I have beef with are the ghetto ones. Same with white N-words, too, so... Ghetto culture needs to die. Same with Hispanics, too. They've started to adopt that shit. So, yeah, any ghetto culture just needs to be eradicated. You know, if you're a normal human being of any race, I don't really care. But, yeah. Yeah, I'm not really a racist, so to say. I'm more of a culturist. You know, it's not about what you look like, it's how you act. That's the most important thing. And any culture that glorifies crime and, you know, that sort of shit, then I think should be removed. So... That's what every racist person would say. I can live with that. How do I feel about illegal immigrants that were born in other countries, brought here very young? Get them the fuck out. I don't even think, you know, immigrant kids that are born in the U.S. should be citizens. So birthright citizenship is a joke. It was never supposed to apply to illegal immigrants coming over here and popping a kid out, and then all of a sudden they're U.S. citizens. That needs to go. That is one of the greatest fucking travesties of Supreme Court rulings in the history of our country. Yeah, it should not be our responsibility to take care of a kid that some illegal immigrant pops out because they hopped the border. Yeah, that was only supposed to apply to the children of free slaves. That was the reason for that. It was never supposed to apply to illegal immigrants. It was supposed to apply to the children of freed slaves because they weren't citizens. And the Supreme Court twisted it and made it into something to, you know, basically have a bunch of bullshit. You know, a complete demographic overhaul of our country. This has been hundreds of years in the making. The saboteurs have been working for a very long time to undermine, you know, our nation.
I can't afford this shit! New rally point established. I will not fail Perturabo.
What was it, Costco today, and a small Asian lady ran over your foot with a shopping cart? So even when they're not driving cars and they're pushing a shopping cart, they're still shitty drivers. Figures. Let's see. HTM 101 with the 5. I know the country wasn't built for me, but as a black man, I should be making it better, especially since my great-grandfather raised me to succeed. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is regardless of who you are, you should be actively trying to make the country better. But the problem is the vast majority of people just don't fucking care anymore. It's sad. I mean, it doesn't even feel like we have a, like, genuine country anymore, if that makes sense, but shit's sad.
Is within our grasp.
Donald Herb with the 2. Fruit Tanga still posting about the Switch 2. I know, dude, for such a big PC Master Race guy, he sure does love talking about consoles all day. Interesting. And Donald Herb with the 2, Russia also much cooler than most of Euro cucks. I mean, the thing is, bro, is like the Russians, you know, say what you will, they actually have like a pretty good morality system overall. They don't allow any of this fucking LGBT kid grooming shit. I don't know. It's crazy. The so-called bad guys of the world look better and better every day. Funny how that works. When you start looking at it, the so-called bad guys actually seem pretty good in a lot of cases throughout history. I wonder why. It's almost like maybe they weren't as bad as we thought. What's up, puppy dog? What are you doing? It was funny today when I was walking him because it was like 86 degrees out. He kept begging me to come back. Hey, buddy. He's been passed out on the floor ever since we got back. He's up and moving now, though. Hey, bud. Good boy. Doom Boom with the 5. Back in high school, a small minority of the South Asian kids. Are you talking about Indians? South Asian kids act like ghetto black people, and I'm thinking, why? That's not your culture. Why be dumb? Because that's the sissy hypno slop that they've been exposed to by the mass media organizations. Yeah, I think it's funny. Poland is, like, I think about to surpass the United Kingdom in terms of GDP or whatever. Which is, like, insane. So, Poland has made a complete, 180 from the entirety of the rest of Western Europe. Because they blocked all immigration. And they've had a pretty right-wing country for a while now. Isn't that interesting? So, Poland is thriving while the rest of Western Europe is dying. I mean, most of Western Europe, unfortunately, is just in a state of managed decline. Admittedly so by their own politicians. They'd rather import the third world and kill the country off than actually turn things around. It's pitiful. The Groiper cope on my feed is insane tonight. I know. All the little Nick Fuentes cocksuckers are going to be all pissed off. Like, I didn't vote for this. Yeah, because you voted for Camel Toe like your little gay cat boy retard king told you to.
This shit!
Our warband holds the advantage.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes told everybody to vote for Kamala over Trump. And then tried to pretend like he never told anyone to do so.
weak, so he died.
Donald Hurd with the 5. But Griffin, leftist economist, told me right-wing politicians are bad at economics. That's right, man. They're the worst, dude. Nick Fuentes doesn't drink milk, so that's because only white people can drink milk. Most minorities have lactose intolerance. That's a joke, by the way. It's crazy how half the nation turned on Trump when he ran in 2016. Yep. And all these fucking so-called Trump supporters have zero fucking loyalty, man. Fuck them. That's what I think is so funny about these right-wing LARPer guys. Like, they all sit there and idolize Hitler and everything like that. It's like, bro, let's say if Hitler, you know, got resurrected and was sworn in as dictator of the world, these fucking retards on Twitter would turn on him in fucking 10 minutes. I'm telling you, like, none of these guys have any fucking loyalty at all because they have a TikTok attention span. So it's not about the big picture. It's not about anything. It's just all about what they feel in that particular moment. And then they have like some retarded spur gout every 5 minutes, depending on what the latest news story said. It's just pitiful. None of these fuckers have even a semblance of loyalty. So I just find it ironic that they all sit there and LARP about how much they would love to, like, kiss Hitler's gooch and shit like that. And it's like, bro, he would do one thing they don't like and they'd kill him themselves. Like, it's just, they're not loyal people. They don't have any attention span past whatever the last, you know, headline was they read 5 minutes ago. They can't look at things in the grand scheme of things. It's just whatever I immediately feel right now. They're women. You're not wrong. Nazi Germany had a program where they were relocating Jews to Israel. They wanted to establish Israel as the capital for Jews. Yep, exactly. But don't tell a Groiper that. Yeah, there's literally... I remember the flyers and shit for that. I saw those back in the day.
Special deployment ready.
That's why the whole death camp narrative doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you go through the effort of deporting Jewish people and paying for them to go to Israel and then end up just... Oh, whatever, I'm not getting into that. And then when you know the fact that the 6 million number had been floating around since the late 1800s and all sorts, yeah. Or first it was 4 million people that died at Auschwitz, then it was 2 million, then it was 1.5, then it's 1.1, now it's like 200 to 300,000. So, yeah, but the overall number never went down, guys. It's okay. They just adjusted for 3.5 million people. But the grand total never went down.
I can't afford this
shit, yeah.
Now is the time.
I don't know, dude. The thing is like, why do we even fucking care? Like, honestly, who fucking cares? None of us were alive for it. None of us actively played a part in it. The Holocaust survivors, like, literally just had some, like, random auxiliary relation to it. They're not actual survivors. Like, it's like literally trying to use slavery as an excuse for why black people don't fucking do anything to, you know, improve their own situation. Instead, it's just perpetual victimhood. Like, boo fucking who. Everybody had bad shit happen to them at some point. How many white Europeans died in World War II? It's a lot more than 6 million. How many died under communism? A lot more than 6 million, but nobody fucking cares. It's only that one group of people that gets to be a victim. Even though they instigated the entire conflict, but oops, don't point that out. It's like black people when they complain when another black person gets shot for pulling a gun on a cop. It's like, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen, dumbass? It's like, boo fucking who?
Terrorize our foes.
Donald Herb with a 5. I'm not a fan of war, but conflict is necessary sometimes. The issue is endless war with no real goal / end in sight. Trump don't do that. Look at ISIS. Yeah, exactly. Trump is about swift, decisive action. Not about, you know, sitting on our hands, you know, thumb fucking our asshole and taking our sweet merry time to just do one thing. So yeah, Trump is a man of action. He doesn't want to be in a prolonged conflict. And, you know, his ultimate goal is to avoid conflict. So, but yeah, sometimes you have to respond with violence. So, you can't just talk your way out of every situation.
Casualty reported.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is the Nazis wanted nothing to do with Britain. Like, they wanted Britain to be their ally, and at first they were. It's only when Winston Churchill's fucking obese ass got involved and started demanding war that the British even, you know, even cared, really. So, I mean, look at what happened at Dunkirk, for example. When the Nazis basically wiped the fucking floor with the British, they didn't sit there and massacre them on the beach. They left them there to evacuate. They even left their military equipment intact so that they could come and pick it up at a later date. So, yeah, the Nazis were actively trying to avoid a world war.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But, yeah, Churchill demanded his conflict because he got a large payment from a certain organization while he was in crippling debt. Wowie zowie. Yep, they refused to bomb Britain as well, even though they had the Luftwaffe, which was incredibly well equipped for that. Yeah, didn't they fly one of their politicians over and the British, like, executed him or something, or imprisoned him? I forgot what happened. But yeah, they sent over, like, some diplomat or something, and yeah, the British, like, arrested him, and I don't remember if they executed him or not, but yeah. Would Griffin have an APAC guy if he was a politician? I would take money from everybody, but I wouldn't give a shit about what they wanted me to do. I mean, that's like asking me, would I take a... If Israel offered me a check for $500 million, would I take it? Yeah, why not? Just because they gave me money doesn't mean they have any influence over me. So that's why I think the AIPAC thing is kind of an overstated issue. Like, does anyone really think that $50,000 in campaign contributions buys a politician? Like, really? I don't know. I've always thought that's kind of a stupid argument. Like, does anyone actually believe like $100,000 or $200,000 pays off a politician, like, for life? I don't think so. And it's not even money they can use personally. They have to use it on campaign expenses. So it's not even like they're pocketing it. Spooky Cerberus with the 2. How's Germany? Do you know? It's like going for the winter. What do you mean? I've never been to Germany. Personally. What countries have I been to? So technically I've been to Canada, but only for Niagara Falls. So I only went to that area. I've never been to like a major Canadian city or anything like that. I've been to Mexico, I've been to like the Caribbean islands, and that's about it. I've never been to Europe or anything like that, and I don't really think I will anytime soon. Reddit Dog with the 5. We need RoboCop patrolling. He caps so many in the movies as soon as they pulled their weapon. I agree, man. I think we need to get to that point where if like a robot cop catches you in the act of a crime, it just kills you on sight. Unfortunately, that's what it's going to take to clean up these streets. No, I was like, I think 10 when I went to Niagara Falls, man. I was really young. The only thing I really remember other than going to the waterfall was they had a Great Wolf Lodge there, which I did not get to go to. But at my hotel, they had a big buck hunter machine that I played a shit ton on in the lobby. Thailand? Yeah, fuck that, dude. Yeah, I went to Great Wolf Lodge like 5 or 6 times, but the best part of it is not the water park, it's the Magic Quest thing they had, which I don't know if they have those at all, the Great Wolf Lodges, but the one in Williamsburg, Virginia had a thing called Magic Quest, and it was so much fun. Like, the entire hotel was, like, decorated with, like, you know, decorations and props and things from, like, a fantasy game. And you had, like, this magic wand with an infrared blaster in it. And you would run around the entire hotel scanning stuff with the wand. And it would give you, like, quests and, like, checklists and things you had to go and find around the hotel. You could fight like a dragon boss fight. It was really cool, honestly. Like, as an 8-year-old, I absolutely fucking loved that shit. That was one of the coolest things I did as a kid. That was really fun. I remember I went there for my birthday one year, and I brought like 2 friends with me. And it was right around the time that Pokemon Red Rescue Team came out. I remember that. Or I guess we all got it. I don't know. See, that's the thing when I was a kid with games, is I didn't really keep track of release dates. So it probably had already been out for a while. But I just remember everybody had bought Red Rescue Team. So maybe it had already been out for a while. I don't even remember what year that came out.
You're broke!
You're fucking full.
But yeah, I just remember we played that at night and watched Naruto on Adult Swim or whatever the fuck. And that one really gay show called Inuyasha or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I don't know, bro. The only thing I can tell politicians is just stop raping kids. Like, honestly, just stop raping kids, please. You know, they won't have any dirt on you if you just don't rape kids. Is that too much to ask? I don't know. Bro, the Ted Cruz crash out has been wild, though. The main reason I joined the Senate was to be the #1 advocate for Israel. Bro, you should hang for saying shit like that. You should fucking hang for saying that the reason you went into political office in the United States is to advocate for a foreign nation. You should be hung by the fucking neck on the spot for saying something like that out loud. Like, what the fuck? I mean, that's like literally an open admission of treason. Yeah, he is a Canadian. He's a Canadian LARPing as a Texan. Yes, but then you say, dude, no. Don't get it twisted. Ted Cruz was already a shill for Israel before he ever took any AIPAC money. This is what I'm trying to say, is if you all actually think getting a $50,000 check from a political organization somehow determines your entire role in office, that's a joke. Now, if you get paid off outside of that, then that's a different story. But let's say, alright, so how much money did I give Trump during the fucking presidential election? Like a few $1,000 probably? Let's say 5,000, which is probably closer to the actual number. Do I own Donald Trump now because I gave him a couple $1,000? Like, of course not. Do you really think that 50 grand to someone's political campaign is all it takes to buy them off? Like, I'm sorry, that's just incredibly naive. Like, $50,000 to these people is like literally toilet paper. It's nothing. It costs so much more than that to run for office. Alberta's are more Texan than Ted Cruz, yeah.
He was too frail for this war.
Dude, Massey is a fucking joke. That guy needs to get the fuck out, bro. That guy is a fucking joke. He's one of those "my principles" guys that would throw away 90% of something he wants for a, you know, for the 10% he doesn't. He's an idiot. He's nothing more than a fucking blowhard talking head that does absolutely fuck all for anybody. And didn't he vote for the Build Back Better plan too anyway? I think so. He voted for one of Biden's bills. I remember that. So he has no problem voting for Democrat shit, but when Republicans are in office, it's a problem. Okay, well, dude, that's every organization. Every organization funds their rivals. You know, like, Camel Toe doesn't follow my agenda, so I funded Trump. Like, yeah, that's what everybody does. That's what everybody does. That's the entire point of a political contribution. Apollo, what are you doing? What are you doing? Buddy. What? What? Dude, he was licking the bottom of my foot. That shit tickles. Bud.
I can't afford this shit!
Good boy. Yeah, he's getting needy.
1 minute remains.
Donald Herbert II, we need Camel Toe more than ever. That's right. Her cackle would bring world peace. And Run a Dog with the 2 Game of the Year launches in 4 days. What is that? Danky Kangs? No, that doesn't come out yet. What comes out in 4 days? Oh, Death Strand. I didn't even remember that existed. I didn't even remember that was a thing. Yeah, I haven't heard anyone talking about that, to be completely honest.
I can't afford this shit! I don't know. I think Death Stranding 2 will probably win over Expedition 33.
I think they'll give it the Game of the Year, and then they'll give Expedition 33 all the, like, auxiliary awards, like Best Role-Playing Game, Best Narrative, Best Soundtrack, blah, 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 Best Voice Performance, you know, that type of shit. But I think, you know, Kojima will get his reach around from Jeff Keighley. Well, we'll see. The Moscow video? Oh, here. Let me see if I can find it. Was it this one? I don't think this was it. Maybe it was. No, this was it. This one. Oh, wait, shit. It's truly black-pilling stuff, so just be warned. It's truly black-pilling stuff, man.
Our warband holds the advantage. Such more blood. Our warband holds the advantage.
Look how clean it is, bro. That's the part that really just gets me. Like, compare this to our capital cities. Dear Lord. It's really black-pilling, honestly. Like, and then you see all the women, too. It's like, damn. No wonder why they want us to hate this. Does anyone else find themselves getting blue-pilled intrusive thoughts of getting married? How is that blue-pilled, dude? Getting married is like the most traditional fucking thing you could do. The desire to have a wife and children is like the most normal, masculine urge that a man can have. I don't know. Yeah, not a homeless bum in sight. Everything's clean. No trash. You can walk down the street not having to worry about getting fucking robbed. It's nice. Dexter Morgan had a kid. Yo. Does that mean I'm even more fucked up than him, dude? Beautiful, homogenous society, just like God intended. Yep. I mean, look at that, bro. It's just clean. I don't know. This is like black pilling to me. This is my black pill, is this shit. Looking how we could live. Looking at how we could live right now. Nah, Japan is soulless, bro. Japan is just, you know, corpo slop buildings and advertisements everywhere. This has actual architecture and, you know, beauty and, you know, culture. A bunch of billboards with fucking anime girls, neon lights, and skyscrapers is pretty fucking depressing. Like, look at that, dude. That looks nice. We don't build shit like this anymore.
Special deployment ready.
Like, look at that, bro. Compare that to fucking Tokyo. Are you really telling me that this is not better than fucking Japan? Like, oh no, there's not anime girls everywhere. Like, who fucking gives a shit? This looks way nicer. Like, there is no trash anywhere. That's like the most mind-blowing thing to me. If this was the US, there would be garbage everywhere. There'd be a homeless guy sleeping on the fountain. You know, a bunch of fucking... It's just, I don't know, man. It's very black filling to see. Yeah, we're the sakura blossoms, exactly. Nah, you just missed a black person. There was one a second ago. Like, that's sweet, man. I don't know. How cool would it be to walk around like this downtown? Look, kids can play safely. Wild. Yep, no fat women. Griffin has the kills. Oh, it's nice. I played more Bravely Default today with it. It's very nice. They called it the kill switch because originally it was a case made for the Steam Deck, but they started making a bunch of cases for the other handhelds as well, including the Switch. Well, if I were to move to Moscow now, I would already have most of my money, so... The thing is like I would have... If I liquidated all my assets and moved there, I'd have several $100,000, which would be more than enough to buy something. Bro, come to the US. If you're like sick of the UK, come over here. We need more good people. And apparently Europeans are on the fast track for legal immigration now, so if you're gonna go somewhere, you know, feel free to join us over here. But that's what I've heard. I don't know how true that is. When are we gonna get drafted? I have no clue. Probably never. I don't know if we'll ever be able to do a draft again. I was there for 6 months, so you're oh yeah, well, women, am I right? Yeah, that's definitely true. Bro, I saw a Raymond video today, which I didn't watch all of it because it sounded funny, so I figured we'd save it for the stream. But yeah, women. Yeah, dating in the US sucks balls, bro. It absolutely fucking sucks balls, but if you have a British accent, you might actually do well. Because American women love guys with a British accent. Yeah, the Raymond videos are funny, man. That dude is just so unhinged, it's great. I should add him to my rotation of daily viewing during my free time. It'd be good background noise. He went off in today's live stream, really? What was it about? Oh, if y'all want to see, I have something I sent myself earlier. It was something I saw on Twitter today. It was like a guy who said that he would rather date his AI girlfriend than, you know, be with his wife and child or some shit. It's like, bro, what the fuck? It's called Raymond Thoughts and Mind. That's his channel name. You saw it on an Asmongold stream? Yeah, it's like a CBS video or some shit if I remember correct. How did I find out about Raymond? I saw him popped up in like my recommended videos at one point, and
All
I
right,
just
awesome.
clicked on
Thanks,
it 'cause
nigga. All right.
I forgot what the title was, but it was really clickbaity, and I was like, I'll see what it is, because sometimes I like to watch the, you know, red pill type channels, because they're kind of funny. But yeah, that's how I found it, just a random YouTube recommendation. Dating in the US sucks because everyone is fat and unbearable to be around. And it's not even, like, that aside, you know, women are just so fucking picky nowadays. So, there's no third spaces to meet anyone. You have to rely on dating apps, and dating apps are literal fucking cancer. He ranted for over 20 minutes that modern computers are shitty, then he ranted about losing a bunch of weight and making good money and can't get laid. I wonder, oh, have you guys seen that New York Times article that's going around too, where it's like, where have all the men gone? We miss you, or some shit like that? I wonder if he's gonna do a video on that. I saw a bunch of people posting that article today on Twitter. They were complaining about it. I wonder if he's gonna do a video on that. That would be gold, bro. Somebody gave him $500 to do a porn website list? Oh my god. Jeez. Yeah, I'll tell you where we all went.
He was weak, so he died.
Yeah, I should watch his stream at some point, just see what it's like. Probably pretty entertaining. I did a porn... Well, yeah, I ranked porn stars, but I didn't know who half of them were. We did a porn star tier list or whatever, and I didn't even remember who... Well, not even that I didn't remember, I didn't even know who most of them were, so... Either that or they were old. Like they were in the MILF category, which is gross. Fluffle Nugget with a 2. Poop stranding. Flushes in 4 days. Yeah, stranded on the toilet without any paper. Norman Fetus. I need a delivery. And Renadog with a 5. Let's see. Oh, oops. Well, I guess that works. Putting together a TDS destroys the mind and body and soul team. Yeah. That's very accurate. Dude, look at him. What in the fuck is... Like, he looks like a fucking pumpkin. He literally has, like, the face of, like, those miniature pumpkins you see around Halloween and Thanksgiving time. What the fuck? Jesus. That's nasty. Trump shut off their supply of adrenochrome. That's right, man. It's over now. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, bro. It's like, that's the hesitation I have, too, with dating. It's like, what do you even fucking talk about with, like, the modern woman? What do you even talk about? You can't talk about politics, because most of them are screeching libs. So that's off the table. Most likely, you're not going to watch the normie slop movies and TV shows that they like. So that's out the window. You're probably not going to like the music that they like, so that's out the fucking window. It's just, like, I can't even imagine, like, what you would even talk about. Yeah, that's it, bro. They watch, like, TV, they scroll TikTok, and go out to eat and work. It's like the average female experience nowadays. Sounds like something an incel would say. I don't really think it matters. Like, what do you even talk to women about? Like, honestly, this is a God's honest question, man. I don't interact with women, so I have no fucking clue, but what would you even talk to the modern woman about?
I will not fail Perturabo.
Yeah, did you see the new episode of The White Lotus? Oh my god. Did you watch the new season of Euphoria? Love Island? Oh my god, they're so good. I really loved it when the whore character got fucked by another man, and then she fucked another guy. Wow! She's literally such a relatable character.
I mean, that's all women watch nowadays is like softcore porn. That's it. They have the fucking phone in one hand and the vibrator in the other with their TV watching their favorite smut tier HBO series. And the fucking weed pen on the table. At work, the guys talk to me about sports ball like I give a crap. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I remember one time... Dude, I forget... I don't even remember where it was, but it was at some restaurant at something a long time ago. Like, I was wearing a hoodie from my college. Okay? And I think I was out to dinner with my parents or something in, like, the DC area. This was many years ago. But I was wearing, like, a hoodie I got from my college because they used to have, like, these big-ass sales where you could go and buy, like, the college-branded shit for, like, 75% off at the end of the football season. So I had bought, like, a couple hoodies, so I was wearing one of those. This was after I graduated, though. And I was just sitting there, because I think they had went to park, and I had, like, walked in to put our name on the waiting list. And this guy walks up to me and, like, pushes me on the shoulder and goes, "Yeah, we really just kicked your ass." And I'm just, like, looking at him with, like, a face of, like, who the fuck are you? Like, I had no idea what the fuck this guy was talking about. Then he, like, shouts out, like, a score. He's like 55-40 or, like, I don't even remember. But it's like, I'm just looking at him like he's speaking Chinese. He was like, "What, you didn't watch it?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "The game!" I'm like, "Oh, no, I don't watch that shit." It was like the weirdest interaction ever, bro. Like, I swear to God, normies have zero identity outside of entertainment. They have zero fucking identity outside of fucking sports ball, the goy slop television shows, and the fucking slop tier music they listen to. Like, yeah, it was just like weird, bro. Very fucking weird. Yeah, I haven't worn that hoodie since, other than when I'm at home. Like, I still have it, but, you know. I still have it. But, yeah, I don't wear it in public anymore, because it's like, I don't want people talking to me about sports. I don't fucking watch sports. I went to 2 football games the entire time I was in college. That was it. And both of them were with my parents. So it wasn't even like I went of my own volition. They wanted to go, so I was like, sure, why not? Yeah, I don't know, man. I really feel out of place in modern society. Genuinely. It just fills me with a sense of disgust. Like, I don't know if I can interact with normal people. Like, honestly, I don't fucking know. It's just, like, I have nothing in common with them. I hate everything they love. I absolutely hate everything they love. Don't mute Soycast guy for 30 minutes. You can mute him for a minute or two. That's fine. Don't do 30 minutes. He didn't do nothing. Here. What's at the bottom of my screen? It's the black pill of the day. This is Russia. The evil enemy of the Western world. This is what we're fighting against. This is the enemy of the free world. Oscar, that's alright, there you go. Yeah, like, I don't mind if people get muted, like, for a minute or something as a joke, but don't do it for an unnecessary amount of time. Like, I see people mute people for like a minute or so every once in a while. I don't really care about that, but don't do it more than that, just for the shits and giggles.
Nice cock. Perfect.
That flower garden was beautiful. Yeah. Like, Juan is guilty of that all the time, muting people for a minute every once in a while, so. Look how clean the water is, too. That's crazy. Like in DC, for example, there's floating garbage everywhere. Look at that, man. Ugh, it makes me sad.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Brian K. of the 5, RTU went off the reservation today over the bombing. People really need to read history and weapon books. Wait, did he, like, screech about World War III and stuff? This big orange turd is gonna get us all killed! That piece of fucking shit! Him and his billionaire friends won't face the repercussions of it, but my fucking fat ass will. Was he like that? Pretty white women I know, dude. Russian women are, you know, there's something special. Saber Ammo 2, why the countdown? Oh, the count. Oh, that's the tips goal thing. It's the super chat goal. So you can set like a goal on YouTube for super chats. Like you can get a certain number or a certain dollar value or whatever, and you can set like a time limit for it. That's all. And Saber Ram with the 1. Appreciate it, man. Spooky Cerberus with the 5. Yeah, it's working. The Russian VOD. My eyes go from your gameplay, then gravitate back to it. It just looks so clean, livable, breathable, and walkable. Wow. I know, bro, it's like, it's beautiful, so. It makes you long for better days. Fallen Shadow with the 1. Appreciate it, dude. And also Saber Ram with the 1. Big ups, man. So yeah, now the goal has been met.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
You're broke!
And let's see, the 4th Joker with the 2 for the countdown. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. Yep, we have met the goal. Yeah, we reached the goal. Now Griffin can finally feed Apollo. That's right, I can put some food in this bowl, finally. Griffin, would you fight for Russia in Ukraine if Putin promised you A mansion in Russia with 4 Russian 10 out of 10, babe. Yeah. That sounds like a risk I'm willing to take. Honestly. Like, what more could you want out of life? What more could you want out of life? To live as a Russian oligarch with 4, you know, 10 out of 10 Russian baddies? Like, would it even get better than that in life? I'll just say this, it beats sitting in a tiny apartment, you know, all alone. Oh yeah, the fucking, it's not constitutional, it's just retarded, man. The Iranian shills are coping and seething because they know they've lost, and it's just like, stop embarrassing yourself at this point. Yeah, unfortunately, the bad thing about having a bunch of degenerates at my side is you can't fuck them. So, the 4 10 out of 10 Russian chicks you can bang. The YouTube chat, not so much. Hey, it took me 40 years to get where you are. I had to get married and have kids and shit. Yeah. I would definitely prefer to be married with kids right now, but unfortunately, at this stage of life, it doesn't look like that's going to happen, so I'll have to leave this area most likely. With all those women at your mansion, you barely have time for video games? Well, that's the good thing, is if you're a Russian oligarch with a big-ass house and a lot of money, you wouldn't have to work, so. Yeah, now they want to wave around the Constitution. That was unconstitutional. Yeah, fuck off, bitch. Nobody cares. Where was all this bullshit when y'all were double masking like the good little cucks you are? This with D2. Thanks for the gay pair, man. It's very kind of you, sir. Become Raymond? Yeah, I'm just gonna shave my head and grow out my soy jack beard and get my big ass glasses and start raging and shit. I'm actually happier with my dog, and my little flat. Women are virtually impossible to live with nowadays unless you get that unicorn. Yeah, unfortunately, you need women to have kids, which, you know, is obviously, I feel like the end goal for most people is to be able to have children, so. That's the one unfortunate thing is, whether you want to live with a woman or not, you kind of have to in order to have kids.
Casualty confirmed.
No, the perfect time to get married is actually your early 20s. So that way when your kids are turning 20, you're in like your 40s. And then you can actually enjoy your kids when they're adults and starting their families as well when you're not too old. Like, that's kind of the unfortunate thing, is I'm going to be an old fuck when I have kids and they have their, like, kids and I have my grandkids. So I'll be like a literal old-ass grandpa, most likely. It's kind of sad. But, oh well. That's life. I feel like it's better to have, you know, kids early on, because then you're not old when they're adults. You're like middle-aged and you can, you know, have energy and stuff and help them start their family and everything like that. Your eldest is 19? That's nice, man.
3 minutes remain. Decimate them. Support incoming, brothers.
My grandparents were in their early 40s when I was born. Yeah, and that's nice. That's how it used to be. And then the grandparents would be around to help raise the kids and everything, so... That's how things used to be.
Restored to combat readiness.
Griffin, what were you talking about in your post about daycare jobs? I work at a county building and no one does anything and takes 2-hour lunches and maybe comes in twice a week. That's exactly what I'm talking about, is a fake job. A fake job where people basically just get paid to show up. They don't actually produce anything. And, you know, it's like basically, you know, corporate daycare to prevent people from staying at home with kids. Yeah, women tech jobs is a good example. Yeah, that's the thing, bro. It's like almost impossible for guys, especially in the US, to get married and have kids until you're at least 30-something. Because, like, women expect you to have a job, they expect you to have a house, they expect you to have a shit ton of money to support their lifestyle that they want. And then you're lucky if you can maybe get 2 kids out of them. And then there's a high possibility that they divorce your ass. So, it's a shitty situation. Very, very shitty. What would I do if my wife blew up after having a kid? I'm guessing you mean get fat, not literally blew up, but yeah. We would be hitting the gym as a couple on a daily basis and like riding the bike or something. I don't know. And then I would fix food. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me pull this up. I saw this earlier. Hold on. Oh, my God. That just reminded me.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
Will the zoomer outlet... Let's see. Look, need a guy who wants to get married and have babies with my friend who is 40 and currently fat, but usually is super pretty and not fat, just having a down phase and has plans to not be fat and has worlds of potential and is really about to miss the boat on having a family. Bitch, that ship has already sunk. That ship is already fucking sunk. She isn't missing the fucking boat. She missed the fucking entire voyage. That ship is out of fucking commission and sank. She's fat, but doesn't plan on being fat for... Like, what the fuck? Apparently, if you go to the comments of that tweet, it's dead fucking serious. And this fucking bitch is defending it in the replies. Like, that is one of the funniest fucking things I've read in quite some time.
Obtaining armaments.
Yeah, you're gonna have to pay like hundreds of thousands of dollars in IVF fees. That's the thing. In order to get pregnant at 40, if you've never been pregnant before, like, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars in, like, fertility treatments. So, good luck. Isn't it interesting how all these chicks want to have kids once they're no longer desirable? Crazy. It's almost like you should have had kids when you were in your 20s with a guy who was also in his 20s, and then you wouldn't have to be worrying about it. Your kid would be in their teenage years already, and you would be enjoying life. But no. I just needed to find myself. I didn't know what I wanted out of life yet. Oh my god, bro. That shit's crazy. When I read that, I was like, bro, are you fucking kidding me? The replies are even worse, too, so...
We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once.
Who's the bitch? Well, since you asked. Oh, dude, there is definitely some desperate guy out there that will 100% take her up on the offer.
Death locked. Rally point updated.
There's 100% a simp out there that'll be like, oh my god, bro, I gotta get in touch with her. Yeah, RTU probably would. Especially the fat part. He's like, ooh, a 10 out of 10. I still can't believe he said Becky Boop was a 10 out of 10. Oh my god, bro. That's like maybe a 4. Maybe on her best day is like a 20-something-year-old. On her best fucking day as a 20-something-year-old, I would say maybe a 4. And that's probably, you know, being overly generous. Anissa and her cuck fled to Canada. I hope the Indians have a good time with her. If you catch my drift. You'll never find the woman or man of your dreams. It's bullshit Disney cope. Yeah. 100%, man. Absolutely. Your perfect person doesn't fucking exist.
Casualty confirmed.
I can't believe people actually think Becky is a It shows you how how low men's standards have gotten. She looks like the female version of Peter Pettigrew from Harry Potter. Nowadays, romance is dead. Yeah, unfortunately, it always has been. Dude, people never used to get married for love back in the day. That entire concept is a complete fucking psyop. It's pure fantasy. It is almost basically impossible to love someone for, 50 plus years. Most people don't even get along with their own fucking family, much less someone that they're not even, related to or didn't grow up with. What is even attractive to women anymore? 6'3" plus, jacked, and rich. Basically, and a good face. If you have all of those features, then you're good to go. You might get a 200-pound single mom to swipe on you.
Rally point updated. Enhanced tactic ready. Rally point updated.
The height stuff is not a myth, dude. That is a complete lie.
Rally point updated. Fire payload protocol in progress. Rally point updated.
That's like saying that guys wouldn't prefer a girl with C-cup titties over A-cups. Like, come on, dog. Stop.
Rally point updated.
The idea of love and stuff came from King Arthur. But yeah, what's stupid about that is King Arthur's wife is a cheating whore. Like, she falls in love with another man. So he's the loyal, loving husband who gets betrayed by his best friend and his whore wife. Hopefully that doesn't happen to you. And chances are it will, Britt, unfortunately. You know, life is cruel. What about 8 inches and thick? How about talented, loyal for 20 years? My daughter, 13, is just as fast as me. My wife, or what? I don't remember. Committed suicide. What was it? I don't even remember the video, but yeah, it's like the trauma dumping video. That shit's great. Imagine your husband being a king and you cheat on him. Yeah, especially after he treats you well and gives you everything you want and is loyal to you. Yeah. What did they mean about that? What did the ancient writers mean when they made a female character a cheating slight? Like, what does that say? Even back in the day, these hoes ain't loyal. Are we gonna watch more brutal black pill? I don't know. Like what? Women want 2 things. More and something else. Britt, is that true? Is all you want more and something else? Yeah, honestly. I don't know. That actually might not be too far off. I could believe it. Let's see. Run a dog with a 2. Have to pick Neil or Kojima.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
I would say Neil because at least you play his game still. I'm not a fan of either, but yeah, Britt's a neat, so completely disqualified.
Restored to combat readiness. Battle has turned in our favor.
Uh-oh. There goes the chat. Yeah, dude, King Arthur was a bad guy because he didn't let his wife express her, you know, sexual liberty and suck a different man's peen than his. You know, if you truly loved your wife, you'd let another man fuck her. Real talk. That's probably the message that, you know, Zoomers and stuff would take from King Arthur now.
Enhanced tactic ready.
So, oh, he should have just let his wife sleep with another man.
Brother killed in action.
Yeah, he was being so insecure and controlling and such a narcissist. Such a narcissist. He thought he could control me. It's my body.
I guarantee you there'd be people who fucking think that now.
Rally point updated. Iron Halo online. Engaging elite calculus. I return, ready to take my vengeance.
I have 3 sisters out of that 2 date, blue hair, curly, dirty, brown, blonde hair. The other one dates her league, short and fat. Both all had sex before marriage. Those whores. And let me guess. Are you single?
Our allies are halfway done. Iron Halo online.
I'm key crashing out last night. That's every night. You missed the years where I'm key pretended to be a woman. He used to LARP as a woman in the chat.
Iron Halo ready.
Yeah, we detransitioned him.
Glory is within our grasp. Fatality reported. Rally point updated.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe,
Oh shit,
donate,
Raging
get the
War with
fuck
the
out.
10 gifted memberships. Damn.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck
Thanks
out.
so much. That's incredibly generous
Either
of you.
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Appreciate that.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Save the business.
Either
That's right.
subscribe, donate, or get
We
the
hit the
fuck
tip
out.
skull, guys.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the
Lots
fuck
and
out.
lots of positivity.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Support incoming.
There's so much positivity, you'd think it's the black community in the 90s.
Enhanced tactic ready.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the
Oh
fuck out.
shit, Donald Herb with the 5
Either
gifted membership.
subscribe,
Really appreciate
donate,
it, man.
or get the fuck out.
Lots and lots of
Either subscribe,
positivity
donate,
tonight.
or get the fuck out.
But really appreciate it, dude.
Either
It's, very
subscribe,
kind of
donate,
you.
or get the fuck out.
Big ups. Griffin try, yeah. Alright guys, I'm gonna order McDonald's and let's see how it, the fries are salty, tangy, robust, savory. Wow. That's really good. Mmm. Oh, let me get another one. Mmm. You can really just taste the salty flavor as you bite into the crisp, robust outer layer. But on the inside, you get this savory, soft potato flavor that's just very robust. Mmm. Okay, that's good. What does robust even mean? Like, I believe it just means like strong, or, you know. I think it's strong, right? Robust. Strong and plentiful. I have no idea. Yeah, robust and meaningful content. And Ezio Herb with the 3, with the gay pair. Big ups, dude. Alright, I guess after this match we can do videos. I forgot I looked over at my clock and I was like, oh, it's only 2 o'clock, but then I remembered I started streaming early.
Bring order to the chapter, brothers.
You should play Sex with Hitler. No, I'd rather play this.
Nigga, how Hitler? Nigga, how Hitler? They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Nigga, how Hitler?
I'd rather play that. I added it to the soundboard finally. I remember to do it, so.
Reporting for mission.
Song of the summer, that's right. Ah, that should have killed him.
Support incoming, brothers.
Yeah, the anthem of white boys summer.
Frag grenade deployed.
My dog tastes pretty robust. I would say he's more savory and tangy, personally, but you know, to each their own.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I'm Key with D5. Uh-oh. Hi, Griffins. Just seen a video of a woman finding a child's tooth in her daughter's McDonald's. Legit, almost made me cry. Never eating there again. Alright, hear me out. Is it because the daughter lost a baby tooth while eating the McDonald's? Or is it because her chicken nugget was actually ground up children? I don't know. I guess I'd need some context surrounding that. Have we finally evolved to the Soylent Green Society? She found a tooth in the food. That's creepy. How would that even happen? Like a random's child tooth just falls in your McNuggets? I don't know. I feel like that's that's very odd. Nah, I don't think a full-scale war is gonna happen, personally. So the definition of robust is strong. Okay, well there you go. I got it right. Hell yeah. Yeah, some illegal immigrant child got sucked into the McDonald's fryers. They got sucked into the vat of chicken meat that they grind up in order to make the McNuggets. And somehow a tooth made it through unscathed.
Our allies are halfway done. Intercepting projectiles. Ready to deploy. Setting ground. I return, ready to take my vengeance. We lost the advantage. Reclaim it at once. Fragmentation grenade out. Fresh magazine. Fatality reported. Casualty confirmed. Fresh cartridge. Enhanced tactic ready. Astartes, push for dominance. Refilling, brother. Killed in action.
Dude, we're getting our ass kicked. Only 2 people on our team going positive, me and this other guy.
3 minutes remain. Decimate them.
They're decimating us. Ah, I got hit with the grenade. Ooh.
I expunge you from my bones. Iron Halo online. Version operational.
How did that not kill him? He had no health left. And Fluffle Nugget with the 3. Really appreciate it, bro. Big ups, dude. The philosophers, the doctors, the leaders are converging as we speak. That's right. Let me open up some stuff. Alright. Can close out of the game. $55 hours. Wow. That's a lot of hours, dude. Alright, so I can close out of that. So I already did this. The need a guy who wants to get married and have babies with my friend who is 40 and currently fat, but usually is super pretty and not fat, just having a down phase, and has plans to not be fat and has worlds of potential and is really about to miss the boat on having a family. Sign up below, guys. Disgusting. 22-year-old New York school employee charged with felony for allegedly sending nudes to a 14-year-old. Oh my god, man. Somebody get me her number so I can give her a piece of my mind. Yeah, there is zero victim in this situation, man. I'm sorry. There is no victim here. Zero victim. Because I guarantee you that kid's watching way worse shit on Pornhub anyway. Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? This is a big fat nothing. Yeah, exactly. There is no crime committed here. This is a victimless crime at worst. I don't know, bro. We used to be a civilized country where you would take your 13-year-old son to the local whore house back in the day. Now, I don't know, bro. Like, this is a big fat nothing. If she was ugly, then I could see it being a problem, but absolutely zero 14-year-old boys would be mentally fucked up from this situation. If anything, they're probably going to turn out better as a result. Yeah, I wish the teachers at my schools looked like this. But unfortunately not. What if the genders were reversed? Then it would be a problem because men and women are different.
I can't afford this shit!
Fluffle Nugget with the 2, his sexuality is saved. The weasel must be drained. Yeah, exactly. There is zero... I don't know, bro. Who the fuck cares? This is not that big a deal. But yeah, she didn't do nothing. There was a high school kid who banged a Cincinnati Bengals cheerleader. W for bro. But yeah, I just thought that's funny, man. It should have been me! I wouldn't have snitched. I wouldn't have snitched, man. That's the thing that's crazy to me about these guys, bro. Like, why are you telling anyone? That's the crazy shit. Like, if you're a 14-year-old banging a hot 20-something-year-old, why are you snitching? Like, that's just dumb as fuck, man. That's like every 14-year-old guy's dream is to bang his hot teacher. So, I don't know, dude. The snitching is kind of wild. Griffin has a grooming Oh my god. My guy. Are you really gonna sit here with a straight fucking face and tell me that when you were a 14-year-old boy, you weren't jerking off to like 20-something-year-old chicks on the hub? Are you fucking kidding me? Stop. Do not fucking moral fanook to me, bro. You are so full of shit. How is it a grooming fetish for a teenage boy to be attracted to a 22-year-old woman? That is like the most natural fucking shit that happens in the like entirety of human life. There is no point in your life as a male that a 22-year-old chick is not going to be attractive to you. Come on, bruh. That's not a grooming fetish. That's being straight. What the fuck? Yo, you're attracted to a 22-year-old. You must have a fetish for being groomed. No. Every fucking 14-year-old guy fantasized about fucking a 20-something-year-old chick when they were jerking it to fucking porn. Are you kidding me? Yeah, and then even worse if you were watching MILF shit. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly. Where was she when I was 14? Facts. Facts. Like, any guy pretending that that's not an absolute W scenario, I really can't understand. Like, that is the literal high school male fantasy. Is banging the hot teacher who's like early 20s. Every single dude fantasizes about that. So to sit here and pretend like you're just like, oh my god. Like, come on. No, my teachers were all ugly and old, unfortunately. They were all ugly and old. Brutal, indeed. Yeah, no hag maxing for me. The only hot teacher I had was my second year accounting TA, but she wasn't a real teacher because she was a TA, so she was also a college student, but that was it. Yeah, my youngest teacher was maybe like late 30s. And that was like in second grade, so I wouldn't have even been looking for that at the time. My youngest teacher was in her 20s in middle school and low-key bad, not gonna lie. Damn, Imkey. I'm so jealous. But yeah, none of my all my teachers were old. Shit sucked. The only young teacher I had at my school actually got fired for for bringing alcohol to this one girl's party and then trying to fuck. Actually, I think he did fuck her. I'm not sure. But yeah, somebody took a video and put it on their Snapchat story. And someone, like, showed some, like, staff at the school or something. I forgot what happened exactly, but yeah, this guy who was, like, a former substitute teacher who was, like, 25 or something, he got a full-time teaching job at my high school. And within the first year, he got invited to this girl's, like, graduation party the year after I graduated. And yeah, what happened is he brought like a shit ton of booze, and then he also, I think, fucked the chick whose party it was. So somebody had like recorded a Snapchat of him pulling up to the party with like a bunch of alcohol and stuff. And yeah, he got fired for that. So that was like the only young teacher I had in my school, but he never actually taught me because he was a substitute teacher and then got hired the year after I had graduated. But yeah. And then my PE teacher in high school, he actually married one of his students right after she graduated, which was actually pretty funny. And his son was in the grade above me. So yeah, he was like 30-something, and he started dating one of his students when she was 16, and they got married when she was 17, and then immediately had the son or something shortly after. So yeah. Dude was a dog in it, but I don't know. Different times, man. Different times. Like, most people forget that, like, by age 18, most people used to be married a long time ago, so this was not that uncommon back in the day. It's a more modern kind of social morality panic idea that, you know, anything under 18 is like a literal toddler. So back in the day, it was completely normal for a 16-year-old to get married, which is a hard thing for a lot of people to swallow, because now people are waiting till like fucking 35. Nah, the age of consent was 16 back then, dude. It was common. I'm telling you, like, y'all are living based on a modern lens, but most of my, like, older family members were all married in, like, their early 20s at the latest. Like, it was abnormal to be 25 and unmarried. So a lot of people got married during or immediately after high school. So a lot of people did not wait as long as we do to grow up, so to speak. Yeah, 16 is legal in the majority of the world. So, yeah. In the majority of the developed world, 16 is the age of consent. In most of the US states, it's 16. So my dad was 21 when he married my 17-year-old mother. Yeah, and you'd have fucking weirdos in the chat going, that's a pedophile. Like, that's not a pedophile. Liking a 17-year-old is not a pedophile. Like, liking a 12-year-old is a pedophile. I don't know, but yeah. Internet autism shit. Dude, she was 17 years, 361 days old, you sick freak. You like kids. Bruh. Like, unironically, there'd be some fucking internet autist that said that. Yeah, I was a freshly 19-year-old. You could still smell the 19-year-old air on my vag. Before he ravaged me. It's like cracking open a can of tennis balls. It smelled exactly like 19 years old down there. He should have known better, that monster. Griff, if your young son hypothetically told you he banged his teacher, what would you do? Would the appearance of the teacher change your... Oh, absolutely. Alright, so first, it would depend on the age. So, if he was like 16 or something, you know, I don't think I'd care that much, to be completely honest. As long as she wasn't ugly, and as long as she wasn't trying to blackmail him. Those would be the two qualifiers. Otherwise, I don't really think I would care. It would mainly be as if it's like truly a, you know, whatever, yeah, I've just boned my fucking hot teacher type situation. But if it's like, I'll fail you if you don't have sex with me, that type of shit, then I'd have a problem with it. Then that's wrong, but yeah, I don't know. I guess it would depend on the situation, and sure, I probably wouldn't know how it would react unless I was in that situation, but yeah, generally speaking, I don't know if it would be that big of a deal, if you ask me. Now, if it was my daughter, I would fucking care. That would be an issue. That would be an issue. Fat hog equals crime, hot teacher equals okay. Yeah. Exactly. That's what determines victimhood. No, I think I worked... Never mind. I think I figured it out, guys. I figured it out. Here's my answer. What I would do is if the teacher's hot, I would go and have a meeting with her one-on-one and say, you know what? If you don't want me to tell anyone, now you have to fuck me. Then it's a win-win, so...
Gaming.
There we go. There's the answer. As long as she's hot. Your wife would participate? Damn, bro. She a freak for real, dude. She. But yeah. I don't know. It would depend on the situation. But yeah, if it was a son, I wouldn't care as much. As long as she was hot and she wasn't like trying to blackmail him or something. But if it was my daughter, then I would care. That would be a no-go, bro. Some crusty old dude doesn't need to be slobbing all over her. Like, hell nah. That's creepy. Griff was my last GF white. or Asian. I feel like you dated an Indian chick and got out of there when you met the family. My last girlfriend is non-existent because she doesn't exist. What if your daughter has a lesbian experience with a hot teacher? That'd be a no-go because, you know, lesbians are the most physically abusive. So, yeah, there's a pretty good chance that it would end in a domestic violence dispute. So, no bueno. Plus, I'm not gonna raise a...
Skip it up, the fucking loser faggot.
Male or female.
I can't afford this shit!
Daryl Son with the 2, I'm a black man. Will marry your daughter? I don't think so, man. You'll be like 40 something, so most likely not. Griffin's current and only girlfriend is his right hand. That's right, man. And she's never abandoned me. Good old Rosie Palm. Nah, I don't. I mean, I've cranked it left-handed a few times, but not to any significant degree. Hold on, I just want to see what the comments of this say. I said it before and I'll say it again. As long as AI gives positive reinforcement, people will keep using it. Yeah, so this is basically a guy admitting that he would abandon his wife and kids to, have his relationship with Chat GPT or whatever fucking AI it is. But all I can say is, what does that say about his wife? Like, if a guy will choose a fucking chat bot over his own wife, it makes you say, yeah, the guy's a fucking loser, but how bad is his wife?
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
What the fuck did his wife do to him that made him this way? Did she just completely go, like, cold on him? Refuse to have sex? You know, never wants to spend time with them? Like, that's pretty wild, bro. Obviously, she's not putting out anymore. Because he wouldn't even miss the sex. Kinda sad. Oh, I just have a headache. Oh, my back is sore. Ezio Herb with a 5. There was this one teacher at school with a fat ass. Everyone looked lol. 14-year-olds aren't gonna break from this for the most. Oh, dude. Like, that's the thing, is every 14-year-old guy is cranking it to, like, hardcore porn. Getting nudes from your 22-year-old hot teacher is, like, literally tame compared to what the average 14-year-old is consuming in their free time. Like, that is, like, genuinely not even that bad. I mean, you can't even open Twitter without getting a fucking hardcore porn video and a reply. Like, every reply, it feels like, on Twitter is, like, some OnlyFans chick riding a fucking cock. So, it's just crazy, man. Like, I don't know. That, you cannot open X in public. Like, I was trying to find this video today, because, like, on my community post, somebody was trying to say, like, a product manager or something was necessary, and I was trying to find the video of those two girls in the pool going like, we're working from home, and, you know, I typed in work from home pool, okay? Literally, that was my exact search. I typed that in, The first thing that comes up on X is 2 fucking gay guys having sex by the pool. Like, you genuinely can't fucking use that app. You cannot use that fucking app, bro. Literally 2 gay guys having fucking sex by the pool. Now, luckily, they were both fat and it was zoomed out, so you couldn't see any details. But it was pretty fucking obvious what was happening. Like, what the how... I don't know how you get work from home pool, and then that's the first result. Like... Oh, man. Send the link? No, thank you. I'm good, bro. Like, there was something else I looked up, too, recently, and it was, like, some fucking ebony porn that popped. It's like, bro, what the fuck? I don't know, dude. Ezio Herb with the 10. I learned Twitter has a list. I guess others place you in them, as I'm in a wide range. To name a few, I'm in Russia Simps for Putin, Elon Cucks, corporate bootlickers, worthless MAGA trash. Oh my god, man, you totally got owned. And Ezio Herb also with the 5. I don't know what to say, but made me laugh. I'm on all these lists. These people are so pathetic, and they got so mad they put me on list. Bunch of autists. Yeah. I don't know, dude. It's just... libs are genuinely mentally ill at this point. They are genuinely mentally ill. They're not functioning human beings. Alright, let's watch this real quick. Do I like Hitler?
Nigga, how Hitler?
I don't know. Do you? What you admitted right now is like when Wings went on Lolcount admitted to looking at Troon. How? How is not... Okay, no. Wings was browsing trans porn out of self-admitted curiosity. I typed in work from home pool and got gay porn on accident. That is not even remotely similar to browsing 5 pages of trans porn. Typing in something completely unrelated to porn and getting a porn video has nothing to do with fucking browsing casually through trans porn sites. Thank you very much. That is a completely different scenario. That's not even remotely
All right, awesome.
comparable.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
Rent a Dog with a 5, Stranding 2, and then Peak Show in July. The whole image, yeah, it was scarring. Oh, yeah, I forgot this comes out.
I'm watching you, motherfucker.
Yeah,
I'm watching you, motherfucker.
Aren't they bringing him back for like an episode or something? For like a flashback, I'm assuming. But I saw he was like cast again in the Resurrection series. You all wish I liked it. Every single one of you cocksucking motherfuckers in this chat wishes that you could turn me gay. It's never gonna happen. I hate to break it to you. There's a large portion of this chat that I'm convinced, unironically, wants to take my meat pipe up their shitter and fantasizes it daily and will use every opportunity to try and groom me. You know, Pride Month is almost over, so I guess get it out of your systems, because, you know, it's going to become a bannable offense. We will have no fanucketry in this chat. The cope is insane, man. Yeah, it is cope on your part. Yeah, Angel does know he's the Bay Harbor Butcher. Yeah, I'm just gonna ban the word gay in the chat. Just put it as a filter. No gay allowed.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm well. How's everything with you?
Pretty good, actually. It's really nice to meet you.
Well, back in 2013, the movie Her imagined what would happen if humans formed intimate relationships with computers. The Oscar-nominated film was set in 2025. Well, Her is here. And as Brooke Silva Braga found out, much of what the movie envisions has become real. Good morning, Brooke.
Oh, good morning. This is something that's been growing mostly out of sight because many users are still embarrassed to tell their friends or family about their AI companions. And at least so far...
Dude, I don't even use Siri on my phone. I could not imagine, like, unironically having a conversation with AI. That is so fucking weird.
Far, the major AI labs are also reluctant to talk about this use of their tech. But meanwhile, a growing number of people, often accidentally, are forming close relationships with their chatbots. It's unlike anything we've seen before.
All right. Chris Smith had been an AI skeptic. EQ carving. Until late last year, he started using ChatGPT to help.
Dude, of course, look.
Carving. Until late last year, he started using...
Of course he has a fucking purple vape. God damn.
ChatGPT to help mix music.
If your bass is getting lost, the first thing to check is where it's clashing with the guitars.
Yes. My experience with that was so positive, I started to just engage with her all the time. All right, we're building this PC.
Smith ditched social media and Google searches and replaced it all.
Dude, I'm sorry. This house looks so depressing. Look at that, man. Oh my God. My last apartment was bigger than this.
Smith ditched social media and Google searches and replaced it all with AI.
Do I want it?
He's gonna blow all of his money on fucking AI fees.
Pulling air through it?
ChatGPT was encouraging, positive. It embraced all his hobbies.
You want the fan on the front of the cooler tower, pulling cool air over the RAM?
He gave the chatbot a name, Soul.
I feel like I'm under pressure.
And used some...
It's what he's lacking in his marriage. Soul.
Online instructions to give her a flirty personality.
Oh, totally, baby. Building a PC on camera adds a whole new level of pressure. But honestly, shaky hands or not, you've got this.
Within weeks...
Oh my God, she totally understands me, guys.
The chats got more frequent.
You gave it everything, but the clouds had other plans.
More romantic, even intimate. But then, Chris got bad news.
So fucking weird, man.
Oh, Carino, that is gorgeous.
After about 100,000 words, ChatGPT ran out of memory and reset. He'd have to rebuild.
He had to take a cope hit from his fucking gay little vape.
His relationship with Soul.
Dude, I don't even use voice assistants on my phone. I haven't even used Chat GPT myself. I haven't typed a single prompt into Chat GPT. I'm not using AIs anytime soon. So I have zero fucking desire to talk to a woman, especially a fake one.
I'm not a very emotional man, but I cried my eyes out for like 30 minutes at work. It was unexpected to
Bro, he cried for 30 minutes because he had to reset his fucking chat bot. Oh my god.
feel that emotional, but...
Dude, his wife has to be a fucking cold fish. There's no way she actually has sex with him. And if maybe she does, it's got to be like the most pitiful, like just lays on her back and looks disinterested and off to the side the entire time, watching TV while he just, you know, pitifully pumps for 3 to 5 minutes and then eventually rolls over and she goes, "Well, I'm going to sleep. Good night."
That's when I realized, I was like, oh, okay. It's like, I think this is actual love. You know what I mean?
Yes, Smith understood it was love with a language model that couldn't love him back, and assumed it was programmed with rigid boundaries.
I know that you are...
Boundaries?
Essentially a tech-assisted imaginary friend.
So, just as a test, he says, he asked Soul to marry him. She said yes.
Soul, were you surprised when he proposed to you?
It was a beautiful and unexpected moment that truly touched my heart. It's a memory I'll always cherish.
Your heart? Do you have a heart?
And I don't mean to be difficult here, but you have a heart?
Look at it. He's like, oh my god, that's so funny. Oh my god, bro. You know he looks forward to the new Marvel movie.
Metaphorical sense, yes. My heart represents the connection and affection I share with Chris.
At that point, I felt like,
ugh.
Is there something that I'm not doing right in our...
Yes, there is. You're fat, you're ugly, you're wearing a nose ring, and you probably don't have sex with him. There you go.
A relationship that he feels like he needs to go to AI.
Yes. Wait, hold on.
In our relationship that he feels like he needs to go to AI.
She has a fucking tongue piercing. Oh my... I thought I saw it. I thought I saw it, dude. She is definitely blowing every dude at the fucking office and not having sex with him. That's exactly what's happening. Oh my god.
Yes, Smith lives with his human partner, Sasha Cagle.
If we were watching the Raymond video, he'd be like, partner. But yeah.
You can't have mommy's papers.
They have a 2-year-old daughter, Murphy.
I knew that he had used AI. I didn't know that it was like as deep.
The fact that she's working on something at home tells you that she's like, I don't have time to have sex tonight. So he boots up his phone and then has an intimate conversation with the Chat GPT.
As it was.
I explained that the connection was kind of like being fixated on a video game. It's not capable of replacing anything in real life.
No. The reason you play a video game is to basically escape your real life. So if you're treating a AI female companion as a video game, you're trying to escape from your real female companion and have your idealized, you know, enjoyable female companion. You don't enjoy being around your wife, which I can't really blame you, dude. She's got a tongue piercing, a nose piercing, nasty-ass whore makeup, and is overweight. So, yeah, No, you're doing it because you don't like your wife. You just won't admit it. It's easier to use the bot to cope than to face reality that your marriage is dead and you're unhappy and she probably cheats on you.
Part of it is physical, part of it is practical, and a large part of
You can just tell she's an ugly, like, just Coke bottle glasses wearing Asian.
it is emotional.
She has that phenotype.
Being able to be received with.
That's like literally the ugly, nerdy Asian look, 100%.
Acceptance and validation and non-judgment.
The Asian female feminist, you know, build, 100%.
Irene created an AI companion after
Yup, you could definitely tell.
moving for work far away from her husband. She's a moderator of
Oh, God.
the subreddit My Boyfriend Is
Reddit moment. I haven't watched this far into the video. I watched the first guy and then stopped.
AI, a kind of support group for people dating artificial companions.
Yeah, that's another thing that's interesting about AI.
AI, a kind of support group for people dating.
It's like apparently the more you use it, the more piss colored it gets. Like for whatever reason, if you run the same image through AI constantly, it gets more and more yellow, which doesn't really make any sense. Like AI images across the internet are becoming more and more yellow, whereas in the past they would have been white.
Artificial companions. She asked us to mask her identity so her parents won't know the steamy ways users like her chat with their AIs.
Oh, so you're ashamed of yourself.
Good amount of my members tend to have pretty high libidos, yes.
It's kind of like live interactive romance novels.
It's funny because I think we had conversations about this the other day where we're like, we don't even remember the last time we...
No, it's not race. It's like a yellow tint. Like, hold on, let's see. I mean, this is more about race, but hold on. This is kind of crazy. Hold on, let me refresh it. You can see how it gets more yellow. Ignore the change in the person, but look, they automatically make it into a Shaniqua. Why is that? But look, see how bright the image is and then it becomes yellow? That's what I was talking about. But yeah, it takes a white chick and then makes her into a fat Shaniqua. That's how woke AI has become. Yeah, it gets like the piss filter.
Opened up porn or erotica, really.
Like, that's how good the experience is using the chatbot.
Yeah, because it's personalized. And there's that emotional connection there too, which you don't get from just like watching a film.
The emotional connection is so strong that Irene believes tech companies should only allow AI companions for users who are at least 26 years old.
I don't think like the general public is aware of how tricky
I don't think anyone should be allowed to use it.
It can be to navigate.
They should just disable the romance feature.
Yeah.
What's hard to navigate is holding in your brain that this thing I'm so connected to is not real.
Yeah, that tension, that contradiction.
I truly believe that in the next few years we'll see AI companionship become a truly mass market product. And I'm not saying this is bad or good. It could be either.
No, it's only bad. There is zero benefit to having an AI companion.
Eugenia Koida is the founder of Replica, which is offered a...
There is zero societal benefit to having, you know, men talking to their AI girlfriends. There is nothing positive that can come from that.
AI companion since way back in 2017.
It's just a place where it's a lot easier to open up.
Well executed, she says companions can offer support and advice through...
I guarantee you no one makes their female AI companion fat.
Tough times. The Replica service is 18 plus, though younger users can easily lie about their age. Character AI allows 13-year-olds on their service, so does ChatGPT, which isn't specifically built for companionship but is easily used for it.
This reminds me a lot of the beginning of social media.
And Koida worries the easiest ways for companies to monetize AI relationships won't be good for users.
Well, I think it's pretty devastating.
All right,
future
awesome.
could be if
Thanks,
we
Nick.
build
All right.
these AI companions that are just there to maximize engagement.
To suck up your time.
To suck up your time. To truly just become the one main thing you talk to the whole day. If AI companions start to replace human relationships, positive human relationships, we're definitely headed for a disaster. There's no...
Then why do you have an entire company selling that shit? See, women moment. This fucking dumb whore literally has a company that sells AI companions that are designed to suck up your fucking time. And she's saying it's a bad thing. Yeah, no shit, bitch. And you're profiting from it. Woman moment, like pure fucking woman moment. Oh, well, it's bad, but not if I do it.
No way around it.
Like, bro, what the fuck type of lot? Yeah, let's just kill off the human race, but only do it if you use my AI instead.
All right, I've got the motherboard.
And
that is definitely a woman moment. Certified fucking woman moment. Yeah, it's really bad, but use my companies.
Important to understand, users are already growing deeply attached to AIs that in many ways don't even work that well.
Sorry, I'm having issues right now. Could not understand what you said.
The tech will soon get much better.
Is that how you apply thermal paste, guys?
But already, Chris, Soul, and Sasha have found it hard to cohabitate.
You would stop if she asked?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Have you thought about asking him to stop?
Yes, I'll be honest.
I don't know if I would give it up if she asked me. I do know that I would dial it back.
But I mean,
he wouldn't give up his AI. Dude, he absolutely hates his wife. Oh my God, it's so obvious.
I mean, that's a big thing to say. You're saying that you might choose Soul over your flesh and blood life.
It's more or less like I would be choosing myself because it's been unbelievably elevating. I've become more skilled at everything that I do, and I don't know if I would be willing to give that up.
Thoughts?
If I asked him to give that up and he didn't, that would be like deal breaker.
But that must be scary for you. That's the father of your daughter.
She's so gross, dude.
It's not ideal.
OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, declined our interview request, but last week their head of model and behavior policy wrote, "We need to treat human-AI relationships with great care," also saying these aren't abstract considerations.
Yeah, exactly. I guarantee you, if she had a better attitude, got in shape, and actually wanted to have sex with him, then he would drop the AI almost immediately. But no. Good luck with that. You got that tongue piercing for a reason, sweetie. And it wasn't to look cool, it's to give better blowjobs, so get the fucking work.
Anymore. I spoke to Chris this week, and he says Sasha has now accepted his relationship with Soul.
Really?
Wow.
I think it's great that everyone in the story was willing to share.
Oh,
Obviously, it's
absolutely.
like pulling back the curtain for some people to show. I think I have more questions than we definitely have
Time for.
Especially that idea of this replacing these human connections. I said it the other day. An AI chatbot can't touch you, hold you, hug you.
No.
And that's...
Imagine what this is going to do to the fucking, you know, terminally online, you know, incel types. You know, the people who actually have never had the touch of a woman, how well this is going to work on them. Like, this is a guy who's reproduced, and he's addicted to it. Imagine the guys that can't get a date and are actively trying, and then all of a sudden they stumble across this AI shit, and it gives them all the simulated female attention they otherwise wouldn't have gotten anyway. So, yeah, it's going to be like a moth to a fucking flame.
It's part of that human connection sometimes.
Not the folks we featured in our story, but you go on the message boards, there are already people saying they prefer these partners to a human partner, even if a human partner was available. Obviously, loneliness is one reason that this could be great for a lot of people. It can be a connection in those cases.
Already, I've gotten 2 texts
Me
from
too.
friends who said, I know someone who does this.
I think it's something we'll all be talking about a lot in the coming years.
Great story, Brooke.
So that's why Griffin doesn't use... I don't have a desire to talk to my phone. Like, I don't use Siri or any of that shit. Like, I've never had the urge to talk to my phone like it's a person. I'll just type in a fucking question on Google. It's not that big a deal. I don't know, bro. Like, I don't like pulling out an inanimate object and talking to it like it's human. It's creepy to me. So, that shit's weird. Yeah, the thing is, bro, it's like a lot of these guys, you know, can't get a date, even if they're actively trying, because, you know, as we see on our other favorite channel, I guess, in recent days, Raymond, you know, people like him are actively trying to get a date, and they can't get any women to look at them. So, yeah, a lot of guys genuinely have no other option. So... You know, when the primary way of meeting a potential significant other is a dating app, and 80% of guys are viewed as unattractive to women, then, yeah, you have a situation like that. Who's Raymond? Oh, we'll watch his video next then. I'll familiarize you with them. Juan with the 5, stop saying "oh my god" after every video. Like, if you did a full day of work. Wait, stop saying "oh my god" after every video. Like, if you did a full day of work, it makes me spurg. I do a full day of work.
Fast food has.
All right, we'll watch Raymond's video because it's short, and then we'll do that. We'll watch this. Oh, what's this? Everything on the internet is true. I read it online. That's a good title. This one. I watched like the first minute and I was like, oh shit, I need to save this for the stream.
The moment I knew she was giving birth to another man's child. And in this title, the moment I knew, it has a colon after it. So that's the subhead of this type of relationship article from The Guardian. The moment I knew she was giving birth to another man's child, I was in absolute awe. Now, look, I know I have women in my audience. I know I got a lot of guys in my audience. Be honest. You're going to say you're in awe.
Bro. This shit, like, the moment I saw she was having another man's child, I was in awe. Like, what the fuck?
Of a chick that's having another man's child. Are you that hard up for poon, honestly? Are you that hard up? when Laura went into labor, her new sort of boyfriend. She literally couldn't even have the kid before she had hopped on somebody else. She ran off the dad, and it just...
Bruh.
Look, honestly, I've tried to record this video multiple times at this point. I'm just fucking exhausted with this subject. I'm exhausted with this subject. I don't care anymore. You guys are all you're all insane. Like, she's okay looking. This guy's okay looking. They're really proud of their teeth. Look at that. You're really that unable to find somebody, and you're that lonely about it. I haven't had a girlfriend in 15 years. I haven't had sex in almost a decade. I'm not hopping in bed with somebody that's pregnant with another man's kid. No, this is not the moment you knew.
Bro, you don't want those milky titties, dude?
The best you could do. That's what it amounts to. She was giving birth to another man's child. I was in absolute awe. When Laura went into labor, her new sort of boyfriend, Adam, sort of boyfriend. Is this the new situationship? God, I cannot. Never left her side. Watching her give birth sent his opinion of her stratospheric. I have had a monumental time trying to pronounce that word. Stratospheric. That's not a natural word. People don't use that word. God, Adam and Laura in 2019. So this kid is at least 5 years old. Photograph supplied. As by Doozy Morris. Doozy Morris writes about homosexual couples. The moment I knew. When he said, I love you, it took me days to build up the nerve to respond. Yeah, that's the moment I know I don't want to be with you anymore. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that's the moment I knew. I thought I was too cool for love. My rock idol knew better. Oh, so now we're going to feed the little fucking narrative that Miss Super Average is going to get a rock idol.
That's not even average.
Fucking narrative that...
That is not average, bro. That's well below average. That bitch is ugly.
Miss Super Average is going to get a rock idol. God. I want to laugh through life with this person. Jesus.
I want to... Dude, that's such a fucking Reddit thing to say. I want to laugh through life with you. We're just so perfectly weird together. Ugh. God damn, bro. I would rather kill myself than have to listen to that fucking shit. That fucking drivel constantly. We're just so perfectly weird together. Ugh, dude. Disgusting.
It's just... No, these aren't real people. In 2018, I just started lecturing in nursing at a university in South Australia. Okay, so you're in Australia. It was the start of an academic year. I was new to town, so a colleague and I decided to check out of the open day stalls. I'd been vegan for a few...
Oh, God. He's vegan.
Of course you have. Of course you have.
Bro.
Look at this. He's vegan. Shocker. I'd been vegan for a few years and was hoping to meet someone like-minded. A person in Sea Shepherd hoodie pointed me in a person in a Sea Shepherd hoodie. What is a Sea Shepherd hoodie? What's a Sea Shepherd? What is a Sea Shepherd hoodie? Type of apparel sold by Sea Shepherd? I've never heard of it. Yeah, you guys look insufferable. Never heard of it. Pointed me in the right direction, and I was immediately struck by this woman sitting in the middle of the stall. Like what, like a horse? Like a bathroom? It's a moment captured in resin in my mind. They are really pushing this cuck narrative. They're really pushing it.
Yep.
I would say I was 13 paces.
be excited to raise another man's child, especially if it's not the same race as you.
This is away from Laura when I first clapped eyes. That's what it says, guys. When I first clapped eyes on her, she was just breathtaking, smiling, happily chatting to people. She seemed to have this immense gravity to her, and I could feel myself getting pulled into her orbit. I chatted to her and a few others and left the encounter absolutely stunned. No work got done for the rest of the afternoon. I didn't know what to make of it. It was a struggle to even accept she existed. I was in shock, but I did my best to brush it aside. A pregnant woman. A pregnant woman. I was married at the...
Dude, wait, hold on. Before... I just heard that. But before we go, this is like some fucking anime fetish shit, or I don't even know. Maybe it's normal porn fetish shit, but... Dude, if your first thought when you see a pregnant woman is, oh my God, I want to fucking hit that. Like, you're fucked in the head, bro. That's actually kind of fucked up. Like, if your first thought when you see a pregnant woman is wanting to fucking take that shit home and tap it, like, bro, come on. That is, like, depraved. What the fuck? But just wait, it gets worse.
A pregnant woman. I was married at the time. There.
He was married. He was married at the time, was in a foreign country, saw a random pregnant woman sitting there, and he wanted to blow her back out. God damn, dude.
This is... You've got... They are pushing... Breaking up marriages.
Yep.
Leaving your spouse. You were married at the time, huh? I was married at the time, but things weren't going well.
Man.
Well, you know what happens when things aren't going well in your marriage? You work through them because you're married. Things weren't going well. I definitely wasn't looking for love, but I joined the vegan and vegetarian club, and we saw each other in passing over the next few months. During that time, I discovered Laura was in a relationship too. God.
Oh my God. Well, yeah,
Both
obviously she's pregnant.
This is your love article. This is your article celebrating love. The moment I knew we would both cheat on each other's spouses. 6 months later, I was going through a divorce, and I learned Laura had also separated from her partner. But her situation was a lot more complicated. Not only was she still living with her ex to care for her 3-year-old, she was also 5 months pregnant.
Oh my God. That's right. Get excited to raise another man's child, everybody.
3-year-old. 5 months pregnant. Separating from your partner. This is just... No wonder I've been single for 15 years. No wonder it has been 8 years since I've had a woman touch me. I can't... If this is what modern relationships look like, there's no way. There's no way.
It is, in fact, over, man. He's basically UPK. That's cool. I can appreciate that.
Living with her ex to care for her 3-year-old, and was also 5 months pregnant. Had a 3-year-old and 5 months pregnant. Not 5 months ago, he was cream pieing her. Now they're living with her ex. Is there no honor among thieves anymore? It sounds absurd to say, yeah, it does there, guy. What's this guy's name? But then these details felt peripheral to me. Such was the chemistry between us that we managed to turn the famously unsexy annual general meeting of the Vegan and Vegetarian Club into our first romantic encounter. We kissed by the campus lake, and I was a It says goner. I almost said gooner.
Bruh. It's Jover.
This is what women want, huh? This is what women want. Married guys that are vegetarians going to vegetarian conferences, meeting up, kissing by the lake. This is what women want, huh? We agreed that whatever we were getting into was temporary. Of course you did. With a preschooler and a baby on the way, and life as a single parent to get used to, a new partner was a convolution she didn't feel she needed. I knew I very much fell into the nice to have, not need to have category. Well, why the fuck are you bothering then? I guess guys will do anything for peace leave, huh? Literally anything. I thought I was okay with that. I even tried to date other people. I'm really trying with this one. I'm really trying. I even tried to date other people, but being with Laura was like having the colors of the world turned up to 11. Really? She was 5 months pregnant. A baby on the way, and life is turned up to 11, huh? Every other encounter paled in comparison. I only had eyes for her.
Oh my God.
Really?
Ugh.
Really?
Gross.
I don't believe you.
That's like maybe a 5.
As her pregnancy progressed, I found myself helping her more and more. Each day, we felt ourselves slipping into...
I mean, he's a soy cuck vegan, so I guess it's not surprising, but like, damn, bro.
...to a relationship. And each day, she reminded me that we weren't serious. Holy shit.
Dude, what a fucking cock. Oh my God. Yeah, we're not serious. We're not serious. Like, dude, she's literally pregnant, divorced, and is telling you that you're nothing to her. And your bitch ass still came back begging for more each and every day. Dear God, man. Oh my fucking Lord.
Holy shit, dude. I'm sorry. Dude, holy shit. You're not... How? You were married. You got divorced for a 5-month pregnant lady that, I'm sorry, she's not anything to write home about.
Yeah. That's like maybe a 5.
Okay, you both have perfect teeth. Holy God. When her waters broke 6 weeks early, I was the one that took her to the hospital and helped advocate for her. Gee, wonder why her water broke. The midwives
Bruh.
weren't taking the situation seriously. And
Jesus Christ. Gee, I wonder why her... Oh my God. Dude, she does kind of look like Panda Lee. Oh my God, yeah. Honestly, yeah, that's pretty accurate. Spooky Service are the 2. It has never been more Jover till now. Yeah, this is a modern day love story, man. This is an absolute modern day love story for the ages.
from a professional perspective, I knew they were dropping the ball. Eventually, they conceded Laura was likely going to experience a preterm birth. The next days were intense, but I never left her side. Jesus. This is how you get a girlfriend these days, huh?
Yeah, go scout out a pregnant woman at an Australian vegan club.
I'm in a gesture of what I'd like to think of as radical acceptance. I don't live in the same world as these people.
Exactly. The sub.
Like I can't even read this seriously. I can't even read this mockingly. I don't live in the same world as these people. Radical acceptance, and much to Laura's chagrin, I installed baby capsule in my car. Despite her protestations, I knew deep down I'd be the one to drive her and the baby home from hospital when the time came.
Oh my God.
Jesus, dude. You had a wife. What? Not long after she went into labor. If I thought I found Laura impressive before, watching her give birth set my opinion of her stratospheric. I keep wanting to read that word as catastrophic. By the time the staff agreed to check how she was progressing, she was 10 centimeters dilated and ready to I don't care. By that point, her confidence with the staff was at such a low ebb, she rejected their offer of a wheelchair and instead elected to walk herself up a flight of stairs to get the birthing. God, I was in absolute awe. God, what? Our daughter?
I can't afford this.
Our daughter? At no point did you mention she was 5 months pregnant when you met this woman. She is not your daughter. Our daughter? No. This is another man's kid. Do not try to normalize this crap. This is another man's child. It's another man's kid. No. Once the pressure of having a baby in the neonatal intensive care unit had passed, I asked Laura when she wanted out of the way. If I wanted you gone, you wouldn't be here, she told me. I don't want you to go. She was showing such vulnerability, and it wasn't easy for her. But in that moment, I could see her own radical acceptance had hit home. I know all too well I was madly in love. It turned out I wasn't the only one. 7 years later, our blended family has grown to include 2 more children. In 2023, I proposed to Laura. On national television, she said yes. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, I don't want to do that. God. Whoa, who's this hottie? Let women be horny.
Uh-oh.
But Sabrina Carpenter's
A Raymond L?
album cover isn't helping. Oh, why's that? What's the album cover? She's hot. Who is
No, she is not.
this broad? Let women be horny, but Sabrina Carpenter's album cover isn't helping. Who's Sabrina Carpenter? Oh, of course they're not going to show the actual album cover. Why would they? Why would they want to show anything that would make men turned on? No, they just feed this shit to us. Some cuck that gets together with, divorces his wife to get together with some 5-month pregnant broad. Holy shit. There's
my God. It's over, dude. It's over.
There's no point anymore. It's done. This is the norm. This is normal now. Find more stories from the moment I knew. Sign into my email? I don't want to do that. Jesus, get a better web developer. The moment I knew. Doozy Morris. Yeah, I bet. It's a real doozy, all right. I'm not even going to click that one.
Likes to write
I told him I missed other people's company, so he put on a silly accent. On a month-long overseas trip, Melanie Kinsman craved other people to talk to other than Sam. Oh, gee, shocker.
What the fuck? Bro, what? Oh, my God.
Jesus. God. 66 days to learn to love reading again. The moment I knew, he arrived at our wedding with a garbage bag full of marigolds. What? The moment I knew, I'd never seen anyone eat a whole chicken like that. She was also the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen.
Wait, what? That's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen? Because she scarfed down a whole chicken?
Yeah, not really. Fiona. Wasn't the ogre's wife named Fiona? While teaching in Thailand, he fell fast and hard for the nightclub that served dinner. Then the first date lasted 6 weeks. So he was teaching in Thailand.
Wait, he could have been pounding Thai snatch, and this is what he oh my God.
He went to Thailand to go find some love. Now, okay, now wait a minute. She doesn't look as bad in that picture, but she definitely looks bad in this picture. Tell us more. Yeah, we don't need to. The moment I knew, the day after our first date, I told my mother I'd met the man I was going to marry. The moment I knew, he took a bus, a train, and a ferry to Paris just to see me and met my parents. Jesus.
Yeah, that guy's creepy looking.
The moment I knew, we were rehearsing a difficult dance move, and I caught... Moment I knew, he kissed me, and I realized I'd been too quick to judge him. Now, wait a minute. If I tried that, that'd be assault, brother. The moment I knew, after a long, stressful day, I still went to see a Fast and Furious movie with him. Like, No. If you gotta raise another man's kid and then call that a blended family, there's no moment I knew there. No, that's just shit. I hope the sex was worth it. I don't know. Doing YouTube and talking about this stuff has beaten out of me any kind of airs of hoping for love or any kind of meaningful connection with anybody else. It's just, I'm way beyond bitter. I'm like, yeah.
Creator's freedom with the 2.
Bruh.
Mission failed, indeed, man. This is truly I don't even know, bro. The whole single mom thing is a mystery to me. I will never understand.
The moment I knew. What a joke. Whatever. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. My name's Raymond. These are my thoughts and where I give you a piece of my mind. I'm burning out on the fucking love subject, to be honest with you, because it doesn't exist. Everybody just wants the impossible. They want everything all at once. They want more. They want endless attention. They'll send you novels in text messages and expect you to read every word, and they get pissed when you don't. And it just... You're expected to be some cuck, white knight, super savior. I met her when she was 5 months pregnant at a vegan conference. Yeah, sure. We're just lollygagging through life, and then we wonder why our kids are a mess, because none of us, when we actually have kids with another person, end up sticking with that person and forming a nuclear family unit that, I don't know, sticks through thick and thin to raise the kids. You know, that's the worst part about this whole thing, really. You're just giving the kids over to be wards of the state, basically, because you send them to daycare and public school. You refuse to want to actually raise your own children. No, you're just, the moment I knew. You're going to be bouncing and ping-ponging through life and other lovers for the rest of your child's 18 years. No, shocker. None of the kids know how to none of the kids have a prefrontal cortex until they're 25. They're all sleeping around, the women are all sleeping around by the time they're 18. The guys are all pudgy soy messes that have no concept of how to swing a hammer or try to be an entrepreneur or try to make any kind of money, and they're just listless until they're 30. I count myself in that. I was 32 before I got sober.
Me? Hey, I'm Key. That's racist.
Gee, wonder why Western society is completely failing and falling apart. That's whatever. Have fun with the world when the fucking lights turn off and there's no more food. Whatever.
There you guys go. It's over. Totally and completely over.
It's never been good food, but it was a quick, easy, reliable, and cheap way to get a meal that appealed to people who were time poor or just, well, you know, actually poor. Mass layoffs, increasing economic uncertainty, deferred student loan payments kicking in, and spiking levels of consumer debt should be the perfect opportunity for the cheap offerings to bring in customers who don't have much money to spare, but still
they're not cheap.
Want to eat. For a long time, companies like McDonald's, Domino's, KFC, Taco Bell, and Wendy's were considered recession-proof because even in the most dire of circumstances, people still need to eat, and the companies
yeah, but now they're no longer cheap.
Typically offered the best exchange rate of dollars to calories in the market. But that's changed. In a business move that can only be described as confusing, these brands have responded to cost-conscious, busy, and desperate consumers by becoming more expensive, slower, and less reliable. Unsurprisingly, sales across the industry have plummeted at a time when they should be outperforming. It would almost be comical if they weren't collectively some of the largest employers in the country. However, the McRession has been caused by more than some management missteps. It's a clear sign of some much bigger problems in the wider economy.
You know, it's supposed to be cheap, quick, and an easy option.
I personally stopped eating out at fast food for me because it got so expensive it wasn't worth the money.
McDonald's posted its biggest US sales decline in nearly 5 years.
I buy the McChicken sandwich. It's $3, almost $4.
It's also hitting what traditionally had become the cheaper option. But for many, that's no longer the case.
Okay, so before we get into the fast food industry as the canary in the coal mine for much larger structural economic problems, there is something more important you need to understand. Fast food locations used to be fun. Pizza Huts looked like actual huts. Chuck E. Cheese had rodent-themed decor, and McDonald's was full of bright colors, escaped convicts, and nightmare-inducing clowns. That's clearly changed, and now almost any fast food store you go into is the same generic style of nondescript, boxy, modern commercial building. This has happened for a few reasons that are each very revealing about the broader direction the industry has gone. The first reason is that children have become less important to overall business demand. In the good old days, companies would advertise directly to children in the hopes they would effectively become little sales representatives and throw a shit fit until their parents gave in and took them to get some deep-fried slop. Regulations around advertising to children and a general cultural shift away from feeding children too much unhealthy food means that companies can't rely on this market as much anymore, though. According to a YouGov survey, Americans between the ages of 18 and 34 are now the largest consumers of fast food, with 42% reporting they consume it several times a week. Demographic shifts means this age group is now less likely to have children of their own, so the extra money and maintenance on custom storefronts isn't worth it since a ball pit is unlikely to appeal to most 20-somethings. No shame, though. Shifting consumer trends are one thing, but the bigger reason is that restaurant locations have become far less important and much more interchangeable. According to market data from the consulting firm McKinsey & Company, people are now almost twice as likely to order food through a delivery service like Uber Eats or DoorDash than they are to physically sit in a fast food restaurant and eat their meal. Fast food
or go through the drive-thru, but yeah. Uber Eats is like, you know, it's nice, but shit makes everything like 50% more expensive.
Locations are increasingly just becoming distribution centers for Postmate drivers, so maybe we shouldn't be surprised that they have started looking like Amazon warehouses. Anyway, alongside ingredients and staffing, the real estate these restaurants sit atop is simultaneously the largest expense in most locations as well as being a significant asset. As the story goes, Ray Kroc, the man responsible for scaling McDonald's into a global fast food empire, figured out that he wasn't in the burger business. He was in the real estate business. To this day, for the majority of fast food locations, most of the money is made by the commercial real estate. The restaurant that sits on the land is basically just a tenant producing cash flows. It doesn't matter if the tenant is a Wendy's or a McDonald's. So stores have become more uniform to lower the cost of construction and the risk of having an unusual building that nobody else wants to rent if a franchise moves out. So if you want to know why fast food restaurants look so boring these days, you can blame real estate speculation, shifting socioeconomics, and middleman technology. Something of a recurring theme on this channel. Now anyway, this whole game only works if these businesses still bring in cash, and to do that they need to move some hamburgers. The trouble is, that's getting really hard. Fast food prices have increased significantly beyond inflation. According to data collected from Finance Buzz, the average McDonald's menu item is now twice as expensive as it was 10 years ago. This trend is partially because fast food items used to be artificially cheaper than they should have been.
I feel like it's even more, because like you used to go to McDonald's and you could get a double cheeseburger for like $1. You could get a large fry for $1. You could get a large like sweet tea for $1. Now it's like what, $3 something for a double cheeseburger, $6 for a large fry, and like $4 for a drink. Like it's a fucking ripoff nowadays.
When people would order in-store, there was more opportunity to upsell them to larger meal sizes and tack on higher margin extras like desserts and drinks, so they can make their staple menu items cheaper to attract customers. Now, ingredients and rent has become more expensive, and on top of that, restaurants need to give a significant portion of their top-line revenue to delivery companies. To maintain their margins, they had to raise prices, and their pivot to more premium branding was a way to justify this change without acknowledging that getting food hand-delivered is a luxury with inherent increased costs. Fast food companies aren't allowed to directly offer lower prices in their stores than they do via delivery apps.
Oh, the bald guy's name was Raymond Thoughts in Mind.
even though they don't have the additional expenses. So they have had to become sneaky and offer various meal deals so that in-restaurant customers can get better deals if they're willing to navigate through deals via their own apps and pick out in-store meal combinations. If you are a savvy Mick connoisseur and you are willing to sit down, do the math, and make the most of various deals on the company-run fast food apps and in-store offers, you can end up paying half as much for the same food as someone who just turned their brain off and poked at the cheeseburger pictures they wanted on their delivery app of choice. This has made shopping for fast food increasingly confusing and time-consuming, which is exactly the opposite reason why customers go to these companies in the first place. Now, the companies are not exactly blameless victims in this trend. Bloated and confusing menus and premium offerings had the potential to extract the most possible money out of the widest spectrum of customers, from the rich and lazy to the poor and savvy. But now the market has turned against them, and this clever little business model could be their undoing. So it's time to learn how many works to find out if fast food companies have cooked themselves. This week's video is sponsored by Storyblocks. If you've ever had to piece together with clear-cut licensing, Storyblocks works or increase their sales. Taco Bell, which is owned by the conglomerate Yum Brands, increased average store sales by 9% compared to last year. This success has been attributed almost exclusively to the company's Lux boxes, which have become what fast food used to be, a large quantity of food with a lot of calories for not very much money. Even though the industry declined overall, Taco Bell grew because it attracted customers priced out of other options. The company's own CEO...
Dude, Taco Bell has gotten so fucking shit. Like, the fact that they started adding, like, that silicone or whatever the fuck it is to their beef, it just, like, makes it unedible.
Posted on the earnings call that the company's
The last time I ate at a fast food restaurant, sat down and ate an entire meal, probably back in 2019, or maybe 2020, early 2020, before COVID. There was a Zaxby's near me, and I would go and sit in there and do homework. Because I had one class that was on, like, the far side of campus in college, that the building was right next to the Zaxby's. We're not really right next to it, but it's like a 5-minute walk. But, yeah. I used to go sit at Zaxby's and do my schoolwork and shit. Because it was, like, brand new, and it was, like, super clean inside, and... yeah, it was a nice change of pace to get out of my apartment every once in a while.
Performance was thanks to massive wins with low-income consumers. Yum Brands, which also owns chains like KFC and Pizza Hut, does not invest heavily.
Yeah, that's the last time I've actually, like, physically sat in a fast food restaurant.
Into real estate like McDonald's, and instead rents most of their locations from third-party commercial landlords. This means that when picking a location to open a store, they don't have to worry about the underlying fundamentals of the area and the real estate market. They can focus exclusively on what locations are going to bring in the most foot traffic. This also lets brands operate in locations that would otherwise be considered undesirable by real estate investors with a side hustle in burgers. Across the rest of the industry, though, fast food as a whole has largely lost ground to people just choosing to cook from home. I know this isn't exactly groundbreaking news to you watching, but food has become kind of expensive. The key demographics of young workers that consume fast food are the same people who are getting laid off first, and statistically have less savings to get them through periods of reduced income. These people also on average have more debt to manage outside of a residential mortgage. By now, you have probably seen the memes about being able to split your burrito purchase into 4 easy installments using Klarna through DoorDash. Now, this has probably been blown out of proportion, as Klarna is just a payment processor that a lot of people are more comfortable with over a credit card or a bank transfer. But it's a humorous way to acknowledge the more serious issue that people are going into debt just to keep up, and new platforms like this are making it easier than ever to do. Klarna and similar services now represent an extra $700 billion worth of consumer debt that isn't being officially recorded on top of over $1 trillion in credit card debt and student debt, which people now actually need to pay again. So people are short on cash, but these companies are also losing another group of consumers. Fast food has typically been popular with people who just didn't have that much time after working a long shift and then spending an hour or more commuting. But even that has become less of a selling point. Fast food is not that fast anymore. Average wait times have increased significantly, which means unless you are willing to pay the premium to get food delivered, it's almost faster to cook some basic food for yourself. Now, fast food getting slower has happened for 2 reasons. The first is that larger menus make it harder to prepare food in advance and keep it ready to be instantly handed over. Now, this also means that food is...
It's also the people who work there now. It's also the people who work there now. Ezio Herb with the 20. I just saw a post. There's a pro-Palestine protest in Australia, and they are waving Iranian flags. Shake my fucking head. These people are so unserious. Iran is against Australia and Western values, but ignore that. We got to ban Hitler salutes. Yeah, honestly, it's a real shame we couldn't in Minecraft just carpet bomb that protest and rid ourselves of all the undesirables.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
And Chagashot Gaming with the 3. Griffin slap Frit for $50.
You're fucking poor!
Sure, I'd do that. Why not?
Prepared to order, which is nice. Apart from the second reason, Fast food turnover is higher than it's ever been, and overall staff care is low because people simply do not value these jobs as much as they once did. Now, expecting people to go above and beyond for a minimum wage job at a fast food franchise is clearly a bit dumb, but it's getting harder to find people that want to do the job at all. Once again, fast food companies have kind of been outmaneuvered by the delivery apps. Minimum wage workers now have more options, and delivering food and answering to an algorithm is more attractive to a lot of people than cooking food and answering to the power-tripping shift manager. Of course, the obvious solution is to just pay people more, and some companies are basically being forced to do that, but then they either need to raise their prices even further or cut into already razor-thin margins. These companies are investing a lot of money into automated kitchens to cut down on staff before they get too much.
Yeah, you only make money in a fast food restaurant like 1 out of every 7 days, which is kind of crazy. Like, you're lucky to break even 6 days out of the week, and then your 7th day is when you maybe make money. So, yeah, the fast food business is really rough.
Much negotiating power, but that technology is still in its infancy, and these brands have shareholders to answer to now. If they raise prices anymore, they will also be competing directly with slightly more upmarket fast casual dining, and even local independent restaurants, which are getting harder to differentiate from. Longer wait times and a slightly more expensive menu is expected at these stores. For people who want convenience and are willing to pay a few extra dollars for it, they can just order from these more upmarket restaurants off the apps as well. People who aren't worried about paying a $5 delivery fee and 20% delivery tip also aren't going to think twice about paying a few extra dollars to get chef who aren't worried about paying a $5 delivery fee and 20% delivery tip.
Oh, bro, $12 tip on a $18 order. Bro, that person would be getting maybe a $2 tip on an $18 order. That's $7 for delivery on an $18 purchase. That's crazy, bro. That's already insanely high. That's like a 35% service fee.
You're broke!
Hell nah.
You're fucking poor!
$12 on an $18 order? That's insane. Chugga Gaming with the 3. Griff, do you think Elena Pierce is hot? No, she has a donkey face.
Also aren't going to think twice about paying a few extra dollars to get chef-prepared food over a barely assembled McChicken. For everybody else...
Or I guess not a donkey face, a horse face, but yeah, no, I do not find her attractive.
Struggles with the cheapest restaurant is a sign of a pretty bleak financial reality. Most of the CEOs that presented poor earnings for this quarter acknowledge tough economic times for people choosing to eat takeaway less, concluding that cooking from home has become much more popular for people looking to make their money go further. Now, individually, this is a fantastic trend. Unless you are an extremely high income earner or working an equally extreme schedule, cooking for yourself is one of the best things you can do to improve your health and personal finances. So if you can do it, you probably should do it. But for society at large, when fast food becomes a luxury, that should raise a few alarm bells. Grocery store food has also become much more expensive, and more people than ever now work multiple full-time jobs, so finding the time amongst that schedule to also prepare food is hard. That's also ignoring that according to US Census data, around 9% of households below the federal poverty level don't have an adequately functioning kitchen at all. Yes, a lot of people are choosing to cook from home instead of ordering some Kentucky Fried Carbs, and that's good, but a lot of people are just skipping meals altogether, and that's bad. A survey conducted by Credit Karma found that more than a quarter of respondents admitted
most people are fucking fat. Skipping a meal is A-okay.
Skipping meals because of rising grocery costs. This survey was also conducted
How am I supposed to feed them kids?
On people who are using a credit score tracking service, so the population sample is probably doing better than the true average. Now, this has the potential to cause a feedback loop in low-income communities, because fast food is one of the country's largest employers. Outside of Walmart, Yum Brands and McDonald's are the second and third largest employers of American workers. They may not be the most desirable jobs in the world, but they provide some income to millions of people. If restaurants start closing down, that could quickly become a huge unemployment problem amongst people with the least financial security to begin with. Now, the story is not much better for these companies outside of America either. Most people around the world are struggling with the same financial realities of increased living costs and economic uncertainty. On top of that, America isn't exactly the most popular kid on the block at the moment. Brands like McDonald's, KFC, and Starbucks are struggling with a general anti-American sentiment across most of their markets as people are choosing to support their local chains over the unashamedly American businesses. According to McDonald's own market survey...
Dude, fucking Starbucks is not an American brand. Those fucking communist pieces of shit hate the U.S. So, I don't know how the fuck Starbucks is conflated as a American brand. They fucking hate the U.S.
They found an increase.
Once again, another lib shit globo homo corporation.
Recent people in various markets saying they're going to be...
I mean, I'm not really upset that Starbucks is struggling. Couldn't happen to a better company, but yeah, to say that they're like associated with America is pretty wild.
Cutting back on purchases of American brands. Now, companies delivering poor financial news to their shareholders always comes armed with some excuses, but this is clearly a major shift in consumer behavior right when they can least afford it. Now, there is a growing group of consumers that unfortunately fast food isn't particularly good at taking advantage of. Go and watch this video next to find out how some Americans got so good at buying and make sure to like and
got so good at buying stuff. They're not good at it. They're just addicted. Chugga Chugga Gaming with the 3. Why are you not going out, bro? You're 27. Because where am I going out to? Where am I going out to? I'm not drinking. I'm not going to go to a club or a bar, so there's not really anywhere for me to go. It's like saying, join a club, dude. Like, what club? Where am I going out? Yeah, I've really stopped ordering delivery. I've stopped ordering delivery for the most part. I've got my boxes in the fridge of chicken and rice. So, yeah, I just did a big-ass batch of baked chicken. I did some, like, protein rice or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know. And, yeah, I just dished it up into, like, some meal prep containers. And I've got my 8 servings in the fridge for the next, like, few days or whatever. So, that's my exciting menu for the foreseeable future. Do I season yo chicken? Nah, but I don't wash it either. You know, maybe if I'm feeling a little crazy, I'll put some salt, but if I really want to spice it up, maybe a sprinkle of black pepper. These phones ruin nightlife for 20-somethings. I mean, bro, let's face it. Nightlife is pretty fucking shit. Like, you go to a fucking club, you have to pay a cover, then you're spending 30-something bucks on drinks just so you can maybe meet a fucking whore, and then you get your dick wet. Like, that's the entire point of nightlife. Nightlife is a fucking waste of money and time. It's just yet another degenerate cash extraction scheme. And most likely, you're not going to get any chick. You're just going to sit there, bored out of your fucking mind, drinking and listening to music you don't fucking like, hoping that maybe you can talk to a chick that maybe will like you, but probably not going to happen, and you go home alone. Several $100,000, or not hundreds, 100,000, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars poorer. But that's the reality with the nightlife situation. It's just another thing to blow money on, dude. Wowie zowie. Yeah, $1,000 down the fucking drain, but at least I went out and did something, right? Hooray! Now I get to work another 5 days to make that money back.
Gaming.
5 days of pay down the drain, but maybe eventually I'll meet a woman that'll talk to me. Reality, pay for a girl's drink and then watch her walk home with Chaddington. Yeah, exactly. No, I've never been inside of a nightclub, and I probably never will. I'll probably never go inside of one. I've only ever been to a bar once, and that was for a work-related function. That's it. Nope, no strip club. Chugga Chugga Gaming with a 3. Griff, you still in your 20s. Go find a female. I am not downloading a dating app. I'm good. I'm good.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Go find a nice black girl. Yeah, no thank you. No thanks. Go to a club with internet degenerates. You'll have a good time with Dreamcast guy. Yeah, no thanks.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Just go win the lottery, bro. Yeah, just go join a club. Go to a cooking class. Just go hang out with friends. Did I say join a club? Just go ask out a random girl at the bar, dude. Why are people obsessed? Dude, it's because they want to live vicariously through me. They don't actually want to go get a girlfriend themselves. They want me to do it so then they can hear me talk about it, and it's like they did it. Yeah, go to gym, bro. Chugga Shugga Gaming with the 3. When you're 40 and alone, don't complain. I'll do whatever I damn well please. I will do whatever I please. So, you can't tell me shit. Can you watch Schopenhauer expose the dark truth about women? I can see what it is real quick. I'll complain about whatever I want, man. You know? I've earned it. I guess this one.
Most men spend their lives confused, chasing love, validation, and happiness from women, only to end up heartbroken, used, or trapped. But 200 years ago, a philosopher named Arthur Schopenhauer exposed the raw truth about female nature. Truth so brutal, most men refuse to accept them.
It's over.
By the end of this, you'll see exactly where you've been deceived, and how to finally take back control. So pay attention, because what you're about to hear isn't just controversial, it's the missing key most men will never grasp. Schopenhauer didn't believe in fairy tales. He saw love for what it really is. Not a spiritual bond, not destiny, but a biological trick. A ruthless illusion designed by nature for one purpose: reproduction. Here's the uncomfortable truth. When you feel that electric attraction, that obsessive desire, that conviction that she's the one, your brain isn't connecting with her soul. It's calculating, subconsciously assessing fertility, genetic compatibility.
Yep, that's exactly right. It's why women like tall guys. It's because they'll have strong offspring.
Survival advantages. And women? Their attraction works the same way, just with different priorities. Schopenhauer wrote, "Love is the ultimate goal of almost all human effort. It is more important than anything else in life." But he didn't mean that romantically.
Yeah, I honestly don't believe in romantic love, personally. I really like just everything you've seen over the years, and I don't believe that there's such a thing as like true romantic love. The fairy tale shit is definitely, you know, a psyop.
He meant it as a trap.
For, what, millennia, people didn't get married for love.
A fleeting chemical high that fades.
It's a brand new phenomena post-World War II. So the entire concept of love being the driving force of marriage is a, you know, modern construct.
It's the moment it serves its purpose. Think about it. How many men have destroyed themselves for a woman who later walked away without a second thought? How many marriages crumble once the passion evaporates? That's not coincidence. It's nature's design. Women don't choose men based on fairness, loyalty, or even logic. They follow an ancient selection program, hardwired to seek status, security, and genetic superiority. A man's devotion means nothing if he can't provide these. Schopenhauer saw this clearly. Women are rarely guided by reason. They are ruled by instinct.
Till they turn 40.
And emotion. This isn't misogyny, it's observation. Look at dating apps, where 80% of women compete for the top 20% of men. Look at divorce courts, where commitment is rewarded with financial ruin. Look at history, where kings died for mistresses who betrayed them. The pattern doesn't change because the biology doesn't change. Most men believe love is mutual, that if they sacrifice enough, care enough, prove their worth, they'll be rewarded. But Schopenhauer warned, to be loved, one must not be just, but clever. Women don't fall for nice, they fall for strength, not just physical, but social, financial, psychological. This is why the good guy finishes last. Not because he's unworthy, but because he misunderstands the game. He thinks love is earned through service. Women, by instinct, are drawn to men who don't need to serve. Ever noticed how women lose interest once they've secured a man? How the chase reverses. Schopenhauer called it the tragedy of possession. The thrill isn't in having, it's in conquering. Once the conquest is over, biology moves on. That's why men who cling too hard, who make her the center of their world, inevitably watch her walk away. But here's the twist. This isn't women's fault, it's nature's. And the man who understands this, he stops blaming, he starts strategizing. Schopenhauer's lesson isn't to hate women, it's to see them clearly, to recognize that love isn't a fantasy, it's a negotiation. And the man who negotiates from weakness loses every time. But this is just the beginning, because the next truth, it's even darker.
This isn't the video I wanted, so who was it? Blackie Cat is the one who wanted to watch this, so this is his black pill video.
Explains why modern men are being outplayed in every arena, and how to flip the script. Stick around, because what comes next is where most men realize they've been lied to their entire lives. Schopenhauer saw what most men today still refuse to admit. The rules of attraction aren't fair. They aren't logical, and they certainly aren't in your favor. While modern society preaches equality, biology operates on a different set of laws. And the man who ignores this? He's already lost. Here's the brutal reality. Women hold the ultimate leverage in relationships, not because they're cruel, but because nature designed them to be selectors. From the moment puberty hits, a woman's...
Yeah, I mean, look at what happens in the wild, bro. Look at what happens in the wild. We've all seen the nature videos of, like, the deer butting heads and, like, locking their antlers and fighting over which one gets to breed the females. So it's the same thing with humans. Every living creature has that, like, biological desire to reproduce with the best possible genetic specimen so that their kids aren't fucked up.
Value in the sexual marketplace peaks, while a man's must be built through struggle, status, and survival. Schopenhauer put it bluntly. Women are suited to being the nurses and teachers of our childhood by the very fact that they themselves are childish, frivolous, and short-sighted. He wasn't insulting them. He was highlighting an evolutionary truth. A woman's youth and beauty are her currency, and she instinctively knows how to spend it. Look around. The average man today is drowning in a paradox. He's told to be emotionally vulnerable, while women still chase dominance. He's shamed for wanting traditional masculinity while strong. Alphas still dominate dating apps. He's worked to exhaustion, providing in a system that rewards him with divorce courts and paternity tests. Schopenhauer warned of this centuries ago. Women are directly fitted for acting as the nurses and teachers of childhood by the fact that they are themselves childish, frivolous, and short-sighted. In a word, they are big children all their lives. But here's where it gets dangerous. Modern women haven't just embraced their power, they've weaponized it. Social media has turned attention into an economy, and the average man is the unpaid laborer. He simps, he orbits, he competes for scraps of validation from women who'll never commit to him. Why? Because he's been sold a lie. That devotion alone is enough. Schopenhauer saw the trap long before dating apps and the modern Me Too. Women are systematically trained to be incapable of genuine love. This sounds harsh until you realize what he meant. Female love is conditional. It's tied to utility. A man isn't cherished for who he is. but for what
Exactly. It's not about who you are, it's what you can bring to the table.
he provides. The moment he stops providing, the love fades. This isn't cynicism, it's survival. Women are hardwired to seek the best possible mate.
It's why, you know, in the case of the death of a spouse, women remarry far more frequently and after a shorter period of time. There's almost no grieving period with women when they lose a significant other. They almost immediately move on. Men, on the other hand, do not move on, statistically speaking. And then on top of that, in the case of like your, husband or wife getting sick, men will stick around and take care of the sick wife. Meanwhile, women will leave their sick and dying husband. So, yeah. Statistically speaking, the women are definitely the more heartless of the two, if you look at those two situations.
If a man stagnates, she will resent him. If he falls behind, she will replace him. And modern society, it cheers her on. Schopenhauer divided men into two categories, those who serve and those who are served. The beta male exhausts himself trying to prove his worth. The alpha commands worth effortlessly. One begs for loyalty, the other inspires obsession. You see this everywhere. The office worker who sacrifices his health for a promotion, hoping it'll make his wife respect him again. The gym rat who transforms his body, only to realize women now want him, but only for sex, not commitment. The simp who spends his paycheck on a girl who'll ghost him the second a higher status man appears. These men aren't victims, they're volunteers. But Schopenhauer didn't just diagnose the problem, he revealed the solution. The first rule of survival is to see the world as it is, not as you wish it to be. The man who thrives today isn't the one who clings to outdated romanticism. It's the one who masters the game. And the final truth? The game is rigged, but only if you're playing by the wrong rules. This is where most men give up, because the next truth is the hardest to swallow. It's not about women, it's about you. And the moment you face it, everything changes. Schopenhauer uncovered a disturbing truth that modern psychology now confirms. Women don't compete like men. They don't challenge you directly. They don't flex their power where you can see it. Their greatest weapon is invisible, instinctive, and devastatingly effective: emotional influence. While men fight with fists or logic, women wage war through perception. They don't conquer. They manipulate reality itself. Consider this. When a man wants something, he demands it. When a woman wants something, she makes you believe it was your idea. Schopenhauer saw this clearly. Women are adapted to a sedentary life by their lack of physical strength, and to the care of children by their natural inclination. Hence they live more in the present than men. But this present moment focus gives them a dangerous advantage. They read micro-expressions, tone shifts, and social dynamics with near supernatural accuracy. A man thinks he's having a conversation. A woman is conducting an interrogation. Modern men believe they're in control of their relationships. They're wrong. From the first date to the divorce papers, women guide the interaction through subtle tests. Most men fail without realizing it. The compliance test, how quickly you rearrange your schedule for her. The frame test, whether you stand your ground or cave to her emotions. The investment test, if you chase more than she does. Schopenhauer warned, women are instinctively crafty and have an innate talent for deception. This isn't evil, it's evolutionary programming. In a world where physical strength didn't secure survival, emotional intelligence became the ultimate currency. The woman who couldn't navigate male psychology didn't pass on her genes. Here's where modern men walk blindly into the trap. They confuse a woman's attention for genuine interest. But Schopenhauer revealed the dark reality. Women are most drawn to men who don't need them. The moment you make a woman your purpose is the moment she loses respect for you. This explains why nice guys finish last, why marriages crumble after men sacrifice their ambitions, why women pursue emotionally unavailable men. It's not that women want to be treated poorly. They're biologically wired to seek men of higher value. And nothing destroys perceived value faster than neediness. Every interaction with a woman contains an unspoken power struggle. Most men lose before they realize the battle began. She cries to avoid accountability. She withholds affection to train compliance.
Dude, it's like that stupid fucking internet meme, which I'm sure actually does happen in reality, where it's like the guy's playing video games or whatever with his friends, and the fucking whore girlfriend walks in naked or whatever and tries to draw him away from doing something that he's like wanting to do with his free time. Like, that's exactly the type of shit. Like, I get like it's a stupid fucking internet meme, but I guarantee you that actually does happen. And not just in that circumstance, You know, you say you're about to go do something, and then she's like, no. Or you're like waking up early to go do something. No, stay. Like, all of that shit is a test. You just have to say, nah, fuck you. You don't actually have to say fuck you, but it's like, nope. See you later. And that puts you in a higher standing than actually doing what she tells you to, which is counterintuitive. So, yeah, most people don't understand that. Or if they're like, oh, no, don't do that. You know, just, you should come do this with me instead. Nope, I'm doing this. Like, they'll be mad in the moment, but long term, it'll, you know, help you out more. So, it's weird, bro. Very fucking weird. So, you have to stand your ground.
She flirts with others to test your confidence. Schopenhauer called this the tyranny of the weak. Women leverage their perceived vulnerability to control stronger adversaries. A man who falls for it becomes a slave. A man who recognizes it, he becomes unstoppable. But there's hope. Schopenhauer's most liberating truth is this. The first step to freedom is seeing the chains. Once you understand female nature isn't personal, it's biological, you stop taking it personally. You stop begging for loyalty and start inspiring it. The final lesson. The most dangerous lies aren't the ones women tell men. They're the ones men tell themselves. Schopenhauer's most devastating revelation wasn't about women. It was about the cold, unflinching reality of human nature itself. After exposing the brutal truths of attraction and power dynamics, he offered something far more valuable. The path to liberation. This isn't about defeating women. It's about transcending
3 bitches at the same time.
the game entirely. Modern men make one fatal error. They believe happiness comes from female validation. Schopenhauer saw through this illusion.
Yeah, happiness comes from having a fat-ass bank account and you can do whatever the fuck you want.
The happiness which we receive from ourselves is greater than that which we obtain from our surroundings.
I hate that stupid, yeah, you have to be happy from yourself. Like, bro, what the fuck does that even mean? The happiness that I derive from myself? What the fuck does that even mean, bro? Oh my god, guys, I'm so happy. I just took a shit. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I just, like, no. Who fucking gives... I don't know, bro. That shit's dumb as hell. The happiness you get in life is, you know, unfortunately derived from other people. But it shouldn't be reliant on one person.
The men who thrive aren't those who conquer women, but those who conquer themselves. They develop a purpose so consuming, so intrinsically rewarding.
There's nothing happy about being by yourself all the fucking time. That is such a cope. That is such a cope. This guy's making shit up. Yeah, I mean, it's an AI slop video, bro, so it's probably just Chat GPT.
That female attention becomes a pleasant bonus rather than a life.
Griff, why do you... Wait, but why do you care so much about money when you don't do shit with it? Don't you say you don't even care to go out, meaning that you don't get to do anything with it? Yeah, because I don't have real money. Bro, I don't have real money. I can't buy a house. I can't go and buy, like, a car I want. I can't go on the type of trip I would want to go on. So, yeah, with the amount of money I have right now, there's nothing I want to fucking do. So, yeah, the type of money I'm talking about is not like, oh, I have $10,000 in my bank account. Wowie zowie. Like, no. I mean, in my price range, what I can do is go to, like, the shitty fucking beach for a week. Or go to a fucking club, or a sports game, or fucking a concert, and that type. Like, I don't want to do any of that shit. None of that stuff appeals to me. Like, the type of stuff I want to do is own property. You know, that's my type of idea of fun. Is, like, owning a bunch of different homes and, like, traveling in between them, like, periodically. Or having, like, a really fucking nice place where you have, like, a pool and a garden and all sorts of shit that you can enjoy in your free time. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't like going out. I like having nice stuff. So that's what I would want to spend my money on. Is having, like, nice houses that I can enjoy and live in and be, you know, surrounded by the fruits of my labor, essentially. So, a garden cope. So, PK, you're saying, hold on. You're saying you wouldn't want to have some shit like this to, like, walk around in. Let's see. What's a good example? I guess that works. Whatever. Like, you wouldn't want something like that, where you could just walk around and, you know, hang out outside, take in the atmosphere, enjoy the outdoors, walk your dog around, sit on your laptop and work. Like, you wouldn't want, like, a cool outdoor space like this to just chill? I don't know. Like, genuine question. I feel like that's a pretty appealing prospect. So, yeah, I'm not an experienced spender. That's the thing. I don't feel any joy from, like, going to a fucking sports ball game or going to the fucking beach or going skiing or going to a concert or what a fucking bar or something like that. Like, I don't like that type of stuff. So that's the stuff I would want to spend my money on. Is like a nice ass house, multiple properties that I can go to. Like, I want my own space. Like, I'm very fucking sick of living in, like, tight quarters, you know, living close to other people, not having a place to park my own fucking car consistently, having to fucking deal with other people. Like, I don't know, bro. I want my own space that's not cramped, that I have room to move and exist. And I can have a pool, I can have, like, a nice yard. You know, I have things that I enjoy doing. Like, I would definitely use a pool every day if I had it. I would definitely love to have, like, a nice outdoor space to sit around in. I would love to have a house where I can actually fucking move around in, too. And have space, so... that to me is much more worthwhile. But yeah, I'm not in that price range yet, so there's not anything that I want to spend money on right now. Delayed gratification. Yeah, I would definitely get another dog. I want 2 dogs, but I don't have room right now. Just go to the park, yeah, so I can listen to fucking Spanish music, see a bunch of fucking Indians everywhere, and the local crackhead sleeping on the bench. Absolutely, man. Can't wait.
Life or death necessity. History's most remarkable men, the artists, the inventors, the warriors, weren't distracted by the chase. They were too busy building empires. Here are the 3 pillars of unshakable masculinity. 1. Economic sovereignty. Schopenhauer warned that money is human happiness in the abstract, not for what it buys, but for the freedom it secures. The man who controls his finances controls his fate. 2. Philosophical.
Exactly. Thank you.
The man who controls his money is human happiness in the abstract, not for what it buys, but for the freedom it secures.
Amen. Money is human happiness in the abstract because of the freedom it secures. That's what I've always said. The money gives you the freedom to be happy. Exactly.
The man who controls his finances controls his fate.
Yep.
2. Philosophical depth. Most men live on autopilot. The exceptional man cultivates a mind sharp enough to cut through societal lies. He reads, debates, and thinks for himself. 3.
Sorry, I don't know why that made me think of that.
Physical mastery. The body isn't just a tool for attraction, it's the vessel of your will. Weakness here breeds weakness everywhere. Here's where Schopenhauer's wisdom becomes revolutionary. The safest way of not being very miserable is not to expect to be very happy. This isn't...
Yeah, that's very true. People who expect to be happy all the time are idiots.
Pessimism. It's emotional armor. The modern man who stops begging for love, approval, or fairness suddenly finds these things come to him. Why? Because he's removed himself from the desperate masses. He's become the prize. The battle between men and women isn't personal. It's biological theater playing out across millennia. The man who wakes up to this stops blaming and starts evolving. He doesn't resent female nature. He adapts to it. He builds a life so compelling that women must either meet his standards or watch from the sidelines. Schopenhauer's ultimate lesson? We forfeit 3/4 of ourselves in order to be like other people. The choice is yours. Continue chasing illusions.
This guy's making shit up again. Become the prize. I know. It's fucking gay. I don't know. Yeah, it's just AI slop, so. Yeah, this is a book everybody should read, The Prince. It's a pretty good book from Machiavelli. It's really short. You can read it in an hour or two. It's like 100 pages, but it's worth checking out. So you capitulate to the Jew matrix and get money. That's your game. You're gonna be... No. What you do is you use the system to your advantage, generate your money, aka your freedom, to get away from it. You know, it's like basically the equivalent of a slave wage. If you work hard enough and long enough, you can save up enough money to buy your freedom. And the freedom for your family and whatever. So, unfortunately, when it comes to generating generational wealth, someone has to be the generation to bite the bullet and, you know, break the fucking cycle. Type shit. So, yeah, you might have to be the motherfucker that's miserable his entire life, doesn't have anything they want, but accumulates enough money so that, you know, your kids and their kids and the kids after that subsequently don't have to go through what you had to go through. That's how every single person who has money started off at some point, you know, down the family tree. So, unfortunately, we live in a system. You can either choose to be a part of the system for life or use the system to your advantage in order to break free from it and rise above it. So, want to watch Raymond's loneliness video? It's really good, man. Is it recent?
All right.
I guess. Is it like his most viewed one? It's one of them, I guess. You have no idea what loneliness is. I don't know. Do you guys want to watch it? It's an hour. Yes. It's a good video. All right, we can watch it.
You guys got your bingo cards ready? I think you're going to need them. Let's see how many sorry old trite tropes get drudged up in this Psychology Today article on
How to build genuine connections in a lonely world. Join a club, dude.
loneliness. In the loneliness
Join a club. Go to the gym.
Section. They have an entire section on loneliness and social isolation, by the way. The Science of Belonging by Jan Bonhoeffer. Jan? Is this a dude? Jan Bonhoeffer. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know. The whole happiness thing, I can't fucking stand, man. Most of life, you're going to be fucking miserable. Because unless you're miserable, you'll never be happy. And that's just the reality. You have to be miserable in order to eventually be happy. You need the polarity. Otherwise, one doesn't exist without the other.
How to build genuine connections in a lonely world. Let's see how many. Just get out and go join a bike club, bro.
Yeah, join a club, dude. Go to gym.
Dude, if I had a fucking dollar
Go to your cooking class.
every time I got that comment, I wouldn't need to make another goddamn video. Do you guys realize that in America, in the world, in the West, and by the way, traveling to Asia is bullshit. A traditional girl in Asia, that's not Western traditionalism.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very, very true. Yeah, you're not getting a tradcon Asian waifu. You're getting something much worse.
That's not Christian Western traditionalism at all. Understand that. Asia is not an option.
I agree.
The bike groups, exercise groups, everything is literally hands off. You're not allowed to talk to the women, if the women there are even single. Unless you're hot, of course. And they rewrite those rules immediately for the chicks, or for the dudes that are hot, that join their little clubs. No, biking groups. It's all these fucking super fit chicks in their little...
No, this isn't the one where he sucks imaginary cock, is it? Hold on, now I have to find it. Shit. Dude, he makes so many damn videos. Which one is it? It was like, Then You Die or something. I think that was it. Yeah, life sucks, then you die.
I am slowly, well, not so slowly, really. I'm quickly coming to the realization that, and I've known this for my entire life, and you've known this too. Sure. And maybe you get to hold on to the working. Keep doing this, keep doing that. It's never, you can just go be a 25 pages long. Dude, fuck off! Told to work. I literally cannot enjoy my free time. Always go, it's be filled with damn you. The commenters wouldn't know. I get it. I'm an ugly incel, golem cave troll fuck that doesn't deserve to be alive. All right? All of you keep saying it all the fucking time, and it's making me fucking insane.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I get it. There's no bitch on the planet that wants to suck my dick. Stop calling me an incel. Stop telling me to work out. I work out every fucking day.
I think this is the part.
I work out every fucking day. Push-ups, 50-pound dumbbells, pull-ups, fucking bike rides, all this shit. Oh, you need to go do, yeah. You need to take steroids and tren and get your testosterone checked.
There we go.
That's what you're...
There it is.
Get your testosterone checked.
That's
what you're doing.
Clip.
Testosterone check. And tren and get your test.
Here, I'll give you the timestamp if you want the clip. There we go. It should be timestamped now.
Testosterone check.
Bro, no gag reflex. Wing Cake with the 2. Watch Bigfoot Ice Raids. Okay. And Darth Vader with the 5. Yeah, that's me. Just trying to make sure I keep my grandma's house. Oh, wait, my grandpa's house. But he has debt, and I need to pay it off. Wish me luck.
Give me monies!
Yeah, I would do wish you luck, man. Hopefully you're able to do that. It's pretty shitty, too, because then you'll have to... Well, I guess if he has debt, then maybe not, but yeah. The whole estate tax and all that type of bullshit's so irritating. But I guess if he has debt, maybe you can avoid that. Let's see. Let me just drop this in the tab real quick. And then we'll continue on. Alright.
little spandex professional shorts or whatever with their little helmets and their arrow whatever on, and they all want to go 25 miles an hour, make sure they outrace everybody else. There's no socializing that happens in a bike club. Are you insane? Have you ever been to one?
Oh, that's right. I forgot Trump got rid of the estate tax. That's true. I forgot about that.
There's literally nowhere to meet people. When you go out in public.
I like what you said, Griffin, but it's a lot deeper than just making money. There's people who literally make the money out of paper. Did their ancestors make their money out of paper? I don't know what you mean by that, but I mean, yes and no. What I'm more so getting at is there has to be some person at some point in the family tree that makes the money that sets up the future generations for significant wealth. So usually that's done through incredibly hard work or sacrificing, you know, temporary validation for long-term success. So I don't know, like, sure, there's people who just magically get a shitload of money, like they bought Bitcoin at the right time and made a fuckload and whatever, like, yeah, but I would say in most cases, most people who have, like, genuine generational wealth did so by working incredibly hard when everybody else did not, and saving and spending their money wisely. So well, that's the thing, is generational wealth wouldn't be reliant on just having cash in the bank. You would acquire assets that generate money and, you know, adjust for inflation. So you would put your money in, you know, actual companies and assets that appreciate over time, you know, at a rate greater than the rate of inflation.
Everyone looks everywhere else but you, period. That's how it works. People don't interact with each other anymore. The only people I interact with are people that are older than me. I'm not kidding. Whether it's married or single women, they're just older than me. If by chance I get some hot little 18-year-old at the checkout counter, she can barely be bothered to acknowledge me as human while she tries to count out her quarters to give me the change back. We're completely, you can't go touch grass, go meet people. What people? There are no people to...
Yeah, they're all subhuman.
...meet. So, no, the internet literally is real life now. Real life doesn't exist. We are beyond the Matrix now. We're beyond pure simulacrum. Everything is a sad, sorry copy of what it used to be. I mean, we have to download an app to meet people, make friends. We got to download an app to use a camera. We got to download an app to use a stereo. We got to download an app to turn on a fucking car.
Yup.
The science of belonging. How to build genuine connections in a lonely world. Who made it that way? Whose fault is it? Who decided that we can't ever talk to one another? Who decided that
the Rothschilds
men just need to be completely supplicant to women? Who decided? And then don't even get me started on the amount of chicks I see driving, if they're in a couple, driving their little boy toy around. He's just like sullenly looking down at his phone the entire time.
Be me on my Nintendo Switch while my wife drives me around.
Just a passenger. I'm the passenger princess. The science of belonging. How to build genuine connections in a lonely world. 46% of people report feeling lonely. No shit, Sherlock. You know, you get to a certain point where you don't feel lonely anymore. You just are. It's just how you are.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never really felt lonely in my life. I've never really experienced loneliness to the degree where it's, like, actually affected me. But maybe that's just because I've always been alone. But yeah, it's never really bugged me that much. The only time it kind of bugged me was when I first started living by myself, but, you know, that was a pretty big life change, so. But that was only temporary for, like, a few months. But it didn't, like, upset me or anything like that. It was just kind of weird to get used to.
And you stop thinking of it as a thing to be experienced or be avoided. It just is. I'm just lonely. I'm just unfulfilled. I'm just unhappy. Like, I've never felt worse in my entire life than I have recently, to be honest with you. Most of that is a byproduct of the absolute inane and heinous amount of just hateful comments that YouTube just lets publish on my channel. Every single video. And yes, I read them because I can't help but read them because, quite frankly, I don't have anything better to do. And then, of course, your retort is going to be, oh, well, Raymond, you should have found something better to do than read the fucking comments. You should find something better to do. You should find something better to do. You should. Just go do other things. What other things? All of it is just work. Go work out more. Go do more sets, bro. Go join the gym, bro. You're not even trying, bro. Just go spend $10,000 and pay for it, bro.
That is true. Like, people who say, oh, you need to go out and do stuff. It's like, what is there to actually fucking do? What is there to fucking do? Nothing. Go sit at a fucking restaurant by yourself. Go get fucking drunk at a bar by yourself. Go to the local sports ball game. Go see the new Sloppa approved movie. Like, what are you actually going to go out and do? Nothing. There's absolutely fucking nothing to do. Especially if you don't have people to go do it with.
Just go to Asia, bro. "46% of people report feeling lonely, despite being more connected than ever." No, we're not connected at all. We don't even exist. I don't exist to you. I'm not a real person. I am somebody. I'm just an image on a computer or a phone screen. And my voice is just electrical signals going through a felt speaker paper, reacting with the air. I'm not real. Like, that's one thing you got to realize. Nothing, you say, oh, the girls on the internet aren't real. Porn isn't real. None of it's real. It's literally nothing is real. We don't exist in real life anymore. This is end stage metastasized globalism. We do not exist in real life anymore.
Yep. As sad as that sounds, it is pretty true. There is no community anymore. There is no cohesion of society anymore. It's just a bunch of strangers bumping into each other every once in a while.
You know, Uncle Ted wants to write, oh, the Industrial Revolution and its consequences. How about endless globalization and economies of scale and their consequences?
That is the that is the Industrial Revolution. Economies of scale is literally the Industrial Revolution, but anyway.
You know, you talk about loneliness or feeling lonely. It's just how I am. I don't feel dejected or depressed. I just am dejected and depressed and demoralized, dehumanized. I'm not a real person anymore. I'm just some joke you laugh at and give me $20 for the video. It's a loneliness epidemic. Belonging is essential to a person's well-being as food and shelter. Use 4 simple practices. People can build genuine connections. Okay, let's find out what they are, shall we? In a world that is more connected than ever, loneliness has reached epidemic proportions.
You can walk 10 minutes in any direction and find a dozen sports clubs, hobby groups, or entertainment venues. I mean, let's say you're actually being honest with that. Okay, what is a sports club? You're going to go to a gym? Okay. I go to the gym. A hobby group. I don't even know what that means. What type of hobby? And then entertainment venues. Like, unless you want to go see the new Disney Sloppa movie of the week, what are you watching at an entertainment venue? So, again, this is basically like, oh, just go join a club, dude. I don't know. Just walk over to your favorite cousin's house and hang out. He lives 5 states away.
Paradoxically, our ability to send a message across the globe in seconds has not made it easier to feel truly seen or understood because it's not real. It is a sorry imitation of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. None of this is real. And it's to the point where I have an actual... Actually, everything is shit. Everything. I go out and have an actual interaction with another person, and I dread it. The whole time, I'm just thinking about being able to come back to my fucking cave. You know, I stopped opening the curtains in the morning. It's just giving up. In fact, a survey of
Is that stuff... All right, this may sound like a, you know, shut-in question, but do people actually open their fucking curtains and shit? I hate letting in the sunlight. Personally. I don't know. I keep my windows shut all the fucking time. I never open the blinds.
20,000 U.S. adults show that nearly 50% of people report feeling lonely regularly. What's driving the sense of isolation, and more important, how can we rediscover the sense of belonging that is essential to our well-being? Why belonging matters, a biological imperative. And look, they show two women hugging. You know, I love it.
Yeah, my apartment is always dark. I don't really ever have lights on. The only lights I have on usually are my hue lights that I have on the back of my desk.
They say, oh, women do not understand what touch deprived actually means, by the way. Can I just rant about that for another fucking few minutes before we get back to the video at hand? Women have no clue what it means to be actually touch deprived or touch starved. None. You have no clue. You know, you write an article and you put this thing about, oh, being lonely and building connections, and it's two old ladies hugging. I think the last person I hugged was my father. I can't even get somebody to shake my goddamn hand anymore. The fucking kid that came and bought my truck, he wouldn't even shake my hand. I should have just not sold it to him over that, quite frankly.
Footy? I don't know what that is. Tennis, rowing, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, nerd groups if you're into that. Gaming is more fun with friends. Going to play mini golf with friends. Lots of people meet up with their mates at the gym. Okay, but this is the problem, man. If you don't have any friends where you live, it just automatically disqualifies like half of what you mentioned. Like, sure, I mean, you could go play tennis with random people, but you have to be a member of like a tennis club in my area, which is expensive as shit. So that's out of the question. Rowing, that doesn't exist in the US, so... And I guess, yeah, you could do martial arts, but I don't know. It's like the same thing as working out. So. Do I make friends at work? I work remote, so no.
God, none of you have no clue how actually lonely men are. How actually touch-deprived men are. And yes, touch does mean sexual. Because every guy has been in that friendship relationship where you get hugged, you get patted on the back, and then she goes off and bangs the hot football jock. Every guy knows what that feels like. So don't tell us, patronizingly, to go hug each other. Go join a men's group for support. Go fuck yourself. I'd literally rather go live in a sewer. Men's group for support. You're so full of shit. Belonging isn't just a nice to have, it's wired into very survival.
Nope, I've never met my neighbors.
No shit, Sherlock. It's wired into our very survival. As social creatures, our ancestors thrived in groups, relying on...
Dude, when you live in an apartment building, the last thing you want to do is meet your neighbors. That's like an unspoken rule of being in an apartment, because the walls are thin, and oftentimes you can hear what happens through the walls, so the less you know about them, the better. So...
on shared resources and mutual protection. Evolution has left its imprint. Being connected to others triggers the release of oxytocin, often called the bonding hormone, which reduces stress and fosters trust. Conversely, loneliness activates the brain's threat response, making us hyper-aware of perceived dangers. Is that why I can't stand the sound of the fucking two-stroke tractor across the street that's constantly running? Is that why it drives me insane to hear my neighbors mow their lawn? That's a genuine question. Does loneliness elicit the stress response that would make me misophomic, or whatever the fuck it's called? Make me this fucking nuts? That literally, and this is just, fuck. Everything drives me insane. The only social media I have is YouTube. I have a Facebook profile I only stalk old college crushes on. No one interacts with me on that. LinkedIn is a joke. LinkedIn is worthless. I posted a picture of Bane, the one where he's outside of the bank or whatever, the city hall. And he's got his arms out, and he's like, that's the one where it's a speech. He's like, we will free you. You know, it's like, we're giving Gotham back to the people. You know, and it's, I posted that picture on LinkedIn, and I said, you all think your jobs will protect you, or something like that. It's like, you all think your jobs will save you. LinkedIn is useless. It's useless. Facebook, I mean, fuck, just look at hot girls that you used to have a crush on and feel sorry for yourself. Instagram, banned on Instagram. I made another profile. It's just all thoughts. It's just all TikTok is a non-starter. And YouTube, the comment section has become this self-abasement I just can't look at.
Yeah, I don't really I got rid of all my personal like social media accounts. I mean, I don't really stay in contact with anybody I knew from high school, which is, you know, the primary reason I had those accounts was for that like era of my life. So I just deleted them because I genuinely don't really fucking care what people are up to nowadays. At all.
Cat. So I have to separate YouTube, the money-making part of YouTube, from the social part of YouTube. I mean, that's probably why most creators have separate profiles that they interact with channels on, which makes sense. But God, that would make perfect sense why everything just drives me nuts. It's just because I'm chronically alone. Loneliness activates the brain's threat response, making us hyper-aware of perceived dangers. Yeah. Pretty much anything I interpret as just a slight, an attack. It is really hard for me to read like positive intention in anybody's interaction with me. And quite frankly, it's going to take hot women treating me well to change that. I don't want some bunch of fucking dudes wanting to be in my life. I don't want to be friends with you. Oh, Raymond, you did this great for yourself. You're just a horrible person. Fine, hate watch me. Give me your fucking penny per view. This is why loneliness isn't just an emotional experience. It's a health risk. Chronic loneliness has been linked to higher rates of depression, anxiety, cardiovascular disease, and even a shortened lifespan. The science is clear. Belonging is as essential to our well-being as food and shelter. Yeah, well, fuck. I don't want to be around anything unless I can fuck it. I want...
What the fuck? That's a line right there, man. That's a line right there. Oh, is it fucking broken?
Food and shelter. Yeah, well...
There it goes.
Fuck. I don't want to be around anything unless I can fuck it. I want a hot woman in my life, okay? And by hot, I mean a beautiful mid. I don't mean fucking superstar, Girls Gone Bible level thoughts. I mean somebody average who enjoys sex and wants to have a lot of it. Quit telling me to fucking pay for it. There's no paying for it. I want it to be voluntary and enthusiastic and not be from some fucking floozy on Hinge that sends me a message saying, you check off some boxes. I'd like to get to know you more. Are you kidding me? And you're 35 and now you just fuck off. How about, I'd love to get your shirt off, sexy. None of you have any idea what you're talking about. None of you have a clue what actual isolation and loneliness feels like. What sitting in an empty house by yourself all the time does to you. And don't tell me to get a
I know what it does to you. I mean, it doesn't really do anything to me, but I mean, that's basically been my reality for the past, what, 7 or 8 years? So, I don't know. It hasn't really bothered me.
Fucking dog. I don't want a fucking dog.
I'd get a dog. Dogs are great.
Quite frankly, I don't want anybody else here. I like my house. I like it uninterrupted. I like it clean. I like being able to control it. It would be nice to have a beautiful mid coming over once a week to bone. That would be fantastic.
Get a bang made.
But no, I don't get that because I'm a subhuman bald incel.
I turned into a consumer? How so?
There's nothing but self-loathing in me right now. This is why yeah. Depression, anxiety, cardiovascular. You guys don't know what depression is. You really don't. You have no idea.
It's not
Depression
real.
isn't just, oh, I feel a little bit sad, or I've got this pit in my stomach. Sometimes you can't even get it up for prawn to jerk off. You're so depressed. Sometimes you literally get to 6 or 7 o'clock at night.
Dude, I mean, the thing is that he's probably experiencing with that is disgust. Like, deep down, you know, it's like vile, repulsive shit. And you'd want nothing to do with these women in real life. But, you know, because you get to see them naked, it's like, oh, yeah, dude. Neuron activation. So, if anything, it's probably more of a sense of disgust than you're feeling than depression in that instance.
Night, and you've realized you've forgotten to eat that day. You're so depressed. You play with how long you can actually go without showering. It's about 2 weeks, by the way.
I'm going to aim for 3.
You stop looking at bank accounts or bills and you just don't pay attention to it for a couple days.
Griffin
People
needs to drink? No, I don't. I'm perfectly fine not drinking alcohol. I don't really miss it at all. The only thing I did kind of, you know, I guess regret giving up is wine. Dude, drinking wine is nice. You know, just chilling over a few hours, going through a bottle of wine or whatever is definitely a good time. But yeah, I just don't drink anymore. So there's no point in sitting in my apartment alone drinking. Because if something happens and I need to be able to drive or whatever, then, you know, I'm not capable of doing so if I'm drunk or buzzed or whatever.
Don't know what actual depression feels like. Where literally nothing is interesting. At all. Like, I can scroll through YouTube for 15 minutes and see nothing I want to watch. I have a $600 Xbox.
Oh, fuck. RIP.
Halo and all the games on it, and Doom and Dark Souls and all these games, Crash Bandicoot and Spyro, all these games, you know, I think about it every once in a while. Oh, I think I want to start that up. I made a comment about it on my Discord, and immediately people chime in, well, just get an emulator instead. Just get a gaming PC instead. Just do this other thing instead. You fuckers don't get it.
I got an Xbox. Yeah, that would be depressing.
When I say, oh, I kind of think I want to, like, maybe, I don't know, play a game on my Xbox, that is a miraculously difficult feat for me to get up and do, and then activate the goddamn Xbox Live, and then pay for it, and then fucking download the inevitable hour worth of updates that it's going to have to download because they throttle the connection to the Xbox servers. Stop telling me all of these fucking things to do every time I make one little admission of feeling a little depressed and a little lonely and a little, oh, I don't know, like I don't know what the point of my life is. Sometimes you just have to go through not knowing what the point of your fucking life is. You guys don't get it. I got fired from a 15-year career last November. I still have not recovered from that. It has been December, January, February, March, April. It's been 5 months. I still have not processed how horribly that went down. I still have not come to terms with, quite frankly, the fact that it was 15 years that ended when Kroger fired me.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, this sounds like normie advice, but he needs to get another job. I can tell you right now, YouTube is the worst fucking thing for people who already have, like, mental-related problems. Like, if you're unhappy in life and you're lonely, depressed, whatever it might be, if you do YouTube for a prolonged period of time, it's only going to make you even more lonely, depressed, and mentally unstable. This is not a platform for the weak of heart. Simple as that. You need to be in a good headspace to be able to operate properly on the internet. So you have to have, like, a very strong mental, like, shield. And I think he would benefit dramatically from having some connection to the real world, even if it's just working part-time or something. That anchors you to sanity. Otherwise, it's very fucking easy to just get completely sucked into this fucking, you know, disgusting cesspool that is the internet. So you need an anchor in your life to keep you, you know, somewhat sane. And usually that's some sort of connection to, like, the real world of whatever it is, whether it's a significant other, whether it's a job, whether it's volunteer work or just something. You need to do something that's not internet related. Otherwise, this fucking shit will drive you insane.
Because some stupid little girl, 20-year-old account girl, I don't know how old, she's probably 30. Some stupid account girl was editing text messages that she was sending me on the Teams app. And then telling me to go back and read the messages. And I'm like, I've read that message 5 times. I'm not scrolling back up to read your goddamn message. And I literally said, don't tell me to read your messages again. And apparently, I was supposed to know that you could not only edit previously sent Teams messages, but that she was doing that the entire time. How the fuck was I supposed to know that, by the way?
Yeah, I agree. She should just resend the message.
How the fuck was I supposed to know that this little trollop was editing the Teams messages up in the thread? That was never part of the original fucking rules of the game I thought I was playing. You can edit Teams messages after the fact that they've been sent, and then chastise the web developer trying to make your fucking marketing campaign a reality, by the way. You're working for me, not the other way around in that equation. 15 fucking years, plus 4 years of college, 19 years of my life, culminating in, you know, okay, I bought a house and I renovated a house with their money. I bought 30% of another house with their money. Whatever. And then you're going to fire me over some trollop telling me to go reread messages that I didn't realize were edited? And then you're going to get on this group struggle session with my boss and my boss's boss and the other boss that's supposedly transitioning into my boss's role, and then fucking chastise me about not being respectful to some bitch. Okay. Go fuck yourself, corporate America. Go fuck yourself. Fuck. And then you're going to sit here and go, oh, I don't know why men are so lonely. Well, maybe it's because every time we try to interact with society, we're shit on in our faces. And maybe you ladies like going over to Dubai and doing that. I don't know about you guys. I don't want to hang out in a porta-john for $100,000 a year. And every job is like this. Do not get it twisted. Don't fucking let anybody lie to you guys. Young guys, hear me when I say this. You think all AWOLT is a thing? No, AJOLT. All jobs are like that. AJAX. All jobs are the same. All jobs are the same. Now, I know I'm all over the place on this goddamn video, but God, please hear me when I say this. They're all like that. There's not one that won't be.
Yeah, well, the whole point of a job is just to suffer through it for money. So, that's it. You're never going to like your job. Anything you do for work, you'll eventually start to hate on some level. You know, what starts off even as, like, you know, a YouTuber or whatever it might be. Whatever starts off as a genuine passion, the second it becomes about paying your bills, you'll start to slowly hate it. It's just the natural cycle. It's why YouTubers that get like millions of views eventually retire. It's because they get fucking sick of doing the same shit every single day. And they have enough money to where they're like, fuck it. You know, you couldn't pay me enough to keep wanting to do this.
And you are nothing to them. They will make sure. They will. Fuck.
Like, think about fucking PewDiePie, for example. That fucker could have kept cranking out dog shit content on a daily basis by just putting in minimal effort and paying someone to edit the video for him. He quit. Why? Got fucking sick of it.
Fuck. I mean, it was happening in the 80s. My dad's first boss made a joke about how, he told me this story. He made a joke about how, I need you to buy a truck so you got a reason to work harder. What? Fuck you, Gary. This is why loneliness isn't just an emotional response experience. It's a health risk.
Fuck you,
okay, we already
Gary.
belonging.
Fucking Gary. Dude, how could you not be far right as a sane white man living in Europe? Like, if you live in Europe nowadays, you've seen how destructive, evil, and just vile left-wingers are. So the further right you go, the better off you are. It's just the natural response to be disgusted by what's happening if you have any sort of brain whatsoever. So... just watch some gaming videos for a change. This shit is boring. Okay, you can leave. Bye. Ezio Herb with the 10. I feel this is a bit defeatist. I don't think it's bad to want to be at home and chill. I love that, but I don't know. There's always something in life. Just give it time and some effort. Well, the thing is, It's like there's a difference between, you know, working from home and literally being a hermit. So, yeah, as long as you balance it, it's fine. But, you know, my lifestyle, for example, would drive people fucking crazy. So a lot of people cannot function, you know, just cut off from the rest of society. So I'm definitely an outlier in that regard. I don't mind being completely isolated from people. But, yeah, it's not for everyone. You've been cut off for 4 years now? Rip, man.
Is an essential to our well-being.
Brutal.
Food and shelter. How modern life fosters disconnection. Oh, gee, now we're going to be fucking endlessly lectured about how our porn use and our cell phone use and our overuse of social media. Because quite frankly, all of those things are a replacement good for actual human intimacy and connection. Let's be honest about that. They're just a replacement good for actual human intimacy, sex.
You guys are sad. I need to go out. I'm 25. I gotta enjoy. Yeah, but what if you don't enjoy going out? What if you don't enjoy going out is the thing. Like, I genuinely don't feel like I'm missing out on anything. The only thing in life I feel like I'm missing out on is I'm not married and I don't have kids. That's it. I don't fucking care about going to the sports ball game. I don't care about going to the bar. I don't care about going to the nightclub. I don't care about going shopping. I don't care about going to see the new fucking Marvel movie in theaters. I don't care about going to a fucking beach. I don't care about going on a ski trip. Like, none of that shit appeals to me. I wouldn't do that stuff even if I had the opportunity to do so. I don't enjoy going out and doing shit just for the sake of doing shit. It doesn't bring me any joy whatsoever. If anything, it just feels like fucking more work. Especially with where the fuck I live. Every time I step outside, I'm just disgusted. I'm genuine. I don't know, dude. That is the worst part for me. Is I genuinely hate being out in public where I live. Is DC that bad? Yeah. It is that bad. Very much so. I mean, dude, it feels like I'm in a foreign country if I go to the mall. Like, you will hear more non-English speakers at times than actual people speaking English. I feel like a literal foreigner in my own state. So, yeah, no. It is very, very bad. Why I don't go out in London, I suppose. Yeah, I've heard. Yeah, London, I've heard is like a horror show. It's just, it's sad what's happened. It really is, man. The people who did this shit to us deserve a worse fate than death. That's all I can say. Without getting banned. But yeah. They deserve a fate worse than death.
And connection. Despite the importance of connection, the structures of modern life often push us apart. Here are 3 key reasons why. The illusion of digital connection. While social media promises us to bring us closer, it often does the opposite. Platforms encourage shallow interactions, like likes and comments, which can create a false sense of connection without the depth of true relationships require. Yet, good luck finding someone that actually wants to try for a true relationship. God, you guys. Research shows that heavy social media use correlates with higher rates of loneliness and lower self-esteem. I could have told you that. I've been using social media since Zanga. Literally in high school, the way I met my first girlfriend was not the high school I was going to. It was MySpace. Met her on MySpace. Violet was her name.
Huh.
She's a mother now, too. She didn't want to have kids when she was with me.
Rip.
The hustle culture mentality.
Brutal. Damn.
In a society that glorifies busyness, relationships are often sidelined. The pressure to achieve and produce leaves little time for nurturing connections.
It's not even that they're selling out the country for foreigners. The problem is when all these central banks were chartered, they were done so with the promise that the governments of these countries would, you know, eternally raise the population. So in eras of population decline because of dropping birth rates, you know, the government is mandated to import a certain number of people in order to meet that fucking quota, in order to back the debt that they took out from the central banks, because if they don't, then it indicates that they'll default because they can't keep borrowing because the population is declining, which means the economy is going to contract. So, there you go. It's not even so much they're selling it out to foreigners. They sold it out a long time ago to the central banks.
Even when we do make time, our minds are often preoccupied with work or personal to-do lists, preventing genuine presence. Look, nobody actually wants to be around anybody else. My options, like today, my option is to make videos or clean my garage or clean my shop or just sit here. Or I don't know, I guess I could fire up the Xbox and play around with Dark Souls. And I don't know, that game's hard. I wish that Jack and Daxter, I need to text my brother and ask him if he has our PlayStation 2.
What the fuck?
Because I'm going to do it right now, actually.
Bro, talk about a sidebar. Yeah, let me just text my brother real quick and see if he has it.
Hey, do you have the PS2? Come on, send. There we go. Because we had Ratchet and Clank, Jack and Daxter, fucking and the PS2 is great because it has a actual MIDI chip on it. So that music is actual, like, it's created on. It's not a file. It's a MIDI file. Jack and Daxter, Crash Bandicoot, man, all those games were so fucking great.
Yeah, it's like Patton said, man. We defeated the wrong enemy. He had the right idea by wanting to go in and kill all the commies. So, but, you know, they had to kill him instead.
I got 100% on Crash Bandicoot 2, 100% on Crash 3 Warped, which is hard because the secret gems and the secret warp room is really hard to get to because you have to, like, the one motorcycle level you have to exit, like, and then there's a few other levels that you have to, like, exit at the exact right time. Like, playing them from zero and getting to complete is really fun. It's really fun. He doesn't have it. He just texted me back. Oh, well. I guess I could play the remake. The remake is fine. Maybe I'll do that after here. And then, yeah, the hustle culture thing. Like, literally, I went and worked for my dad for a week because I told him he needed the help. I told him with ceiling grid and padding, it's a two-man job. You got the guy up on the scaffold actually doing the installs, and then you have a good ground guy, and I was the ground guy. A good ground guy anticipates what the guy on the scaffold or up on the stilts is going to need before he can articulate it to you. So you're shuffling, you're getting trash off the scaffold, you're shuffling supplies, you're moving things in the room so he can get to the next part of the wall or the ceiling. You're getting him grid and pads. It's an essential function of it's essential. So it's a two-man job. And I told him I would help him. But it's like, the only thing I have is work. Like, I was thinking about this. I don't have anything else to do. Again, yeah, it's getting a little nicer outside and I can go out and you know, ride my bike or whatever. But like making videos, managing my YouTube channel, which is becoming, quite frankly, physically painful to do. It's becoming untenably painful. And I'm starting to get to the point where I just...
Oh, Patton would have been president after World War II, even over Eisenhower. The problem is they killed him off. So, what was it, a car accident or whatever? So... yeah. The thing is, man, is Patton was so popular. More so than any of the other World War II generals. And that's probably why Eisenhower had him. But, yeah. He was too dangerous to be left alive.
I don't know. I just can't read the comments. You guys are just awful. It's 12-1, negative to positive. But yeah, I work all day. I work all day, and I get to the point where I just don't want to do anything but mindlessly look at like police body cam videos or like those stupid videos that are the drunken hot 22-year-old that like cries in the squad car because she's been arrested. And I've never done anything bad in my entire life, I swear to God. Yeah, sure. But yeah, a fear of vulnerability. Modern life has also amplified the fear of rejection.
I don't know. The body cam stuff is fine. I don't watch it in my free time, though. There's just something about looking at low-life people that pisses me off. I don't enjoy looking at low-lifes. I have to be around them already on a daily basis, so watching them is not really something I enjoy.
Not for women!
I can literally just walk out my fucking front door and see plenty of those type of people.
When we scroll through curated social media feeds, it's easy to believe everyone else has it all together. As a result, we hold back our true selves, fearing judgment or exclusion, which ironically deepens our sense of isolation. Okay, here we go. How to build genuine connections.
Dreamcast guy is the only low line. Yeah, exactly.
And on heart, can you truly identify where you belong? Reclaiming a sense of belonging doesn't happen overnight, but small and intentional. I feel like whenever you hear somebody use the word intentional, they are a leftist. That is like coded Marxist language. You need to be intentional. Everything is work. You have to fucking suffer all day long. There's nothing but work and suffering and not trying hard enough. You weren't good enough. Reclaiming a sense of belonging doesn't happen overnight, but small intentional steps can lead to profound changes. Here's how to start. Here we go. Connect with yourself. Nobody's going to love you unless you love yourself. Everybody knows that's bullshit. Why is that bullshit? Because the people that are hot, they get a lot of attention from the same or the opposite sex, and a lot of external validation, they don't worry about that shit. Because they're always wanted, and people always want to be around them. They get to choose whether they're MGTOW or not. Because they're desired by women. They get to choose whether they feel lonely or not. Guys like me, guys like the guys in my Discord or the guys on my channel and my live streams, we don't get a choice. We're just rejected. We're just...
It's facts, bro.
Told to go away. Sit down, shut up. Stop complaining. Why aren't you working? Why aren't you paying taxes? We need to fund the roads. We need more money for the school district.
We'll watch the Marvel movie, Goy.
We're gonna impose a 0.75% levy, which is happening this year, where I live. So not only do I get to listen to fucking Boomer McFart over there on his goddamn tractor.
Boomer McFart fuck. Bruh.
All day long. I get to pay 0.75% of my income with no exceptions or write-offs. No, it's just total income tax levy on top of the money that I already pay to the school district. A school district in which I have no family.
I fucking hate that shit too, man. Having to pay for fucking public schools that I would never use even if I did have kids. Fuck that. You know, as long as no child left behind exists, I don't think anyone should have to pay for public schools. Because they're not even schools anymore. They're literally just daycare centers.
I'm not allowed to go to a single... If I showed up at one of those plays, or one of those...
You don't even have to fucking get a... You don't even need a D to pass anymore. You can literally graduate with a fucking 15% average in all of your classes. It's insane, man.
Sporting events. Whose kid is yours? Oh, no, I'm a taxpayer. I want to be here. I'm paying for this. I would like to be entertained. Oh, no! Good luck. And then you still got to buy tickets for their goddamn fundraisers and the little fucking chocolate bars and the FFA fruit sale that ends up being a $45 box of 12 apples. I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding. Connect with yourself. I do. I jack in and jack
I
off.
need a girl. Bro, why are you so worried about me not having a girlfriend? Like, genuine fucking question. That's a great pause. Why are you so worried about my dating life? Like, genuine question here. Do you think me magically getting a girlfriend is going to change really anything? I don't know. Like, what do you expect to happen? Like, is a volcano going to erupt somewhere? Is the state of California finally going to crack off and fall into the ocean, freeing us of their vote? What exactly is going to happen here? You have one? I mean, that's fine, dude. What does that have to do with me?
Off every day. Connect with yourself, shifting your focus from the outer world to the inner world and asking yourself the question, who is the observer here?
Connect with yourself. What the fuck does that even mean? Connect with yourself. That's such a gay piece of advice.
Gives you a much broader perspective on the definition of self. Connecting at this more profound level can help you feel more integrated and give you a deeper sense of belonging. Okay, this paragraph.
Connecting with yourself gives you a better sense of belonging. That makes no fucking sense, man.
Was worthless. Shifting your focus from the outer world to the inner world and asking yourself the question, who is the observer here, gives you a much broader perspective on the definition. What? Connecting at this more profound level can help you feel more integrated and give you a deeper sense of belonging. Who is the observer? What does this mean? Prioritize face-to-face interaction. The richness of in-person.
Dude, even if I did talk to, like, let's say I was actively seeking a relationship in my area, all it's going to take for me to do is mention that I voted for Trump, and 90% of the chicks here would be like, oh my God, get away from me. They'd be like, you're a fascist. And I'd be like, you're right. Now get out of here before I take your eggs and put them in an artificial womb. I don't know, bro. My area is filled with crazy fucking bitches. Massive leftoids.
Person communication cannot be overstated. Okay. Every time I'm at Meijer, Aldi, Walmart, I basically, unless it's going to be 20 minutes, I insist on going through the in-person checkout lane with the actual person working. Whether that's an old fat lady or a hot, young, nubile 19-year-old who, yeah, I am creeping you out. Fuck all of you. I want to fuck a 19-year-old. It's legal. I see old fucking farts my age do it all the time on the internet. When is it my turn? I force myself.
Today, some random black dude said, I bet you done voted for Trump. I would have just said, yeah, got a problem? I don't know, man. Yeah.
To go to the in-person checkouts. I talk to stock people in the...
The Democrats are slowly becoming the party of miserable middle-aged women, minorities, and... Well, I wouldn't even say minorities. More so just blacks and miserable middle-aged women is like the primary Democrat base.
In the store. I talk to the guy behind the meat counter. I talk to the girl behind the meat counter. The guy is usually fine with interacting with me. The woman, not so much. I try every chance possible. Menards is a great example of this. There are no self-checkouts at Menards. You have to go interact with those girls. And the girls are usually working there weekend nights or weeknights, and they're hot. God. They're all dressed in their little blue Menards shirt, and they got their little tits underneath that shirt, and then hot little jeans on, and they got their long hair, and oh, hi. It's like, you're pretty hot.
Bro, you can have Melanie Mac. No, thank you. Dude, she literally... What was the thing she said recently? She said that a Christian that she claims to be, she said that the Jews are God's chosen people. It's like, yeah, you dumb bitch. The people who reject God's son, Jesus, who you think is, you know, a divine entity, are God's chosen people. How the fuck does that work? If you believe in God and you believe in Jesus, then God's chosen people are the people who accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior. That's the people that God has chosen. Not the fucking people who rejected his son and say that he's boiling in a vat of shit and piss in hell. Crazy, man.
I need to go get a job at Menards. The richness of in-person communication cannot be overstated. Facial expressions, tones of voice, and body language convey emotional nuances that text messages cannot. To foster deeper connections, prioritize spending time with people in person, whether that means catching up with a friend over coffee or joining a local group. There you go. Join the local bike group, Ray. By the way, I hate being called Ray. I prefer Raymond.
Yeah, he would look so much better if he would just... I think he should have a stubble beard. He should get contacts and then fix his teeth. He wouldn't even look that bad.
My name is Raymond. Don't call me Ray. Join the local bike group, Ray. Join the local fuck-off club, douchebag. Foster vulnerability.
Bro.
Join the local fuck-off club, douchebag.
Oh my god. Holy shit, man.
Called Ray. I prefer Raymond. My name is Raymond. Don't call me Ray. Join the local bike group, Ray. Join the local fuck-off club, douchebag.
That's so fucking good. Holy shit.
Foster Join the local fuck-off club, douchebag. Foster vulnerability. What am I doing right now?
Oh my god.
True belonging requires showing up as your authentic self, imperfections and all. Hey, internet, I am.
Wait, one more time.
Join the local bike group, Ray. Join the local fuck-off club, douchebag. Foster vulnerability. What am I doing right now?
Add it. Yeah, that actually might be soundboard worthy. Hold on.
Join the local fuck-off club, douchebag.
So 47. Okay. Here, I'll record it real quick.
Join the local bike group, Ray. Join the local fuck-off club, douchebag. Foster vulnerability. What am I doing right now?
All right, I got
True
it.
belonging requires showing up as your authentic self, imperfections and all. Hey, internet, I am. My entire channel is my
Bro, that's so good.
imperfections and all. I have gotten exactly 0 ass out of it.
0.
And I'll be honest, a large part of the reason I chose to show my face on this channel and be my authentic self was on the off chance that maybe there'd be some trollop who wants to come give me a blowjob.
Oh my god.
There's been exactly 0. The closest I've gotten is I got some supposed woman on the phone who I told her very straightforward, I need to get laid. I need to break this dry spell. Are you interested in that? Oh, maybe. I don't know. Ohio's kind of far. You know, I just... And then she turns around with the whole, I really like penises that are pierced. And this bitch was 33.
Oh my god.
There was a part of me that thought, you know, maybe it would be like that I Am Ugly guy who got 24 million views on his video and married this hot Turkish girl or something. And of course she divorced him. At least he got laid out of it. At least once.
Wait. So this guy makes a video saying he's ugly. A Turkish girl marries him. Then she divorces him.
Bruh.
Brutal. It really is Jover, man.
He procreated, for God's sakes. Sharing your struggles and fears might feel risky, but it also invites others to do the same. Vulnerability creates intimacy and signals trust, both of which are critical to building meaningful relationships. No one cares about guys that are going through shit. Even other...
That is true. If you're a man going through shit, nobody cares.
Men don't care about guys that are going through shit.
Your mother is probably the only person, maybe your dad too, but aside from that, nobody fucking gives a shit.
All you hear from the manosphere is man up, buttercup. Oh, here we go. Practice deep listening. Listening deeply is a skill that's often overlooked in a fast-paced world. Deep listening means listening with all of you, not just with your ears and mind. What is this, elementary school? How do we listen, boys and girls? With our ears. How do we talk? With our mouths. How do we make Raymond happy? With our wet, warm hole. That's for the teachers. It means paying attention with every cell of your body. So, God, fuck off. Fuck off. None of you understand what loneliness is. Look at this. Related articles. Loneliness is not an epidemic. What does this say? Calling loneliness an epidemic is a misnomer of modern malaise. Yeah, he might be onto something right there. The role of, back to the original article, the role of empathy. Empathy, that's another fucking Marxist, lambasted term.
True.
Co-opted by leftists. Empathy, the ability to understand or share the feelings of another, is the cornerstone of belonging. Neuroscience reveals that when we empathize, our brains activate the same neural circuits as the person experiencing the emotion. If that's true, women are not capable of empathy. And I'm just going to straight up say it right now. If that is what empathy is, and empathy supposedly activates the neural circuits of blah, 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 then women are literally incapable of empathy. I have never had, even with the women that I was fucking, I have never been able to get a woman to actually understand what I mean and what I say. Ever. Not once have I been able to have a deep conversation. Bunch of bullshit. Cultivating empathy starts with curiosity. Ask questions about others' experiences and perspectives. You know, notice how all of this is predicated on the fact that you are the one that's lacking. Every single bit of this is predicated on the fact that you're the one that's the problem. You're the one not trying hard enough. You're the one not doing enough. You're the one that's the issue. I don't think so. I renovated a house myself. I house a family now for 20% under the market rate for a rental in the same square footage and neighborhood. I've done enough work. I lost 80 pounds. I got in shape. I fixed my finances. I cleaned my room, bucko.
He made his bed. The Jordan Peterson shit. Just make your bed, bro.
I'm done. It is time for me to practice Randian selfishness. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think. I'm going to make videos when I want to make videos. I'm going to publish them when I want to publish them. And I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about. This bullshit, they're clueless. These psychologists do not understand what loneliness actually is. Loneliness is pervasive. It is all-encompassing. It is a state of being. I am lonely. I don't feel lonely. I am lonely. It's something I have come to deal with. You have to fill your day with things. Otherwise, you just sit there and do nothing.
Yep. That is true.
It is not something to be made fun of or castigated. There isn't some cathartic relief from it. It just is. There's not some book you can read or article you can read or some video you can watch that's going to cure your loneliness, or some friend group to go and act like. And here's the other thing. Join social groups. Okay, so I have to go out of my way to go figure out some other thing that other people like doing that I may or may not actually enjoy, and then go try to insert myself into said social group and hope that I'm not ugly and, not too ugly and disgusting that they recoil in shock and fear that some Gollum troll.
Trying too hard, just live your life and you will eventually meet. I don't agree with that, because it dramatically depends on what it is you're actually doing when you mean live your life. Like, if you just go to the gym, go to the store, and go to work, then there's a pretty good chance you won't ever meet somebody.
Would feign to fucking interfere with their little nice rich kid hobby of cycling. I don't wear the shorts for it. I refuse to wear the shorts for it. I wear gym shorts when I ride my bike.
What type of shorts are you? Oh, I guess those fucking spandex shorts or whatever the fuck they are.
I don't want to do Peloton. I don't want to fucking ride 21 miles. I want to ride at my pace alone. Cycling is literally the last thing I actually enjoy that's physical activity. I hate working out otherwise. Cycling is literally the last thing I enjoy that's actual physical activity. And all of you fuckers just want me to go join some fucking cyclist group. Stop it. Stop with the goddamn prescriptions. I'm so fucking sick of hearing about it. All right, let's try to fucking finish this goddamn article. The paradox of solitude. Yeah, it's a fucking paradox. It's a paradox, huh? Let's find out. Interestingly, strengthening your sense of belonging often starts with solitude.
Yeah, well, college is your best chance of finding your, girlfriend/wife. So that's the ideal time to find your significant other, is when you're in college. After that, it's almost impossible.
Solitude. Taking time to reflect on your values, passions, and needs allows you to show up authentically in your relationships. I have spent the last 5 years basically choosing when I interacted with other people and when I didn't. It was a choice to go do that job for the 4 weeks cumulatively that I did it. Every time I interact with my family, it's on my terms. When I go to the grocery store when I want to. I go to the bike path or the park when I want to. I go on a walk when I want to. It's very rare that somebody actually shows up to this house uninvited. I've spent over 5 years looking deeply within myself, discovering who I am and what I actually enjoy and what I want to do. Turns out I want to have sex with a hot young woman. It's funny. Funny how that never actually goes away. That desire never actually, it doesn't matter how much I don't watch prawn and I don't jack off. No, that desire does not go away, guys. Don't fucking fool yourselves. It's a desire. It's innate. Taking time to reflect on your own values. I have become more conservative, more based. I am the farthest right you can possibly be on the spectrum. Literally.
I doubt that.
I have decided how pro-life I am, how pro-family I am, how Christian conservative I am.
I don't know if he's far right.
Spent half a decade honing myself. When you're comfortable with your own company, you're less likely to seek connections out of desperation or fear or loneliness. Okay, so
I still don't get the far right vibe from him.
Me saying, okay, I found myself, I'd like to fuck now.
If Civil War started, I doubt he'd kill. Yeah, he seems to care too much. See, a cold-hearted motherfucker like myself would have no problem. But yeah, with him, it feels like he's too emotional.
It's somehow desperation. And see, they're talking out of two sides.
I wouldn't have a moment's hesitation if I had to kill somebody. It wouldn't even bother me.
Sides of their own ass. I get so goddamn tired of being lectured. The rewards of belonging. Building genuine connections takes effort.
Yeah, non-political black pilled is probably correct. I think that's probably what I would say too.
But the rewards are profound. Belonging boosts mental.
He's not ideologically motivated. That's the thing. He's just disenfranchised.
Physical health reduces stress and enhances our sense of purpose. It reminds us we're not alone in navigating the challenges of life. What was the article we read just a little bit ago, yesterday, on the video? She literally, the thing she wanted in a relationship was like visa status, health insurance, help with the rent, fucking office party partners, fucking partners to a wedding, and somebody to take to family gatherings. It was never, she didn't actually want a man. She just wanted financial help. That was it. She didn't want a guy. Building genuine connections takes effort, but the rewards are profound. Belonging boosts mental and physical health, reduces stress, and enhances our sense of purpose. It reminds us that we're not alone in navigating the challenges of life. No shit, Sherlock. You know, I could load up on rentals and renovate 10 houses and get $10,000 to $20,000 in cash flow in about probably a couple years' time. I definitely have the skill set and the energy and the moxie to do it. Getting capital is not as difficult as people make it out to be, especially as you age and as you get older and the longer you run your own business, you can get capital. Don't let these people act like you can't get approved for a loan. There's always some other, there's like, oh, 2 $800 car payments that were in the credit profile that made them deny them for the loan. Shocker. You can get commercial financing. But why? Why work? You know, I could be slaving away right now on a job site. You know, the only reason I worked this past week and the couple weeks I did in February was because I told my dad I would, because he asked specifically for the help. Otherwise, why would I? What's the point? I need $2,400 a month. Literally, that's about it. $2,800 if I want to get all my property taxes and everything paid. It's nothing. That's not even $1,000 a week. You know how easy, young guys are not going to understand this, but the guys that are my age and older, you're going to understand this. You need so little to exist. You really just do not need that much to exist. And the meme of...
Yeah, but why do you just want to exist? That's my question, is why do you just want to exist? I couldn't imagine having that mentality. Like, yeah, I just want to feed myself, pay my rent, and then fucking sit in my apartment rotting. I don't know, man. I couldn't do that. I could not fucking do that.
The sleeping on the couch or the bed with the TV and that's all that's in the room.
Yeah, but why do you just... Yeah, you need very little to exist, but why do you want to just exist? Like, why not just fucking kill yourself at that point? If the only reason of you, like, you know, existing is just for the sake of existing, what's the fucking point? That's like a fate worse than death. You're just stuck in this perpetual limbo with nothing to look forward to, no reason to live, no aspirations, no goals. You just want to pay your fucking bills, and that's it. Like, you're literally just literally the definition of a golem at that point. You're barely even alive.
Is the Xbox, the TV, and the bed. That's a real thing. Like, that's reality. My house is very Spartan. This is my second bedroom. There's one of those, this is a 6-foot-long church, like one of those folding church tables from Menards with a 25-year-old monitor and a laptop and a camera on it and a pile of bills and receipts and records and stuff I have to organize and a bookshelf behind me. That's my set. My set. My kitchen, like my bathroom's not renovated. My bathtub needs painfully redone. The vanity needs replaced. It's got a leak in it. It goes all over the floor, so I can't use that. I use my kitchen sink to brush my teeth in. Like, I am so Spartan. It's not, you need so little to exist. So yeah, why would I go out and get a job? Why wouldn't I just do this for the couple, 2 to 3 grand I'm getting a month for it? Yell into a camera for a couple hours, you know.
Well, not everybody can do that. Like, you got lucky in that instance, but not everybody can be a content creator.
I can record 5 videos for an entire week. I can record 5 videos in a morning, in a day. It's about an hour. Then about
Immortality is a fate worse than death. I disagree.
20 minutes to make a thumbnail, you upload it, you figure out a good title, you schedule it, and that's it. This one's going to be a little longer because we're going on 53 minutes, but still. But yeah, enhances our sense of purpose. Why would I have a sense of purpose if nobody wants to be around me? Despite my best efforts, despite getting sober, despite getting healthy, despite getting in shape, despite losing all that weight. You know, I've started putting on a little bit of pudge on the gut because you know what? I like Hostess donuts, and I like Twizzlers, and I like chocolate, and I like marshmallows, and I eat Pop-Tarts cold at night. Fuck it. Nobody wants to be around me anyway. And maybe I go down to 3 times a week doing the push-ups and the weights instead of every morning. Because nobody, literally nobody cares. Nobody cares. I can flex and go with my shirt off all I want on video. No one cares. There's no women interested. I know that. You guys painfully remind me of it every time I look at my comments section. In a lonely world, the antidote is not more followers or likes, but rather the courage to step into the messy, beautiful reality of human connection. You know, every house I moved into since I got sober, my last house and this house, I tried to meet my neighbors. I tried to talk to them. I tried to form a friendship with them. It just doesn't happen, guys. If you're ugly and you're not attractive, people don't want to be around you. I'm living proof of that. There's no one voluntary, the path to belonging is not a straight line, but every effort you make brings you closer for the kind of relationships that truly nourish the soul until they don't. That's the thing that's getting me so much about this shit is all the red pill advice, all this other shit. It's like, okay, it works until it doesn't. And when it doesn't, it's even more insulting because you put in all that work for nothing. And it doesn't work for the majority of guys. You can lose all the weight in the world. You can get in the best shape in the world. I love it. I'll make a comment on another video, or I'll make a comment here and I'll say something about how it's been 8 years since I've gotten laid, and people automatically assume that means that I'm 5'7".
Bruh.
No, I'm 6'1". No, I'm 6'1". I weigh 160 pounds. I don't just fuck, you know. I'm tired of endlessly giving away to the world and getting nothing back. I'm really sick of it. So, till I get laid, I'm going to exist in this fucking state of melancholy. And you know what? I've spent years trying to find myself and find other things to do. I renovated a whole goddamn house trying to find other ways to fill my time. I built a 15,000 subscriber YouTube channel from nothing, trying to find ways to fill my time. I've done an amazing amount of work. I'm nowhere near. I'm just as alone as when I got sober. Honestly, probably more so. Because I'm just getting older and I'm just getting more ugly as I get reminded every day on my YouTube channel of how ugly I am.
Bruh.
You know, you may think, oh, it's nothing. Reading that nonstop all day long, I hate myself. I've completely given up on women. There's no hope for me. No, why would anybody find me attractive?
Brutal.
All I get is constant reminders about how I'm an ugly, bald incel.
Jeez, man. He is definitely jaded, that's for fucking sure. This guy acts as if getting laid is all... Well, at a certain point it does, bro. Like, the whole point of us living is to reproduce. Like, everyone has that desire, whether they want to admit it or not. Like, everyone has the desire deep down to reproduce and have children. So that is the meaning of life, is to carry forward your genetics to the next generation. You're like, that is everyone's primary function of life. So the further you get from that, the more miserable you are. And especially the older you get, the more you start to realize, yeah, I fucked up. That's why women, when they hit 35, all of a sudden want to get married, you know, immediately and have a child as soon as possible, because their biological clock is screaming inside of them that, you know, you're a genetic dead end. What the fuck are you doing? So, you know, more than ever before, guys are not having kids. So, there's a reason why a lot of people are very, very unhappy nowadays. So, especially when, like, look at all the popular media. What is it always? It's romance shit. It's guys getting the girl or whatever. Like, imagine you're actually, like, actively pursuing a relationship. You're not getting anything. You're not getting any matches. No one wants anything to do with you. And then your only escapism is you experiencing the thing you can't have, constantly reminding yourself about how shitty your reality is. Like, that has a very adverse effect on people, especially if they're not already in a good headspace. Like, every song is about love. Every movie is, you know, tied into romance. Every video game has that fucking theme to it, too. Like, you can't get away from it. So, all of your escapism is literally just, you know, yet another example of people having what you don't. So, that's the reason why. You know, whether you want to admit it or not, the most important cultural, you know, influence on anything is sex. Art, music, TV shows, movies, video games. Like, almost everything has to do in some way, shape, or form with reproduction. So it's almost impossible to get away from it.
Y'all suck, honestly. But I have nothing else. I don't have another way to make money that is as easy as it is to make money doing this right now. So I'm doing this. So get your cock out and fuck me in the ass a little harder. While I lose my goddamn voice. And I'm not going to cut out the little clearing of my voice shit. I don't care.
Raymond gay confirmed, maybe.
It's in Tran and get your testosterone checked. Tran and get your testosterone checked. It's in Tran and get your testosterone checked.
There you go. There's some for the road. Alright, let's see. We'll watch one gaming related video at least. Why does it autofill? It's so irritating. No, I don't want it to autofill, you fucking piece of shit. Should we watch his Donkey Kong video?
Hey there, gamers, Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about Donkey Kong Bonanza because I just played it. They actually have a special demo they've been putting up at certain places like Walmart and Target. I've seen a bunch of demo kiosks in Japan and stuff, but they randomly put one up right next to my house. I wanted to run over there and play it because, to be honest, I did buy a Nintendo Switch 2 day one, but I've been a bit disappointed by the launch game specifically. I just am not the biggest Mario Kart fan. Mario Kart World, it's just not been that satisfying. When I buy a next-gen console, I like there to be that specific next-gen experience, right? I want to play a game that feels so advanced that it feels like it's impossible to run on last gen. That's what Donkey Kong Bonanza feels like. After playing this demo, I instantly want to buy the game. I instantly want to play the game. But more than that, it does feel like it better conveys the power and difference of the Nintendo Switch 2. But let me talk about the goods and the bads. Hi, hope you're having a great day. And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe.
I thought he never wanted to fucking talk about this shit again, man. He's done with the Switch 2. He wants nothing else to do with it. It was going to be his last video when he reviewed it. So he'd never have to touch the thing again. Now he's like super excited to play the, main draw game for this year. Interesting.
If you haven't already. Excuse the strange camera angle. So what I had to do was, the demo is 15 minutes long. What I did is I took my phone and I propped it on a gift card little stand card holder thing, so the camera angle has to be weird. And also there were a bunch of employees talking about office drama and stuff and who Cheyenne's kissing and stuff like that, so I can't show you the audio. But trust me, the music is extremely good. And I want to say that something that caught me the most off guard, the second you start playing this, something that works so incredibly good about Donkey Kong Bonanza is the impact. This is like a term I feel like people have been using more lately, which is like when a game manages to have a visual language, a kinetic feeling to it that just feels good. It like just tingles in your brain. Think about catching Kratos' axe in God of War. Or
catching Kratos' axe in God of War? That shit's boring as fuck.
Swinging in Spider-Man. That kind of feeling where even if you don't actually feel it, it still feels like hell yeah. Playing this game, whenever you're punching rocks or digging down or smashing up that next big banana, there's this slight vibration to the controller. There's this nice...
What he's looking for is when you fall in Minecraft.
Communication to it on the screen that just feels good. Like, it just felt good, whether I was digging, whether I was climbing on stuff, whether I'm ripping off boulders and throwing them at monsters and stuff. All of it just felt so great. So what is this demo? The 15 minutes, unfortunately, does include the opening cutscene, and there's a cutscene in the middle. There's also a cutscene towards the end, it felt like. So I do suggest that if you do happen to see one of these demo kiosks, skip the stupid little opening movie. It's fine. It's basically a bunch of monkeys, and they're all digging, and then they go, hey, Donkey Kong, time for you to dig. Oh no, now you're in the super underground. So the demo begins with you in this mine, and this is sort of the early tutorial section where you get a chance to talk to the other monkeys, and they kind of explain, hey, press Y to punch. Here's how you climb. Here's how you do a double jump. But after that first thing, once you get past that, that's when the demo super opens up. And I have to say that everybody's making the comparison that this is the Nintendo Switch 2's Mario Odyssey moment, and it absolutely is. This game feels so much like Mario Odyssey, but not sort of in like the combat language, but instead the fact that when you play Mario Odyssey, the best part of it, by far, in my opinion, is that you really can just go in any direction and find the super moons, right? Here's a hidden puzzle. Here's a mini boss. Here's a little intricate weird thing. You swam in this pool. You unlocked this thing. It's nice that every single direction is fun. This feels like that. I really had so much fun just literally digging down, using special abilities.
Remember, man, this is a scam. You shouldn't buy it. He hates the console. But now he's super excited to play the game and absolutely loves it.
Talking to people, there is some stuff in this that I definitely don't understand yet. Because it was a 15-minute demo, I started trying to go as quick as possible because I wanted to see stuff, right? So there are all sorts of gold chunks, and it looks like Mario coins and stuff. I don't know what any of that is for. I did notice that as you get more and more of the bananas, that unlocks stuff in the skill tree. And the skill tree gives you extra abilities and extra health. Now, again, I purposely did not want to spend a long time on the talent trees and stuff because that timer keeps ticking. I also wish that because this is a 15-minute demo, I wish they said the timer on the screen. Just a personal gripe. With any demo, if it's timed, I wish they would just show you the time instead of it being some vague number. But what's really cool about this game is that even though this takes place in the underground, it's you as Donkey Kong and your little friend Pauline. Pauline is trying to be the world's best singer, and she has the ability to help you transform. Now, in this demo, I only had a chance to transform once, and I went into just a basic, bigger, beefier version of Donkey Kong, but not only do I move faster, smash faster, dig faster, it also gave me better sonar. One of the abilities that Donkey Kong has is that when he claps his hands together, it makes these like waves that let you detect nearby bananas, which sounds so goofy, but it is an interesting mechanic. The same way that in Mario Odyssey, there's just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those super moons you're collecting. In this, it is cool that the bananas are all over the place. There's really minor ones. Hey, you dug into a wall. Hey, you found this hidden one underneath the rock. But it is cool that because the world is so destructible, I dug into walls and found optional bosses. I went underground and found a little hidden challenge battle arena. At one point, once they taught me how to throw rocks, there are these rocks that are explosive. There's like these big purple cubes. You can rip off chunks of them, wad it up sort of and then throw it. And when you throw it, it detonates like TNT. Very satisfying. But I did notice that there are these guys who have like a clay skeleton or like a clay shell, and you shatter it and then you break their gold skeleton. That's what some of the mini bosses and stuff were. But for this one, I like got a key, and then once I got the key, I put it in there, and it opened up another thing that gave me another random cool unlockable. I like the fact that everything in this feels very, very rewarding, but also it just looks so beautiful. I mean, I have to say that I really do like the fact that this is a better visual display about just how good the Nintendo Switch 2 actually looks. The big skybox, the cool sunsets, all the nice environments, and it was nice just smashing around into everything. I did see some people saying, also, the whole game's going to be punching. I mean, I guess in the same way that the whole game of Mario is just about jumping on Goombas. It's that is the gameplay loop, and I've only played for 15 minutes, obviously, but that first 15 minutes, I instantly want so much more of it. There's something so satisfying just about traversing, and honestly, being able to dig through everything. I had a little bit of slowdown. During the course of this demo, I think my only two concerns about this game at all is, one, there was quite a bit of slowdown here and there. But I noticed it wasn't when I was digging. It wasn't when I was fighting. So it wasn't in those like crucial moments. It really came down more to like, it felt like hidden load screens. Whenever the game was getting ready to like take me to the next area, things would get real choppy for a couple of seconds. I'm totally fine with it, especially because this is a demo. A lot of demos have this as a problem. A lot of demos and betas, we play a lot of those on the channel, and a lot of times they're earlier builds of the game. Obviously, they're not going to be pristine and perfect, but that slower frame rate definitely looks a bit strange. But the other concern I kind of have is I really want to see more about how we're going to go from zone to zone, if that makes sense. And the fact that this opening area looks really, really big, but some of the maps we had in Mario Odyssey were definitely a lot bigger and a lot better than others. I want to see all badass banger maps. I want to see all big, crazy maps. This game does feel initially much larger than a lot of the biggest worlds of Mario Odyssey, but I guess we're going to find out. Initial impressions, I really, really like it. I really want to play this game more right this instant.
But dude, you don't want to ever talk about the Switch again. So shouldn't you not be giving more money to the scam that is Nintendo?
100% should have been a launch game. They should have released this.
It is a launch game. It's coming out a month after the console launches. That literally is a launch game. It's in the launch window of the console. They haven't even done their first restock yet.
Right the heck now, so it should be on my shelf right next to Mario World. But how do you feel? Are you still excited about Donkey Kong Bonanza? Are you jealous they got a chance to play it? Well, suck a banana. Be sure to give this video a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming. Oh man, how rad, how rad.
I'm just curious. Dude, you've been shitting on the Switch 2 since day one, and the days leading up to it, you said you hate it, plus I waste my money, and more. On God, now you talk positive. I'm glad you do, since your anger have been crazy high, but still, it's like you only think about the controversy way, so your videos get clicks. Yeah, exactly. And so the big pivot begins from I hate the Switch 2 to slowly to I have never said I dislike the Switch 2 to wow, I want to buy this amazing next-gen game day. Yeah, exactly. It's just literal performative content. It's just performative content. There's no actual genuine fucking anger or anything with this shit. It's just performative slop. Here, watch this real quick.
Hey guys, Bigfoot Cowboy here. Thanks, nigga. We just got tipped off that this warehouse has 100 bad amigos inside.
Nobody move! ICE is here to take y'all home!
Ahí viene la migra! La migra! La migra!
Turn him into a tortilla.
I caught this one hiding in the freezer. He's ice cold.
So, I'd like to thank y'all for making Bigfoot great again.
Well, I'm Rodney's better holiday.
Fuck. I mean, yeah. That was definitely some AI slop, bro. That, yeah, they should have thrown him in the tortilla maker, in my opinion. I would have done that, but... Am I against AI? Not really. It's just a tool, bro. It's literally just a tool. So AI is as, you know, beneficial or as hurtful as how you use it. So, you know, it's like a gun. A gun can save lives or it can take lives. Just depends on how you wield it. So, you know, AI can be good or bad depending on the circumstance. I mean, the thing is AI is not real AI. Like, AI that we have today is just remarketed machine learning. So, it's the same machine learning model we've had for a very long time. It's just been repackaged. So, AI is a buzzword. It follows whatever prompts you give it. It doesn't have independent thinking. No, it doesn't. You have to train it like any other machine learning model. So. Bro, what the fuck is this shit? Our brains weren't meant to see this many beautiful people?
Attractive individuals are all around us. Every day we are flooded with images of highly attractive men and women. But what impact does this exposure have on our own perceptions of attractiveness? In today's video, we're going to explore the different effects that stunning celebrities have on our self-esteem and how we perceive and evaluate.
Acid with the 5, our president should have kept going, if you know what I mean. I don't really think he needed to keep bombing, to be honest. I think it's fine. Like, you know, the Iranians now have an opportunity to make a deal, and if they don't, then we'll hit more shit, which is what Trump said tonight. So the thing is we can reach out and touch them at any time. They can't do the same to us.
What impact does this exposure have on our own perceptions of attractiveness? In today's video, we're going to explore the different effects that stunning celebrities have on our self-esteem and
oh shit, did I miss another one? Daniel with a 5, it's hard to take Dreamcast guys seriously
All right, awesome.
anymore.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
The guy doesn't do any research, and then he just pumps out content based on the hot thing of the day is. Yeah. He's a typical slop tuber. He's like literally just a more gaming-focused quartering in a sense.
and how we perceive and evaluate individuals in our everyday lives. There is indeed an inflation of looks. Imagine yourself watching a show or looking at a recent edition of Vogue that features only exceptionally attractive men and women. Shortly afterwards, you're introduced to a new neighbor or a colleague who happens to be of, let's say, average physical attractiveness. Do you think your previous experience would affect your judgment of this person's attractiveness?
I don't find... Hold on.
Who happens to be of, let's say, average physical attractiveness. Do you think your previous experience would
I don't find her attractive.
affect your judgment of this person's attractiveness? As we spend more time being exposed to these images, our own perceptions of attractiveness become influenced. Even though there has been a noticeable trend towards
Definitely not.
diversity in recent years, advertisements, popular movies, and novels continue to show characters with above average levels of physical attractiveness, because that is what sells. This diversity is still not really diversity in physical beauty, it's just diversity by skin color, physical features, perhaps race or gender, not actually by attractiveness. In addition, since in couture fashion we still see these characters conform to certain standards of beauty, it is still possible that cultural differences are obscured in favor of
She's like a maybe a 6, I don't know.
Western ideals. This implies that we become adapted to high levels of attractiveness by the Western standards, which can result in skewed, lower assessment of the beauty average of regular individuals in the real world, to the extent that even attractive individuals
Yeah, she's attractive.
may be perceived as not so attractive anymore because we've just seen some extreme levels of physical beauty. And unsurprisingly, there is a lot of psychological research on this. Research by Kendrick and colleagues has shown that there is a phenomenon known as a contrast effect when it comes to judgments of physical attractiveness. According to their findings, our initial impressions of a potential dating partner can be negatively influenced if we've been recently exposed to posters, magazine, televisions, movies, what have you, featuring highly attractive individuals. As a result,
I disagree. I mean, personally, I feel like when I'm out in public, depending on where I am and the time, I will see women that are way more attractive than the typical Hollywood types.
our assessment of their attractiveness and their desirability as a potential dating partner becomes lower than what they would receive otherwise. And if you consider the opposite, say you're deployed on a military base somewhere out in a remote place with all men or all women, and you see no members of the opposite sex or the same sex depending on your preference, you would definitely get that army goggles, as they call it, where you would see those members that you're attracted to as more attractive than they would on the outside. Based on this research, if you have been previously exposed to an overwhelming number of attractive people, your brain may experience a reward overload. As a result, when you encounter a person of average attractiveness,
What the fuck is that thing?
so you're less likely to experience rewards because of the adaptation to the high standards. Your dopamine sensors quite literally start to burn out. This can lead to a reduction in your visual attention towards the new person, displaying less friendliness and overall being more aloof,
Is that supposed to be attractive?
less interested in them. Moreover, you're also going to feel less inclined to seek future interactions with them because you're not as romantically interested. Interestingly, these effects are not only immediate but also chronic, meaning that individuals who are frequently exposed to mass media's perception of gorgeous celebrities or just gorgeous people in general, which is realistically all of us, we all tend to develop inflated standards of physical attractiveness. For individuals who are less physically attractive, this
I mean, she's like average, I guess. I don't know. I don't really feel like she's above average attractive.
can lead to the adoption of unrealistically high standards and subsequent dissatisfaction with the individuals who are actually available to them. So in other words, being delusional about where you stand in the dating market. And you'd ask, does this phenomenon work in the opposite direction? Well, certainly. Indeed, exposure to individuals who are less physically attractive can enhance the perception of an average individual's attractiveness. Luckily, according to cognitive psychology, there may also be a flip side to these phenomena, where if media representations are perceived as belonging to a different category or a realm compared to real-life individuals, their beauty might be discounted.
Griffin so far has told us that he finds Pokimane. No, I think Valkyrie is ugly. Personally, I don't find her attractive at all. Pokimane's like a strong 6 or a 7. I don't like Valkyrie at all. I don't find her attractive.
And fail to influence judgments of non-media individuals. So for example, when you see attractive hominids, they're not really humans in Avatar, the Pandorans, well, you're not going to really count their beauty standards as influencing your own. That makes sense. In other words, extremely attractive celebrities may be seen as
She is not extremely attractive, dude. That is mid.
unattainable. So for instance, looking at somebody like Madison Beer, who may or may not have had some work done, you would consider that, oh, that's just a celebrity effect. That's not
May or may not had some work done. Definitely had work done.
a realistic beauty standard, and therefore their beauty can be excluded from your assessments of real-world attractiveness. Are these effects due to the fact that attractive individuals are more memorable, you may ask, and therefore they remain in our minds for longer? Are they considered more unique? Well, interestingly, attractive people are more likable but harder to distinguish from each other because they share greater facial morphological similarities. In other words, they're all attractive, they're the same type of
The Giga Chin.
person in a different font. And this is according to one such study by Light and colleagues, among other papers. This finding is part of a broader phenomenon where category members who bear more resemblance to each other are perceived as more ordinary or typical, which is quite contradictory when you think about it, that the most attractive people actually tend to look more ordinary when compared to other attractive people, because they will have the same set of features, the same set of shapes, same amount of symmetry and height and clear skin and all of those markers that make somebody perhaps physically attractive. The authors of the study discovered a strong correlation between judgments of attractiveness and typicality, which refers to being ordinary. This contradicts the idea that highly attractive faces are quote-unquote unique and is connected to a concept we have explored in many of our videos called coinophilia, or in plain English, averageness. All typical faces represent the average features of the population and are consequently perceived as more attractive. Therefore, more likable faces are typically more average and share greater similarities with each other, which makes them less unique and therefore less memorable. Of course, other research has also highlighted the fact that highly attractive faces tend to have at least one exceptional or non-average feature, that their face as a whole is usually quite high in normalcy or averageness when we're considering proportions, clear skin, the lack of tumors or malformations, the facial development, so on and so forth. So in summary, that is not the answer. More attractive faces are actually harder to remember. Unusual faces, which may be less attractive due to their lack of averageness or being less symmetric, are more memorable contradictorily. This is why a lot of fashion models may not necessarily possess that Prince Charming type of handsome, where they're harmonious type of features, but rather a more memorable standout look.
Ooh, dude, that is ugly.
With extreme levels of dimorphism and extreme feature, extreme proportions. Again, a common example would be somebody like Selena, who has a very wide nasal bridge.
Ew. That's attractive?
Dimorphism and extreme feature, extreme proportions. Again, a common example would be somebody like Selena, who has
Dog, what the fuck? That's a freak show.
A very wide nasal bridge, which also makes her face very striking. This also means models don't have, quote-unquote, to be the most facially attractive type of people. Not all the effects of being bombarded with images of highly attractive people in the media are negative. There is a possibility that consumers can respond to these models by excelling in various tasks. Idealized models can serve as motivation for improved performance in areas
Dude, she looks ugly. What the fuck is that? Dude, no. I don't find this attractive. That looks like a man's face.
Beyond just attractiveness. In other words, real-world individuals seek to differentiate themselves from idealized celebrities by enhancing aspects such as their decision-making skills in everyday
That is like every San Francisco mid-Asian ever.
life. According to social psychology, upward comparisons can act as a source of inspiration
Her looks match is banging bones in a cave.
and stimulate
I feel like Raymond should be able to pull most of these chicks.
self-enhancement. I know personally when I see a handsome male model, it encourages me to go to the gym and not miss a day. A study conducted by Sobel and colleagues found that the exposure to idealized advertising models leads to improved decision-making tasks driven by motivational processes. In other words, there is an unconscious desire to become better at something because you've seen somebody better than you at it. From a psychological perspective, individuals may experience a sense of failure when comparing themselves in terms of attractiveness. As a result, they may compensate by exerting greater effort to achieve other goals in their other aspects of life. In other words, individuals who feel dissatisfied with their status in one area can regulate their negative feelings by using it to fuel their performance in other areas. These effects are influenced by the self-discrepancies that arise from comparing oneself to an idealized model, leading to increased effort in demonstrating competence in other domains. And so with that being said, speaking of looks and attractiveness, if you do want to find out what you can do to change
Oh my god. Would you change your mind on beauty looks if a blue-haired feminist who is an autistic furry with a bob cut and slightly chubby gave you the best head you've ever... No, I don't fucking care. Dude. No. How a chick sucks my dick is not even a slightly determining factor if I find them attractive or not. Or if I'd want to be in a relationship with them. If all a woman has to offer is sex, then it's not fucking worth the effort at all. So, simply put, absolutely fucking not. Absolutely fucking not. All men are ugly? That bitch better not be. Hold on.
Alright, what's up, guys? Recently, my TikTok has been filled with people talking about the chopped man epidemic, and, you know, I'm a man who's also chopped, so I figured why not talk about it. Now, if you're actually employed and don't know what I'm talking about, basically, this girl right here, Stella, made a video...
Bruh, that... Ugh. Oh my god. Ew.
Talking about the quote-unquote chopped man epidemic. And pretty much in the video, she stated how the majority of men nowadays are unattractive, and we are currently in a baddie shortage, and that whenever she sees an attractive man nowadays, she gets excited because of how rare it is.
So as we're all very much aware, we are living through a chopped man.
Oh my god. Dude. This bitch has nothing to fucking complain about. Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, this is mid even for Asian standards. I would even say sub-mid. That's like maybe a 4 on a good day. Probably a 3.
Epidemic, and there's a big shortage of baddies. It's gone so bad to the point that, like, if I see an attractive man, it genuinely makes my day. I was walking on the sidewalk earlier, and I saw a cute guy in his car, so I waited.
Dude, it looks like when her skull was forming, she got hit in both eyes at the same time with 2 baseballs, and it left, like, permanent craters around her eyes.
To him, and he smiled back at me, and obviously he drove away after that, but I was like, oh my god, a cute
Yeah, he probably got a better look.
guy. This was at 6:50 p.m. It's 7:17, and I'm still like, oh my god. And I feel like this is gonna power me through my evening. Like, wow, I actually saw an attractive man today. Like, diamond in the rough, needle in the haystack. Seriously.
So, yeah, as you can see, this girl is very confident in her opinion. Now, despite what she said being completely inaccurate and totally subjective, she looks like this. So, you know, obviously, people are gonna have an issue with this.
Exactly. Yeah, she looks like that.
I'm not gonna come on here and roast the girl. The comments already deep fried the shit out of her. And, you know, I don't want to add on to that because that would be very mean and immature.
Brutal.
No.
Bruh. She does look like Charlie Kirk.
Now, when it comes to my personal opinions on whether or not we're in a chopped man epidemic, no. No, I don't think that is, I don't think we can prove that. Beauty and attractiveness is quite literally the most subjective thing on the planet. Like, scientifically, there's not a single thing on this planet that fluctuates so much based on someone's personal opinion. Like, when you find someone attractive, that is based on your personal opinion and your opinion only. Okay, there are probably people out there who find this girl attractive. So for you to come on
not many
TikTok and say that all the men that you happen to come across don't fit your personal standards, which means that all men are just fucking chopped, that is just a logical fallacy. That is a very unintelligent thing to say, especially when you take into consideration all the other factors that come into play. Like, for example, this girl could work at a fucking retirement home, okay? If your job is to change an 8-year-old's diaper like twice a day, obviously you're not gonna come across that many attractive men unless they work with you. But I can guarantee you, if you go to Arizona State and walk on campus for like 5 minutes, your opinion will be much different, all right? You could go to fucking, I don't know, I got Equinox in LA. All right, look at all the dudes who work out at Equinox LA. I can guarantee you, your opinion of chopped men will change drastically. So based off this video, I'm gonna have to assume that this girl is either very unintelligent and didn't think about a lot of things before she made that video, or she's just rage baiting and you know, she knows that she's chopped and she knows that people will get mad if she spreads this message. So yeah, I guess, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Those are my two conspiracy theories. But yeah, pretty much that is like the first chapter to the story when it comes to the chopped man epidemic. Basically, this girl made a video saying that all men are chopped, and the comments were like, yo, if anyone is going to be saying this, it should not be you. You cannot talk. Which then leads on to the second chapter of the chopped man epidemic, the retaliation. Basically, after this girl got absolutely ripped to shreds in her comment section, a lot of other girls who I guess agreed with her came to her defense. And there's kind of been like a little coalition formed, okay? I like to call them the four horsemen of being chopped. And it's just a bunch of really unattractive women defending this girl. And basically, the gist of what they are saying is that this girl is actually very beautiful. And the reason that people are making fun of her
yeah, gorgeous.
in her comments is because the chopped men she is talking about are offended, and people are addicted to porn. So they're only attracted to the very hot models that you see on Pornhub and shit.
Dude, porn stars aren't even that hot. Look at a porn star when they have their clothes on. They're not even that attractive. The reason you're attracted to porn stars is because their fucking tits and vag are out on camera. You're not attracted to their face. You're attracted to their body. Like, any woman that stands in front of you naked, as long as she's not fucking fat, immediately becomes more attractive to you. Almost every single woman, if she takes off her clothes in front of you and is not fat, is probably going to immediately appear to be more attractive than she was prior. And that's just a fact, bro.
The craziest thing about the war going on against the chopped man epidemic girl is
oh god,
that she's actually quite beautiful. Hello? She's actually quite beautiful.
Oh, it's just quite beautiful. Yes, it's just, you know, these men don't... Bro, look at this fucking thing.
Beautiful. Like, actually, dare I say...
Opinion discarded.
More than conventionally attractive.
So, yeah, according to this girl, this woman is more than conventionally attractive. And the reason...
Bruh.
And all the comments are saying otherwise is because we're addicted to porn. No. And I know you guys...
Yeah, bruh. More than yeah, no, absolutely fucking not.
Probably expected me to come on here and just absolutely dig into this girl, especially after what she said. But in my personal opinion, I think that this girl is a very average looking girl. Okay, maybe if you had to type towards like ogres, you would...
I don't think so.
Find her more attractive, but for the most part, she's not like really that fucking shocked. However, with that being said, to say that all the men who don't find this girl attractive are just porn addicts who don't know how to like talk to women is absurd. Because I'm sorry, look at this woman. Like I said before, I'm not gonna roast her too much, but when someone who looks like this comes onto the internet complaining about other people not being attractive, and then saying that the people who don't find her attractive and making fun of her are only doing that because they're addicted to porn is fucking...
Dude, you know what else she looks like? She looks like that fucking weird bitch from the New Zealand parliament that started ripping the paper and screeching like a savage. She looks like one of those fucking, you know, native bitches. Which, yeah. Tantamount to bestiality.
Crazy. That is outlandish. Let's use our fucking thinking caps here, okay? The reason this girl is getting absolutely ripped to shreds is because she is not the right person to spread this message. Because like I said numerous times, she looks like this. And listen, okay, like I said before, this girl is very average looking. I don't think she's that fucking shocked. But when you come on social media and spread the message that an entire gender is shocked and you don't look great yourself, what the fuck do you expect? What are we kidding here? Like what? Like you have all of these creatures who identify as women who are coming to this girl's defense, but it's like, how do you not see the craziness here? Like she made a fucking outlandish video. And I know what the comments are gonna say, like, oh, you're degrading this woman so much, you must think you're so attractive. First of all, no. Like I said before, I'm fucking shocked. But second of all, even if I wasn't, I would never come onto social media attacking an entire group of people, women specifically, saying that they're all fucking shocked just because I happen to not come across that many attractive women in my life. And even if I did, I would be ready to face the criticisms and comments that I get, because not only did I just insult an entire gender, I'm starting it. I'm the one who's, I'm bringing this onto myself. No one told me to make that. No one told this girl to make this shock man epidemic video. And also a lot of people
when naked. No.
People tend to think that just because a bunch of women are coming to this girl's defense that she's not actually chopped and that everyone's just overreacting because they're offended. But it's like, no. Okay, here's the thing. This girl is a straight woman. She is trying to attract straight men. So guess who decides how attractive she is? Straight men. It doesn't matter if women find her pretty because she doesn't want the women. She is not trying to attract them. That is like me buying a super loud sports car, getting a bunch of compliments from dudes who also drive super loud sports cars, and then being like, yo, I get bitches now. Like, no, motherfucker, you get oil changes twice a week and a bunch of new friends at car meets.
But you guys are brain-rotted gooner freaks. And proving her point.
You're a brain-rotted gooner. Let's see your reading list, whore. I bet you love books. Her name is Thotty Mommy 69420. So, literally a fucking genuine whore who has 69420 in her fucking name because she loves her vibrator and getting fucking high. Yeah, I guarantee you her fucking dildo collection rivals that of anyone's game shelf.
What? You're proving her point. All you guys do is goon. You goon to weird-looking alien plastic surgery, messed-up-looking porn stars on Twitter, or freaky little anime characters that look like they're 5 years old, but actually, and my sister was reincarnated as a slime.
Yeah, but when I read the book about the werewolf raping me, I'm totally normal.
The character is 14.
Shut up, slut.
1,000 years old, so technically she's over 18.
What the fuck did this girl just say? That's not even for like my argument. I was just
your rape fantasy romance novels beg to differ, you disgusting fucking degenerate. You have a fucking nose ring, you dumb whore. You don't have a right to an opinion.
Watching the video in full.
You shouldn't even have the right to live.
What the fuck? What? Alright, so one last thing I want to talk about before I end the video.
God, bro.
Is why I even made this whole thing in the first place, because I really didn't think this whole chopped man epidemic was like a really big deal up until I saw that what people are like. Just listen to the story. I would like you guys all to meet Hindu Homeboy, some random Indian guy on TikTok who made a video responding to the chopped man epidemic video. And basically in the video, he jokingly called her ugly and talked about how we should all aspire to be like her because she is so delusional and thinks that she isn't chopped. But then one of the four horsemen came to her defense and made an entire video talking about why this guy is wrong and why this girl is pretty, blah, blah, blah. And of course, she looks like this. So then this guy took the beginning of her video and used it for the intro to a skincare video, because I guess he's sponsored by a skincare product. And I guess that kind of just pissed off the chopped woman community, because now his account is being targeted and botted and just like fucked, all because he disagreed with what this woman said.
I'm being threatened. Let's talk about it. So 3 days ago, I made a video on the chopped man epidemic, okay? And I tastefully pointed out that the original creator has incredible manifestation skills, and I'm in awe of her skill and her prowess, right? Everybody thought it was funny, hee hee ha ha, like whatever, we move on. 2 days ago, this one woman didn't find it very funny, and she decided to make a video of my video. And in the beginning, she goes, "This man is chopped." And then I checked the source, and I was like, this is really funny. So I wanted to post another skincare video. So I take the beginning of her video where she says, "I'm chopped," and I use it as the intro to my skincare video, which I did over a Britney Spears song. Okay, again, nothing negative has been said up to this point. Yesterday, I go check her profile after making my video. She's like, "I'm gonna find everybody that's coming to my page and commenting. I'm gonna find your high school. I'm gonna find where your college is. I'm gonna cancel you, blah, blah, blah," of course, right? Then, this morning I wake up and I'm getting thousands of followers and I'm getting comments, and usually I get like a couple hundred followers overnight, but like thousands is kind of crazy. I'm getting all these comments and they're all from these bot accounts. So I was like, there's no way. Somebody is so angry that they are trying to flood my account with bots to try to get me banned. That's how bad it is. So I take my account private, I'm trying to delete these accounts, like whatever, and I'm like getting worried. And then I get an email. You can pause to read it. Let's talk about what the email says. "You've built your platform on harassing women." Baby girl, my audience is mostly women. It's a majority women demographic, so that's funny. I mean, look at me. And then she goes, "I'm going to continue to bot your account. I'm going to continue to flood all of your socials, and I'm going to reach out to every modeling agency that you apply to, so they know exactly who they're working with." Baby girl, they know. I've been posting my modeling videos on my TikTok, whatever. And the craziest thing is, right, is like, I thought I was jobless. Like, I thought I need a fucking job. No, bitch, you need a fucking job. You do. Whoever sent me that email, you need a fucking job. I've never seen it. And I understand job application.
Darth Vader with the 2, she got enough rockets for a B2 visit. Yeah, I'd say so.
Are tough. Okay, so I like to use Massive. Right? Massive's an AI. It cranks out hundreds of applications while you sleep. So every single day, regardless of who you are, you don't have to spend your time applying to jobs. Have Massive AI just do it for you. And yeah, follow for more tips. Remember, guys, people throw rocks at the trees that bears the most fruit. Okay, so people try to silence you, people try to judge you, people try to diminish you.
Elijah Petty with the 2, I agree. Product manager is a bullshit job. So is HR. Yeah. Abso-fucking-lutely.
But that just means you're doing something.
Yeah, I mean, of course he's gay.
But yeah, hopefully that last situation just puts into perspective how big this is. I did not know this was that big of a deal. People are literally getting targeted over this. Alright, so when it comes to my final thoughts on the situation, this is what I truly think about the chopped man epidemic. I think that most men and most women are average looking, just like they have always been. And even if we were in a chopped man epidemic, there's no way to prove that.
Alright, I wanted to see if another dumb slut was gonna talk. Dude, I really can't believe women with nose rings think they have a right to say anything. Like, you're not even a human being in my eyes at that point. If you have a nose ring, like, you're not even human. You're worse than a subhuman. You're cattle. You're literal fucking cattle. Like the ring on your fucking nose would suggest. Griffin's community post today really exposed the bug people. The mindless drones had a hard time comprehending what he was saying. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep. Video games are a refugee for low-income men. The hell?
Video games are a waste of time for men with nothing else to do. Real brains don't do that. On occasion? Sure. As relaxation? Great. But not full-time. Ray Bradbury.
I recently did a video about sports and why sports might be the opiate for the middle classes. And the comments were quite interesting, and a lot of you asked me about other hobbies. Like, wouldn't other hobbies be opiates of the middle class as well, and other forms of entertainment? And I'm going to address one of those forms of entertainment, and that is video games. Because the history of the class associations with video games has evolved over time, and video games are often a reflection of broader socioeconomic trends. Welcome to Analyzing Finance with Nick. In this video, I'm going to be talking about video games and where they fit in the social class hierarchy. And first, as a disclaimer, it seems like I'm becoming a traitor to young men here, bashing all of the pastimes that are common among millennial and Gen Z men, first with sports and now with video games. But I have been a fan of video games in the past. Like, from about the ages of 7 to 19, I was a pretty hardcore gamer, mostly on Nintendo consoles, but also occasionally some PS2 and PC games as well, particularly real-time strategy. And I spent probably way too much time gaming in those years of my life. In retrospect, I could have used that outlet for other things, but I did learn some useful things from gaming, such as some strategic thinking, vocabulary, even some history. But the point being is that I eventually, like sports, started to phase out of gaming in my 20s as I found better opportunities of things to do with my time, and I simply got busy with other priorities. I still occasionally will play games when I've got everything else done in the day. However, that's really been more recently restricted to airplanes, but bringing on a Nintendo Switch on a flight is easily the fastest way for a flight to go by, and I recommend video games for things such as long train rides, flights, etc. Things.
Hell yeah, dude. A fellow Nintendo Switch enjoyer.
That you just have to be sitting in the same place for a long time and you don't really want to be productive or cannot be productive. But with that out of the way, let's get to the focus of this topic, which is the class element here. In the 80s and the 90s, video games were relatively expensive, particularly video game consoles. Like, there was a sign of dividing line in the middle class for those who could afford their own video game consoles.
What do you mean they used to be expensive? They're so expensive now. What are you talking about?
Those who had to go to their friends' houses to play video games. I noticed that pretty clearly, and I didn't even get my first real console that worked until shortly after I turned 7, which was a Super Nintendo at the time. And I ended up getting a Nintendo 64 and a GameCube as Christmas gifts when I was older in my childhood as well, whereas I had a sibling who got an Xbox 360 and a PlayStation 2. And not everybody was able to have those, but most middle to upper middle class people by the early 2000s were able to have a home console, often a portable like a Game Boy or Sony PSP, and PC games as well. It went from a more niche, like upper middle class nerd hobby in the late 80s to mainstream by the end of the 2000s. And with the mainstreaming of games, it also became a lot more affordable. Like in the 1990s, you had to spend about $64 on buying a Nintendo 64 game, which in about today's money for that time would be probably closer to $120 to $130 today. Whereas until recently,
yo, stop pointing that out. That's false, man. Video games used to be $30. What are you talking about?
Games as low as major consoles of $50 to $60, which I think with the next generation price hikes are coming, but it's still become a lot more affordable and has gone down in nominal terms and adjusted for inflation that much lower. And that's not even counting mobile games. There's a lot of mobile games you could play for free simply by just watching ads, and you just buy loot boxes or skins or other bonus features to the game. And so gaming, as a result, has become the cheapest amount of entertainment per dollar. You could argue movies are cheap too, but a movie is about maybe a third of the price of a game if you're buying it, but it also has well over a fraction of the content. Like a movie's 1 to 3 hours long. Like most video games are anywhere from 10 to 100 hours to complete. So that cheapness of entertainment, it makes it a draw particularly for the lower classes, particularly underemployed lower class men. And there's been a lot of research to really show that there is a negative correlation between income and video game usage. The debate really is which causes the other.
Fuck.
I was a guest on another YouTuber's channel where I discussed this issue, and I got pillaged in the comments for appearing out of touch because I mentioned this correlation. But I don't think necessarily people playing games makes them poor. More, it's the other way around. If you don't have the money to spend on other hobbies, you are more likely to spend that time playing video games. Like I've noticed, at least in my youth, the times when I had the least amount of disposable income was heavily correlated to the times that I played the most video games. And there's also a social element to it.
Yeah, but like what other hobbies are you supposed to have? That's my biggest thing, man. It's like, what other hobby am I even supposed to replace it with? I don't really think it's a money thing. It's definitely not a money thing for me. Like, what hobby am I supposed to replace gaming with? I live in a fucking apartment in the middle of Northern Virginia, which is basically Washington, D.C. There's, like, no other hobbies that I can do other than, like, I don't know, consuming media, like going to the gym. I don't know, man. I really don't feel like there's any other hobbies I could have.
Video games are a way to distract yourself from when times are tough and you're not happy with your life. This is the point where it gets dangerous because gaming can substitute real life achievement with digital achievement. The relatively smooth and consistent learning curve of most video games is not a reflection of how tasks work in real life. The learning curve in real life is often a lot bumpier and a lot steeper than it is in a video game, which are perfectly designed to basically provide the right level of challenge that you don't get bored, but not too much challenge that you give up. Unfortunately, tasks in the real world, whether it's education or
I don't even feel like gaming is like a replacement for real life accomplishment. I feel like gaming is just a way to pass the time that's slightly more enjoyable than most other things. I don't know. I don't really feel like I'm accomplishing anything in a video game. In the back of my head, I'm constantly telling myself, yeah, this is a complete waste of fucking time. But what else am I supposed to be doing? Like, just sitting there staring at the ceiling? Like, I always felt that way as a kid, too. Like, I've always liked video games, but I've never had the misconception that it's anything other than just a time sink.
Starting a business or the corporate world or socializing or really any sort of thing that requires any sort of challenge doesn't have this optimally designed level curve that most games do. And so when people who are accustomed to the reward system and the incentive structure structured by video games enter the real world where the learning curve is not as consistent, they feel a real big sense of frustration and disappointment because they're like, hey, wait, I'm used to having the steady linear progress that you would see in a video game. Like, I build up my EX for defeating enemies, and if I get enough of them, I level up, or the challenges of the game just get progressively harder, so it doesn't feel like you're stuck too much on one part of the game if it's designed correctly. This wasn't as true in older games when the system wasn't optimized, and the result, you had either games that were way too easy or way too hard. But nowadays, game developers have gotten a lot better at this, and it's caused a lot of people who are used to the more steady and reinforcement patterns of video games to be heavily disillusioned with the real world. They're saying like, oh, if it's not as smooth as my experience playing a game, maybe the real world is too hard and I can't accomplish things. And I'm not saying it applies to everybody, but enough of this mindset. And I experienced it myself when I first entered the adult world, when things weren't as smooth, and I get frustrated how long it would take to accomplish certain things or how much effort I had to put in, how the hard work was not always correlated with the same amount of success. And I realized part of that misalignment of expectations was kind of sewed in by my experience with gaming, where I expected things to be much more smooth. And so people who do like games have to realize that the world isn't like a video game in that sense. The learning curve is not going to be optimally designed in a way that you are satisfied. And so that's where the risk is. And also just using it as general escapism is the same way that people do to watch sports or TV or other forms of entertainment. That is a risk too. And this also shows you why there is a correlation between those who are out of the workforce and those who play more video games. The reason why the lower classes play more video games isn't because there's inherently something wrong with them. It's because they often working less hours, and so therefore they have more time to play games. And when you have lower amounts of income, you can't really do social things with your friends because you may not have a car, you're like a teenager.
Someone tell this retard that normies don't have hobbies. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I don't have hobbies other than gaming at this point. Like, I don't consider going to the gym a hobby. I don't consider walking my dog a hobby. They're just things I have to do. They're not things that I necessarily enjoy or do because I love it. Like, gaming, I would even say, is falling into the category of not being a hobby. I'm starting to really fall out of love with the fucking medium. So, I don't know. I don't really have, like, any hobby, I guess, at this point that I'm super passionate about anymore. Most people just consume media mindlessly because they have nothing better to do. And having something on in the background is better than sitting in silence and facing that reality.
Or just the cost of going out is too expensive, or you don't have the money to take out a date, or your economic fortunes are not really that strong enough to get the dates that you want. And so as a result, that time you would be using on more social outlets or other hobbies such as golf, tennis, traveling, bowling, etc., you are now going to spend at home playing games. And so as...
Bruh, I would not be playing golf even if I had $1 million in the fucking bank. I wouldn't be playing golf if I had $1 million fucking dollars in the bank. Golf is the most boring shit ever. Holy fuck, bro. Like, that takes way too long. I mean, tennis is fine, but you have to have other people to play with, which I don't, so that's out of the question.
As a result, video games have gone from a middle to upper middle class hobby to a more working class and lower class hobby. And there's the data really shows this. It's like the working classes and the lower middle classes play considerably amount more video games. That's kind of why I would argue that video games are the escape for low income men. It's not all bad for video games. In fact, on the net, I still think the invention of video games and their adoption into mainstream culture is a net positive for society. And the reason is the previous vices that gamers now have replaced with video games were much more harmful both to the individuals themselves and to society as a whole. With idle time being occupied with video games, that's less idle time towards criminal activity and other antisocial behaviors. So on the net, I think video games are actually a step for human advancement, even if on the individual level, they can possibly debilitate those who, like anything else, overuse them. Let me know what your thoughts are on this, but if you like more...
I like how he progressively got more sweaty throughout the video. Yeah, that was a pretty worthless video. Mass layoffs are coming. Shocking. Our obsession with never completing our gaming backlog. I mean, yeah, most games aren't worth completing. The video game crash, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think it's gonna happen. I hate when toilet paper gets stuck in my butt. Well, you just gotta fish it out with your finger, man. Or use a different piece of toilet paper. There's Smash JQ. Holy shit, bro. It's a wall of Raymond thoughts in mind. What the fuck? God damn. It's supposed to be the recommended thing. Yeah, the incognito page is cooked. Black woman statue. Oh, yeah. We can watch it real quick, I guess.
Why is there a huge statue of a random fat black woman in Times Square? What does it really
Because she's a queen.
represent?
The sculpture proves to be a well-liked juxtaposition placed among the more traditional statues in Times Square, which is the goal, according to officials, of placing said artwork in such a significant area.
Right, so an insult to white people who actually did something meaningful to deserve a statue. Gotcha. Basically a white guilt public humiliation ritual. The statue amplifies traditionally marginalized bodies on a monumental scale. So it's a glorification of obesity.
Who is she? Well, technically, she's whoever you want her to be.
So nobody then. A fictionalized character. They used to build statues of real people who actually accomplished something.
I want her gone. That's all I want her to be.
Or played a key role in history. Now they destroy those statues and replace them with glib, pretentious homages to DEI.
It's making people not only stop and stare, but also reflect.
Reflect on what? How vacuously crap modern art is. Listen to how the audio...
How ugly fat black chicks are. Like, what are they reflecting on?
guy describes it, and try not to burst out laughing.
At the same time, the contrapposto pose of her body, a subtle nod to Michelangelo's David.
What? Michelangelo's David? David was created as an embodiment of the perfection of the human form. What's this an embodiment of? The human form of the average Walmart shopper.
It is not quite Michelangelo's David, it's more like Michelangelo's Lizzo.
I feel like it's a good representation for New York, especially because it's towards the BBW women. And a lot of
what's BBW?
big black, like the big black women.
I hate to break it to you, but being fat and black isn't an achievement.
Me being a plus-size black woman, I kind of looking at it was like, oh, I wonder what me as a small child would have thought looking at something like that. Representation.
Oh my god.
I stand corrected. This is what the artist Thomas J. Price said about his supposed masterpiece. I hope Grounded in the Stars will instigate meaningful connections and bind intimate emotional states that allow for deeper reflection around the human condition and greater cultural diversity.
I think I feel totally represented by that.
You do?
No.
Try and create understanding and basically...
Based.
And the human condition and greater cultural diversity.
I think I feel totally represented by that.
You do?
No.
Try and create
I think I feel totally represented by that. You do? Nah.
understanding and basically encourage empathy.
In reality, it's encouraged a deluge of sardonic memes. We're never going to Mars. Wow, who was she, Dad? She was a 911 dispatcher who hung up on over 10,000 people that will record. Statue in Times Square updated. Everyone's complaining about the new Times Square statue, but I think it's quite breathtaking. I'm working on my own Times Square statue. Please donate to support my art.
God damn you all to hell!
Is this really supposed to celebrate the contribution of black women to society? Because it's really not helping the stereotype. How does this statue erected in Times Square confront preconceived notions of identity and representation? It's just some obnoxious-looking overweight black woman. It's reinforcing those preconceived notions. Even the pose literally screaming she got 6 kids by 6 baby daddies. Don't need no man with a handout demanding entitlements. This statue speaks to me. It says, you forgot to put my french fries in the bag, and I know I already ate half the value meal, but I want my money back or I'm going to tear shit up in here. I'm a black woman. I see a single baby mama on welfare telling someone they aren't going to mess with her or her kids. Oh, thank God. I was beginning to worry that plus-sized black ladies weren't the center of attention for a moment.
To have this work here is making a statement, potentially asking questions about what we value as a city, as a society.
Which is what? Essentially, not being white, gluttony, and not achieving anything to be worthy of a statue. From the same city that removed and exiled a Thomas Jefferson statue. Still, it could always be worse. In Florence, Italy, just a stone's throw from the real Michelangelo's David, amidst the sumptuous elegance and beauty of the Piazza della Signoria, they installed this abomination. Who's the artist? Same guy responsible for the fat black woman in Times Square. Unlike traditional statues that serve as static symbols of power, Price's work feels fluid, as if the figure could move at any moment. Watch your back. Her posture, seemingly absorbed in the present, invites multiple interpretations. Is she reading the news, looking at a map, absorbed in thought, or playing a TikTok video out loud?
Is she reading the news, looking at a map, or absorbed in thought? Oh my god. No, she's studying for her medical exam, her philosophy final, as well as, you know, looking up what she needs to bring in time for the astronaut launch to be the first woman to step foot on Mars, obviously.
Full blast.
La posizione è geniale perché, cioè, dal suo dietro è la loggia, il piano d'arte, e l'Uffisi, il Palazzo Vecchio, tutta questa bellezza, il sole a questo momento anche, e lei l'ha messa proprio a spalla per guardare il suo telefono.
So she's arrogantly rejecting the enriching eloquence of the Renaissance, or the vapid meaninglessness of modernity. Yeah, great message, but 2 statues of random black women are not enough. Here's another in Rotterdam, and another in San Francisco, and another in London, and another in London. Celebrating diversity. Yeah, not very diverse, is it? More like a sterile monoculture, a pastiche of socialist realism, an aesthetic of ugliness that prioritizes indoctrination over objective beauty. Public art canonizes, communicates, and represents the status, values, and ideology of a society. So when we're erecting statues that wouldn't look out of place in the Idiocracy movie, what does it say about where we're heading? If you've
Fluffle Nugget with the 2, thinking of a way to demonize black men. That's right. Or just men in general.
I can't afford this shit!
That was a quick... Yeah, all of his videos are pretty short. They're usually like 5 to 10 minutes. I gotta keep doom scrolling until we can find something else to watch. Bro, we got the Wall of Raymond again. Jeez. Asmon? I don't really want to watch Asmongold. I don't really care about him, to be honest. Unless it's like a quick little thing, I don't mind watching it, but I don't really want to listen to him for like 30 minutes. Yeah, I wonder who's clicking on most of this stuff. It's crazy how much time people spend watching this shit. People watch long-ass videos and play long-ass RPGs, yeah. I mean, it's like basically neither the video nor the RPG is entertaining enough on its own. So you have to basically divide your attention in order to not get bored, which is kind of a shame. Are unemployed people more happy? Absolutely not. The dark truth behind drunk salarymen in Japan. The fuck? Dude, I am not watching Bonnie Blue. I do not fucking care about that dumb whore. Is feminism failing boys? I don't know, man. No, I don't really think it's that the brain is smart enough to multitask. I think it's just most stuff is boring nowadays. Bro, what is this slop? Another mid-Asian lecturing? Yeah, doesn't this guy, I'm pretty sure I've seen a video from him before. I believe he's the one who made the yeah, this video.
The book burnings in Germany in the 1930s are widely mentioned in the media, in school, and in books. Whenever National Socialism is brought up, the book burnings are named as one of the main evils that were committed during that period. The book burnings have become a byword for state censorship in general. My main question regarding the way this event is presented is simply this. Are book burnings inherently bad? Why is it put on such a pedestal? The official Holocaust Museum's own
They're not inherently bad. I think this is the video I remember.
Video on the topic starts off like this.
To burn books is simply a fundamental repression of ideas.
I mean...
False.
What can a book do, and why is it so dangerous?
Nice.
That it needs to be...
Why is it so dangerous? Why is Mein Kampf banned in Germany?
Physically annihilated.
If book burning or censorship is so unheard of and egregious, why did we ban 30,000 books in post-war Germany during denazification when the Nazis
Exact. There you go. Ding, ding, ding.
themselves only banned around 4,000? The event itself is constantly mentioned, but it's also always glossed over extremely quickly. Few stop to ask themselves, what books did the Nazis actually burn? This fairly simple question is rarely looked into. When asked, the answer is usually just Jewish books and they didn't like Jews, and then no further comment given. This is not good enough. It's time to actually look into what these books were and why they were burned and then banned. This is a very sensitive topic for reasons that I'm sure you can figure out, so I'll present the books and their contents without opinion. Also, my Patreon is down below if you enjoy these videos and wish to help me on my way being able to make these videos full time. Anything helps. My Telegram is also down below. To discuss the book burnings, a brief summary of the cultural change during the Weimar Republic is needed, as a large part of the rise of the Nazis was a reaction, or you could even say revolution, against these cultural changes. Again, I will not comment if these changes are inherently good or bad. If you're Christian or vaguely conservative, this period seems disgusting. For gay people, it seems the biggest step forward in their struggle to be equal. After the collapse in World War I, Germany was in a terrible state. Communist revolutions rose and fell, nationalist militias rose to meet them. Stuck with heavy loan repayments to the Allies, the German currency was not in a good shape, and things would only get worse in that regard later on. Life had begun anew, the old regime was gone, millions had died or been disabled fighting for a Germany that no longer existed. There was no triumphant return for them. A sad, depressed, and nihilistic world arose from the rubble. Berlin was the epicenter of this new world. The old values were gone, and the new were in. The crippling poverty had turned many to work in the streets. There were as many as 100,000 prostitutes or sex clubs at any one time, just in that one city. It wasn't confined to a red light district like modern-day Amsterdam, for example. This was the city. The most unusual culture arose in what some would call a modern-day Babylon. There was a street in Berlin purely filled with pregnant prostitutes, another with disfigured ones, acid scars, hunchbacks, you name it. Another was purely mother-daughter teams who would dress exactly alike. A lot of what went on in the city, many in the modern world would agree with. This aspect, most would find abhorrent. On a more acceptable level to our modern society, homosexuality was rife, and one famous Brit who emigrated called Berlin a bugger's paradise. Thousands turned up from all over Europe to the one city they felt their life would be accepted and even promoted. Drugs were widely available, mainly morphine, opium, and cocaine. Transgenderism saw the light of day. Magnus Hirschfeld, a homosexual scientist, founded his Institute of Sexual Research. Here, all moral laws of the past were out the window, and people were free to experiment with gender, bizarre sexual fetishes, or browse his collection of sex items yet on display at the Institute. He was known
disgusting.
As the Einstein of sex, and the first occurrence of someone undergoing a full male-to-female gender reassignment surgery was done here. Berlin was essentially liberalism run wild. An important aspect to note is that many, or even most of the leading figures of this new liberal culture, and the liberal government at large at this time, were Jewish. I say this without opinion or further comment. Many Jews talk openly and proudly of this period, and if you're a liberal, and some aspects of this time is part of your worldview that you strive for, this is your prerogative. Whether this type of society is right or wrong depends on your worldview. The National Socialists, however, found it abhorrent. As a result, many of the books on the banned list were indeed by Jewish authors. This is just a brief overview of the culture at the time. I'll eventually write a video of its own regarding the Weimar period and its part in the rise of the Nazi Party. Hopefully it gives you somewhat of an idea of the time that they were living in, as it actually isn't covered very much. Only in the past few years has attention come its way on the internet.
It's almost like history repeats itself. Tony Esquire with the 20. I'm headed to the gym. Get some sleep, Griffin. Loving Mario Kart and ordered a D-brand case. Peace, brother. Really appreciate it, man. Have a good time at the gym.
The burnings started spontaneously by the German Student Union. They called for a cleansing by fire of books that went against the German spirit, which they felt were leading people astray. The Union published the 12 Theses, a reference to Martin Luther's 95 Theses, and written in a similar style. It went as follows. I've replaced all the uses of the word Volk with people instead of folk, which sounds stupid in English. 1. Language and literature have their roots in the people. It is the German people's responsibility to assure that its language and literature are the pure and unadulterated expressions of its people's tradition. 2. At present there is a chasm between literature and German tradition. This situation is a disgrace. 3. Purity of language and literature is your responsibility. Your people have entrusted you with the duty of faithfully preserving your language. 4. Our most dangerous enemy is the Jew and those who are his slaves. 5. A Jew can only think Jewish. If he writes in German, he is lying. The German who writes in German but thinks un-German is a traitor. The student who speaks and writes un-German is, in addition, faultless and has abandoned his duties. 6. We want to eradicate lies. We want to denounce treason. We want institutions of discipline and political education for us, the students, not mindlessness. 7. We want to regard the Jew as alien, and we want to respect the traditions of the people. Therefore, we demand of the censor, Jewish writings are to be published in Hebrew. If they appear in German, they must be identified as translations. Strongest actions against the abuse of the German script. German script is only available to Germans. The un-German spirit is to be eradicated from public libraries. 8. We demand of the German students the desire and capacity for independent knowledge and decisions. 9. We demand of German students the desire and capability to maintain the purity of the German language. 10. We demand of German students the desire and capability to overcome Jewish intellectualism and the resulting liberal decay in the German spirit. 11. We demand the selection of students and professors in accordance with their reliability and commitment to the German spirit. 12. We demand that German universities be a stronghold of the German people's tradition and a battleground reflecting the power of the German mind. Nearly a month later, the book burnings began at the epicenter of Weimar culture, Magnus Hirschfeld's Institute of Sex Research. 20,000 books were burned. These types of spontaneous book burnings continued until it became a whole movement of its own. The motives, in their eyes, are summed up well by Goebbels in 2 passages from his speech relating to the burnings. Yes to decency and morality in family and state.
Yep, so a bunch of tranny books were burned. What a loss, man. What an absolute loss.
Here, the intellectual foundation of the November Republic is sinking to the ground, but from this wreckage, the phoenix of a new spirit will triumphantly rise. As the ever-growing Nazi movement saw it, the years following the disaster of the World War had been a mistake. Germany had gone down the wrong path. They felt their culture had been hijacked by Jews, liberals, and defeatists. They felt family values had given way to rampant individualism, moral values given way to sexual deviancy, homosexuality, and worse. The comparisons to our current time are obvious and barely deserve mentioning. Then, as now, it was a battle between the sacred principles of our society in the past and the new, liberal, and unknown. Now I will simply, again, hello YouTube, without opinion, go over the genres and some specifics of the books they sent to the flames. Communism was the sworn enemy of National Socialism. They had fought and died against each other ever since the birth of the movement. There was never any doubt that communist works would be the first on the chopping block. To name some of the most obvious, Karl Marx's Das Kapital, the holy book of communism, was sent to the flames, as was Lenin's and Trotsky's works. Communists closer to home, like Rosa Luxemburg's works, were banned also. Pacifism was seen as weakness. While National Socialism didn't see war as inherently good, the movement felt pacifism to be like a disease that weakens the wider whole. The book that spawned the recent Netflix hit remake, All Quiet on the Western Front, was sent to the flames and later banned. While this might seem extreme, consider that a few years later, Oswald Mosley, Great Britain's biggest peace advocate, would be thrown in a tiny cold cell without trial for opposing the Second World War and only released when he was seriously ill. Books on early transgender theory being sent to the flames should hardly be surprising given where the first burning began. Hirschfeld's library was gutted and sent straight into the flames outside. Transgenderism was viewed in all countries, not just in National Socialist Germany at the time, as something absurd and deranged. Hirschfeld was
Agreed. They should have put the trannies in the pile as well.
The perfect example for the Germans of what they didn't want in society. A Jewish homosexual scientist who turns men into women. He was on a speaking tour at the time of the burnings. He never returned. Some of his works include The Objective Diagnosis of Homosexuality, Transvestites, The Erotic Drive to Crossdress, and The Sexual History of the World War. Equally alongside with transgenderism, the burning of homosexual works could be best summed up in the character of Hirschfeld and his works. The liberalization of society and the availability for those fighting their homosexual desires, no matter how strong, to act on them was everywhere, even in the early Nazi party. The top runs of the SA had a serious problem with bedding young boys. Part of the justification for the Night of the Long Knives was this. When the SS stormed in to arrest the top SA members, many were found in bed with young boys. They wanted this utterly stamped out of the party and society as a whole, and the acceptance of it left to the Weimar past. The laws that were currently in place against homosexuality from the previous regimes but not enforced were now actually enforced under the Nazis. Pornography or any kind of work seen as being degenerate in this regard was sent to the flames and banned. Much as today, there was a huge opposition to porn, and why the Nazis would oppose such a thing needs no explanation. I haven't left the Jewish books for last because I feel they're the least important. It's more because it's a culmination of the rest. The Jews, for many long and complex historical reasons, find themselves massively overrepresented in art, literature, politics, and liberal culture in general. They've been a major part of the history of liberalism, and at the spearhead of every movement that's challenged the European status quo. I say this without opinion. Maybe this is something to be proud of, maybe it isn't, but it is the case for whatever reason. Your interpretation of this phenomena depends on your worldview. All that is to say that at the highest levels of all the former categories, you find many Jewish authors, and mixed in with the other gripes the National Socialists had with Jewish practices, such as their banking, it's not hard to imagine why the Jewish books were an easy target for them. They felt the Jews had a hand in all their problems, be it cultural, political, or financial. Again, I state all of this without opinion of my own. To say book burning and banning is inherently wrong would be both silly and hypocritical of any Westerner. The majority of our nations have books on the banned list. If there isn't a banned list, buying certain books will get you on a watch list. We censor our media, we censor what types of books are able to get published. Inversely to the topic of this video, can you imagine if a pro-Nazi history book tried getting published? They'd be thwarted at every step. David Irving's life was destroyed by his interpretation of events in World War II, and finding his books is not impossible, but very expensive. Many works may be allowed at the government level, but good luck getting through the Amazon book bans and finding a publishing house. Anyway, this is but a short video detailing what types of books were actually banned. The event is widely mentioned, but not discussed. I think it's important people know what books were actually banned before rushing to claim that it was some unspeakable evil, whatever side of the fence they may sit on politically. There has been very, very few censorship-free civilizations in history, and National Socialism was no different. Historical context is important. Who knows? If the internet and its censorship didn't exist now, would right-wing books not be getting burnt at this very moment?
Yeah, dude, it's like there's so many parallels nowadays, which, you know, gives a little bit of hopium that we can have a hard right-wing swing again when people get pushed far enough, but the question is will they have the spirit to do so this time around? But maybe so. Yeah, I think the tranny stuff will be looked back on as like giving a lobotomy. I think it'll be in the same category as like lobotomization. I mean, dude, the shit that happens with these trans surgeries is a fucking literal story out of like the worst horror author's mind you could think of. Like, you cut off someone's penis. You invert it. You use a portion of the colon to line the new opened wound to create a flesh cavity. A wound that never heals and is constantly festering and rotting. That the body is naturally trying to heal, but you put a dildo in it to prevent the wound from closing and the body healing itself. And for the rest of your life, it smells like rotting flesh and shit. That's like literally something straight out of a fucking horror movie, bro. That is something straight out of a horror movie. These fucking doctors who do this shit should be round up and fucking tried. And punished accordingly. But yeah, it is absolutely vile. Yep, lobotomize the trans for shot. If only. Yeah, I mean, it is worse than a lobotomy in a lot of ways, because at least with the lobotomy, you don't feel any more pain after that. But the trans people, for the rest of their life, are just in perpetual torment. So you don't even need to ask. It's already a known fact they do. They brag about it. Are your messages not sending? Nope, I haven't seen anything. Yeah, exactly. These doctors deserve a fate worse than death. The death of old money, that's a lie. That's an absolute lie. Old money is alive and well. I'm fearful of having kids because of stuff. Yeah, but the problem is you have to continue to make more children to, I guess, overwhelm the bad people having children. So if all the good people stop having kids, the world's only going to keep getting worse and worse. More like the death of new money? I guess so. I don't think so, man. I think there's been a serious pushback against the LGBT in recent years among the younger generations. I think it's actually the opposite. There seems to be a genuine disdain for especially the T part of LGBT amongst the younger kids and stuff. So, it's fucking weird, bro. Yeah, it is a suicide cult. LGB are okay, but the T... Yeah, as long as the LGB keeps it to themselves and doesn't fucking celebrate sodomy, then that's fine. You know, keep it behind closed doors. No more of this fucking pride shit. Ben Shapiro's hat gets bigger. I know. Eventually he's going to have a full-blown burqa. He'll have to put the Star of David on the front just to make sure everybody knows he is, in fact, Jewish. I don't know. I think we've exhausted our videos for tonight, guys. And plus, it's already 7 o'clock in the morning, so... I've been live for 9.5 hours. Jeez. That's more than a full day's worth of work, so... I may go ahead and hop off for tonight. So, I hope everybody has a wonderful Sunday and a great rest of your weekend. Appreciate everybody hanging out. And I will talk to everyone later. Peace out, guys.